nervous, Cubby? I'm nervous. I mean,
Nervous?
we've got an incredible series coming up first. For those of you who are just tuning in, because it's the start of the stream, welcome to the LPL English. Welcome to the league that keeps mixing up exactly what's going on with supposedly the best team in the world, BLG, who are entering today's series up against IG on a little bit of a shakier ground than they would have been even coming into the week, Cubby.
Yeah, they had a big loss against Top Esports, played really well as they found the 2-0 victory against BLG, gave them their first blemish on the scorecard of the split, and Dia made this series a little bit more interesting as IG has looked good with a lot of the swaps they made. Wei, the only member that it really remains on the roster from last split. The swaps have looked very positive for them so far, so really good to see for IG, and we'll see if they can continue that today against BLG, who bound to make sure that IG has their hands full.
We'll take a look at the standings just to really contextualize what's going on, but in today's series, BLG are technically fighting a team that is placed above them for now. IG on top of the standings from this perspective, you know, are they punching up? Are they punching down? But as you say, have been having a really fantastic split. They, along with Top Esports, who just recently beat BLG and have currently put themselves at the top of Group Ascend, have made this series actually a pivotal one for BLG. Of course, for IG, beating BLG would mean a lot, and for BLG, you can't afford to lose too many series to drop too much to the teams around the league that you would have considered easy wins earlier.
Yeah, I mean, BLG, of course, being the first stand champions, coming back to LPL, and I will say playing well to start off the split, even after the loss to Top Esports. But I think it's an interesting series tonight, because not only are BLG coming off of a loss, but IG, they have beaten the two teams that stand above them in the Group Ascent standings in Top Esports to really open up the split week one. And then that series against NIP that me and you were on, Dia, as we might have watched the Hoya, Brave Renekton backdoor, the 0-0-0 champion in game two. But the other games did go to the side of IG. So I really feel like IG has been surpassing some of the expectations that folks have had for them so far this split. And man, what a win it would mean to knock off BLG. I think it would really change a lot of the conversation around the LPL as a league. If BLG were to drop 2 series in a row and IG were to tie Top Esports at the top of the ladder, with both teams having some young players stepping in and a lot of wholesale changes being made to start off this split.
Yeah, already, I mean, it is just the first round robin, and so these teams are being given a lot of grace as we enter the first couple of days, splits, games of the LPL. But we are rapidly approaching the midseason, Cubby, where things like this, standings being as they are going to start saying more about the rosters that do fall short of expectation. You did mention some of the expectations that we have for these teams earlier, however, and I would like to take responsibility for the sins I have committed.
Sins? From you, Dia?
I
You're
was
too pure.
IG doubter, and I think have something. We have something for this.
Ooh,
But,
we do?
We'll be bringing it up a little bit later. We'll talk
Dia,
real quickly. Yeah.
I might have remembered in that NIP series, there was a meeting we had behind the scenes saying, IG made a lot of changes. Maybe we should put down what we thought about these teams off the rip. I know that I personally had them 6, so I have a little bit of egg on the face right now myself too. But yeah, I know that IG has been a little bit worse off for. That said, we're going to dive into some of these rosters to kick things off for tonight. As BLG, familiar faces, are first stand champions, sitting at 3-1 in the standings, Dia. Bin, Shun, Knight, Viper, and On. And they might be coming off a loss, but this team has still looked like one of the strongest teams in the LPL so far this split.
Yeah, and a lot of this, to me, and to the world, has been looking at Bin, who took a big step up during first stand, and who has continued to be a focal point of the roster as we enter this split of the LPL. Of course, it's difficult to isolate it to just Bin when you have stars in every role, but I do think that this is the most temperamental piece of the team. Either Bin is on or he's off, and a lot of the times you can track the team's success based on whether he's had a good run of games recently or not. The rest of the team, of course, as we said, a lot of star power there, lots to look forward to. In fact, when we were coming into today, we had expected at the start of the week to be talking about how BLG have been undefeated for so long. They've been doing so well, and while that is true in some ways, their loss has finally hit them. Top Esports finding themselves a win against BLG does change the story of this team significantly.
Yeah, it was a really big series for Kareem and Top Esports. I was kind of impressed / pleasantly surprised. Again, I really feel like that feeds into the potential shifting narrative of the league if we were to see an IG win today. Because I think a lot of people are looking at this like, wow, Top's hot right now. But BLG is still going to be the team to beat. They're the team that won first stand, and they're the team that when they have been at their best, I mean, Knight has ran the region, really, since he started hoisting trophies in the LPL. So, that said, they are coming off a loss, but we didn't want to change up our graphic plans too much, as, of course, our wonderful crew behind the scenes were already putting in some heavy lifting for how BLG were looking, and they have been quite dominant since first stand, their run there. But it's continued in the LPL, as you can see. The stars are shining. Everyone is leading major stats in their category. And sadly, Dia, I fear that you are not leading the stat in this category. I was hinting towards our placements for a potential IG. You didn't think too highly of them. And IG, to their credit, have been impressive to start off the split.
I genuinely thought IG were going to be, like, really, truly... Like, obviously, you know, Group Ascend is Group Ascend. I really thought they were going to be absolute bottom-of-the-barrel Group Ascend, just punching bags for everyone else, and they have completely reversed that expectation.
Yeah.
I do think, to the credit of the rest of the team, I was one of the few people who thought this. I do not speak for the LPL English. I speak only for myself and my mistakes. But let's talk about the roster that's been making it happen. IG, who have taken my expectations, turned them completely on their head with, as you said, basically a completely new roster. Wei has stayed the same, but even the swap-ups that we've had in the mid lane have caught some people off guard. Renard actually doing surprisingly well, especially, again, from my perspective, given that I was underselling IG. Really thought that the mid lane was going to be a little bit more of a problem for them with the unexpected swap of Rookie to Renard, and that's been holding up.
No, I'm with you. I thought that would be the case, too, but Renard's been big. I will say that much like BLG, IG are also coming off of their first loss of the split from earlier in the week, as Weibo got the best of them in a very close 3-game series, which did feature that Renard LeBlanc finding a loss against a Xiaohu Lissandra, which was quite nice for Weibo, as they managed to put a win in the win column. Weibo, honestly, a much-needed win for them, but IG, I really feel like this team, it's been a good split so far for Wei. I think Breathe has also been laning very well. He is leading top laners in gold diff at 15 in this group after the series that Bin had against Top Esports. And Mako coming back is an Enchantress meta for Mako. This guy is one of the GOATs of the league. And man, to see him step back into IG, I think that there have been a couple games where he doesn't look quite at full form yet. That said, Mako has still been a real positive for IG, and it, again, is such a fantastic player, one that I really hope to see continue to increase his form throughout the split as he gets back into the swing of things, as, of course, he did sit out in Split 1. But UT's the mid lane for this squad, Dia, and between Rookie and Renard, honestly, it's been somewhat comparable, with Renard putting up better numbers than one of the legends of the league, Rookie, in his seat so far this split.
Yeah, I thought this was an important thing to bring up, because even though IG had a significantly rockier Split 1 than their Split 2 has been so far, which I will say contributes to the statistics that we're seeing right now, the fact that they are even comparable, that they are within a few percentage points of each other, is really impressive. And, you know, when we look at gold difference at 15 as well, you know, there are areas where you're saying, yes, Renard is actually an improvement statistically over Rookie's performance in Split 1. It's important to couch these things with how IG have been doing so far. IG is a roster that is winning more than IG did in Split 1, which is going to impact Rookie's stats, but even still, I think it's worth giving Renard the credit that is due for being able to step up to the bar that Rookie set.
Yeah, I will say it's really nice of you to abbreviate kill participation as K-par. It's my favorite phrase to say after I wrap up a hole of golf, you know? K-par, that's fine. We'll take a par. But, no, I think it really speaks to Renard and how he's playing on this roster again. Wholesale changes coming in for IG. And I do think that Renard, there are some games where, you know, he gets the carry stuff like the LeBlanc and is able to put up really big performances where I've been very impressed with his mechanical play on some of these champions. I think I've also seen a couple games where on the Galio, Galio game against NIP, I didn't think he was quite as active or sound, where it was kind of a tough game for him. I think it is hard at times to play Galio into Jarvan, as Cataclysm or Terrain can really mess with those Justice punches, and he was getting caught out a little bit at times, but still, for a young player, you don't have IG fans clamoring to get Rookie back, and I feel like if Renard wasn't performing well, that would be a very quick, you know, hopefully solution that comes in for IG to get one of these stars of the league back in that seat. But it's been Renard, and he's been holding down the fort well, as IG, again, I think really have the opportunity tonight to change the narrative around BLG and the LPL if they were to hand BLG their second loss this week.
Yeah, it's definitely not the anticipated result from fans at home, from people on the broadcast, and that makes it all the more powerful. The fact that we're coming into today and saying, well, it may not be what we think will happen, but we can't deny that it's a possibility. The chance that actually IG come in and put down the champions of First Stand for the second time or be the second team to do it this split. Now, as we look towards this series, you did mention that IG have just been served their first loss in similarity to BLG. They went up against Weibo, and I think that these losses tell us something important. Of course, up against Top Esports for BLG, I think that Top, of course, had a really standout game. They did very well, and I'm still left wondering exactly what the weaknesses are for BLG in the long term. Can you replicate what Top Esports were able to do? Because if we look at it sort of transitive property of quality-wise, IG did 2-0 Top Esports, and Top Esports beat BLG, so is this closer than I think it is?
It could be. Again, I feel like this would be kind of a statement win for IG if they were to take down BLG, because looking at the schedule that IG has had so far, the very first match of Week 1 was an IG 2-0 over Top Esports. And I think at the time, it wasn't really like, oh, that's impressive, you know? And to be fair, their strength of schedule hasn't been great. I know NIP is sitting at 3-1 right now. That's also wins over WE, Weibo, and a struggling JDG. Which is probably their biggest surprise so far, but not the strongest strength of schedule. I do think that IG taking down Team WE, Top Esports in the very first game, NIP, and then losing to Weibo, that's not actually the strongest result, so we could see as this round robin kind of finishes out, we don't have as high of opinion of IG after today, but I still think it is an opportunity. And, you know, I do think that BLG, they had a week where in 3 days, or in 4 days, they play Top Esports 2 days ago. They play IG today. They play AL tomorrow. I think IG is probably the opponent that you're giving the least amount of preparation for. And frankly, when you have that busy of a schedule, you kind of only have to focus on yourself. So maybe it's a chance for IG to catch a BLG that is off guard, kind of hurt coming off of a loss, and hopefully throw some good stuff at him. Because I think if you can match some of the might of BLG in the laning phase, I have seen this team with Shun struggle at times if they are not able to go with the full court press, not able to get push in lanes, not able to get Shun invading everywhere, where he's able to blow up the map, and the formula that has worked for BLG since he really took the seat of away, going back to 24 Worlds in the run that BLG made there, where their strategy was to have Shun on these aggressive junglers that get up in your face, play pushing lanes, and try and beat you from level 1. That has been what is working for BLG really well now. So I want to see if IG can kind of contest some of that might that we have seen out of BLG so far this split.
And Wei, as we mentioned, being the carryover for IG sort of gets to continue as that stylistic rock who has been fitting together a lot better in the house that IG are trying to build. The stability that they have found in this first split has, well, being empowered by the lanes swap ups, by everything that's changed, has really been held together by the fact that Wei has been able to put up the same consistent presence and honestly good performance that he had for IG in Split 1. I think the question around today, I do wonder whether the jungle matchup will actually be the most impactful matchup, because it's difficult. When we came in, I was saying BLG have power in almost every role, and everybody around the world would agree when a win can come from anywhere. Can we really say that the jungle is the most important thing? I don't think so.
You know, it's going to be interesting to see two different styles clash, because I think that when Wei and Shun were both in BLG, they brought very different styles to the team itself. And I do think we've seen Wei be a little bit more supportive, where Shun is going to play to get up in your face and really try and make things happen there. But we're diving into the first pick ban. BLG have first pick and red side. I believe BLG selected first pick. I have to go back through our notes, as our team is always good at getting us those preferences. As, yep, BLG did select first pick. And the biggest pick for BLG has really been that Pantheon for Shun. It's been a major champion for him. So I want to see if IG denies that as we go through this pick ban.
Incredible presence that you can have on something like Pantheon in the early game, and of course, once you hit level 6, across the entire map. The Karma takeaway, IG are likely considering banning Pantheon right now, but there's an opportunity cost to taking Pantheon away, leaving other bigger fish open.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of big picks still on the board, of course, in this game one. So it looks like IG thinking about whether or not they want to take away that Pantheon. I think Nocturne, Pantheon both being on the board. It's a handshake we've seen a lot of teams make, because those are two champions that are considered to be very strong right now. But, of course, bot lane pairings very important in this meta at the moment, too. With the Karma and the Ashe taken away, my eyes go towards Corki Nami. And we might see a Jarvan, who did sneak through the draft. And, of course, really big champion for Wei on the other side of the rift might actually be denied by BLG. So, opting to not go for the preference that Shun has had for the majority of the split in that Pantheon. Instead, going to take the Jarvan, prevent some of those immobile carries from being selected now for IG, and take away what for me has been one of Wei's best champs always.
Yeah, if it's all the same to Shun, whether he plays Pantheon now or later, it'd be much better to take away something like Jarvan and force Wei into a situation where he has to play something that is a little bit uncomfortable. And if you saw my eyebrows raise at the Pantheon, would not exactly fit into what Wei has been best at. But the Xin Zhao, maybe a little bit more comfortable. I won't say by much, though.
Yeah, it's his most played so far this split. I think it synergizes really well with some of the Enchantresses and your mid-game fights. If you're able to get in the mix as Xin, get the help of an Enchantress behind you, can be really big. So, man, a Lulu taken here, it would really empower the Xin. My eyes now go towards Yunara. Do we see something like Yunara Nico taken by BLG, try and maybe deny that best Lulu pairing in the Yunara? Also take the Nico, something that On plays superbly well as another circle into the mix for BLG. Help really open up a lot of space as well in terms of opening up those fights, making sure Yunara is able to make some things happen. Yeah, because the Lulu, for me, again, Corki Nami is a really strong lane, but Lulu has a really good laning phase the first few levels against the Nami, so it kind of dissuaded this duo, but they're still going to opt for it, as it is the strongest, I think, bot duo left on the board, and will be locked in for Viper and On.
We're allowed to have different perspectives.
You like Yunara Lulu? Yeah?
Yeah, I really like Yunara Lulu. I mean, I think that into the Nami Corki, it is a winning matchup, not because of the lane specifically, but you have the opportunity in lane to make something happen. And outside of lane, you are God on a stick. It is incredible how well Yunara Lulu can perform, especially when you consider that they've got Xin Zhao as well. Something else that, I don't know. I think that
I'm with you,
made a pretty big mistake.
I'm with you. I really think that Lulu, two champions showing that can really empower or be empowered by Lulu for IG. That said, I think game plan for BLG, Cataclysm, Tidal Wave, anyone's flashless can try and attack. If Lulu gets pressured early by, for Mako, that could be a little bit difficult. But again, Mako is one of the Enchantress GOATs. And I really feel like a big thing for BLG, I know we spent a lot of time talking about the Wei versus Shun matchup. On is a player for me that really stepped up in Split 1 and at first stand for BLG. I think On, there's a case to be made that On was one of, if not the best performers for BLG. If I were to take Split 1 and first stand and put those two tournaments together. Going up against Mako, this is someone in the past, there have been instances where Mako has been able to have the number of On. And again, Mako, he is one of the support GOATs of the LPL. So him coming back, having this matchup. I'm curious to see what happens on Lulu. That said, looking at some of the bans we have. No Rise pairing for the Jarvan. Don't want to give that over tonight. I think that is a very fair deny. And BLG taking away Breathes Gnar. Curious if they might be setting up for a Bin Renekton, which would really tip off the fact that BLG feels like they have to play fast. That or they just really didn't want to face the blind Gnar of Breathe. But yeah, I think Narban definitely leaning more now towards the Renekton Cassante being options for Bin.
And the thing that you had mentioned earlier about BLG, the fact that when they really succeed, it is through getting pushing lanes for Shun to be enabled to move through the jungle and have the backup of his solo lanes should he need it. That's going to be really determined in the second part of this draft, with Sion being the last takeaway. I like where you're sniffing. Bin seems like where they want to get a really powerful lane, and IG do have the chance to deny that. You see them going through a couple of hovers here. They could even take away something like the Renekton and know that you have a generically powerful lane, but a solo lane has to be picked. Somebody has to be up on the altar of sacrifice, and it's going to be the mid lane as Renard ends up picking up Annie.
You know what, Tia? I see squishies. Yeah, I see enough damage for IG. I think Annie's playable here. You're going to have a hard matchup coming in, as you could have Knight go for something like Victor, which I would like a lot here, kind of try and balance out the game. Yeah, I think those Sion Narbans, they were kind of daring Breathe to take that Renekton away. It's going to go into the hands of Bin now, as that Ambessa being teased, of course, didn't want the counter Renekton to maybe come through, as I have a smile on my face a bit here, Dia, because this isn't just any Syndra. This is Knight Syndra in the mid lane. We'll see if Renard's ready for this one, as this is one of Knight's signature champions, truly. And man, Tidal Wave, Cataclysm, Jarvan, that is some really good setup for a Syndra. And those scatters can really pressure a champion like Yunara, who you really have to think about whether or not you're Eing proactively when going up against a Syndra, because if that scatter is up and available, that connects on something like Yunara, that can shut down the Yunara in its tracks right then and there.
And is going to have a fantastic lane into something like Annie as well. Can keep a lot of space between Knight and everyone else on IG. When I'm looking at IG as well, there's a lot of pressure on Renard. I know that we were focused on this matchup just in the pregame, speaking about how Renard has actually come in and really done quite well in Rookie's place. Looking at the IG roster right now, what's standing out to me is that they have remarkably little hard engage. And Renard really is, with Annie, one of the only ways that you can manufacture a split-second engagement.
Yeah, I will be looking out to see if Mako gives the speed up to Xin or Annie. I think that the W move speed boost, maybe getting Annie in position for Tibbers, definitely something to look out for. And we'll see if that Rookie and Renard's kind of ready to play against Knight Syndra and have really the onus of him being the engages for IG. I think this is a very tough game to play Annie going into a Knight Syndra and a Shun Jarvan. Because if I'm BLG, I got a big red X around mid lane to see how we can pressure this Annie. I know she has a really strong laning phase typically, but against something like Syndra, and especially with the ability to try and pressure with Jarvan, if you blow Annie flash, she can easily die 2 or 3 times to this combo coming in. So I think a lot of pressure on Renard. Want to see if IG can ward around mid correctly to help him out as we dive into the Rift here, Dia, for game 1.
See if we can actually... Yeah. There we go. Hearing a few of the cheers through the stadium for this first game. An IG on the rise, and increasingly likely a team that fans are keeping their eyes on. But BLG, they've got that name recognition given to them through a long time in the LPL, and of course
I don't see pings.
Split.
I don't see pings on this. I think that he stuck around Renard. He will be spotted taking the red buff, but Wei might be a little bit late to respond to this, as he is going for the wolf start, trying to prioritize rotating out some of these smaller camps. But he's going to be a little bit late to see the info that his camps are being taken. And that's going to be tough, because Bin on this Renekton does get pushed early. So, yeah, you can see Wei, he's dropping the Gromp. He's going to try and cross the map, do the best of his abilities to split. But I really like this opener for IG, or BLG, I should say. I feel like it takes some of the power away from the IG bot lane and the ability that Lulu has in the few early levels. And, yeah, really dictating the map, kind of being ahead of the pace, with Shun being the one to start on the enemy buffs. Should be a real positive for him.
Already clearing the Krugs right now. Actually, we've got Mako coming back to make sure that this is happening. A quick early recall will work quite well. And for BLG, should let Shun have a little bit more early power, especially if he wants to contest around the remaining bits of the Raptor camp that have been left for him. He can get
look at him.
Of this.
He has a longsword. Wei knows that he can't fight. He's going to have to sack the Raptors. So, he's going to get the bad news that his red's gone, but will get access to his own Raptor camp. So he's already up a camp on the first clear versus his opponent in Wei. So good stuff from Shun.
Wei knows. Is he going to try and do anything about it?
Oh.
Wind becomes lightning. Doesn't get much.
He forced a smite.
Shun does manage to back away with, as you said, that single camp advantage. It'll also leave him in a position where it's awkward for Wei to even think about coming bot lane.
Yeah, a little bit. As I think Wei is going to at least go for that bot crab. Jachi. Good quick. Viper not the most efficient barrier. But Nami does have sustain. As Shun's going to get the bad news. And we'll see if Wei is able to take away this camp. He does have smite. Shun does not.
Wei's down an item. I mean, it's not a full item, but a longsword does mean something, especially early game. But having the backup of Renard on his way and picking up a blue buff, that's a whole early game plot largely equalized for BLG, and Wei wants a little bit more.
It's going to be smite up for Shun. Oh, wait, no, Wei got it!
He takes it away. Mako may be in trouble here. Flash bubble from On does not manage to connect, but Shun does want this. Flag and Drag is going to come up, forces a flash out of Jachi, and looks for Mako on top of it. Red buff still available for him, but On is low, and Jachi sees it! Manages to pick up first blood as the wind becomes lightning. Almost takes out Viper as well.
They're going to make sure Jachi gets this wave in. No way Viper can stick around for that, as IG finds multiple wins here. Man, Shun missed that smite on the crab by like 2 HP. I think again got down to 8, as both smites kind of came up at the same time. Wei was able to snipe that one away. Gives him a bit of an XP lead going back, as we're going to take a look. Check out the smite. 16, yep, 63, Wei gets it. And then Mako's ability to kind of kite this one out. Good click to get around that bubble, kind of using the move speed buff from the back half of his rune choice there, off of the flash, getting the extra move speed. And Jachi stepping up here. Mako does a really nice job of kiting this out and On. He just couldn't cross that part of the wall, would have had to take the long way. Jachi finds the punish, and Viper lucky to get out with his life.
Viper really nearly dies there, and credit to Jachi for even seeing the play while everyone is so focused on how to pick up Mako. He's like, all right, well, you've overplayed your hand by just a split second, and First Blood going to mean a lot, especially in the Yunara matchup that we talked about earlier. Maybe not having the best, the easiest lane against Corki Nami, but with a First Blood, you can definitely change that.
See what Jachi can do, as this is a very nice start for IG. I think the other positive for me with all this is they've kind of kept pressure off of mid, as Renard and Knight have been able to go even. And there will be windows as long as that matchup's even. We talked about how volatile it can get, or I wanted to see the Jarvan Syndra make it on the Annie. But now that Annie has access to 6, we know how big these Tibbers can be, and curious if Wei is going to also pay attention to mid. I kind of expect to see some mid 2v2 skirmishes, because I feel like that's both teams really have an opportunity to blow up the opponent mid laner if they are able to, get the jump on them.
Mid's really been paying attention to him. Seen a couple of times that Renard has come out of mid lane just to back up Wei and make sure that Shun can't step up too far. Maintaining control of the pixel brush as Wei actually comes down to assist with it, making this a 3v3 bot lane. Is, as you say, continuing to pull even more attention away from the mid lane, where Knight hasn't really had the run of things just yet. Around the first couple backs, should be able to start clearing waves more effectively, though.
Yeah, a lot of focus going to be around this bot river as that crab spawning shortly. Wei does have the camp advantage. Right now, if either jungler were to secure crab, it would not be level 6 for them. Wei needs at least one more camp. And with some of the trading of camps and XP, it might be a little bit tricky to actually immediately ding 6 off of taking that. I think Wei will get it if he wants to make his way over. Instead, wants to clear out his own red buff. As Shun donates another control ward to his bot lane, Dia. And the posturing is only posturing, no blood.
First strike being Chemtech, not exactly where these teams want to prioritize. Likely going to wait things out until the next minute when Void Grubs come up and a trade becomes available. Whoever has first dibs on one of them, the other is likely going over.
Do want to say, kind of interested, been rushing steel caps into the Cassante matchup. Usually, I see the goal for Renekton is to get Phage versus Bramble. I think that rushing armor takes away some of the power that you can have in this matchup as Renekton versus Breathe. But the reason I bring that up and why I think it's kind of important is just because IG, I favor their scaling as time goes on. They have the Lulu versus Nami. Lulu's ability to empower stuff like the Xin and Yunara should be superior. And Cassante versus Renekton, if things go late, I value Cassante a little bit more, even if I do like the Renekton side of this matchup sometimes. So I think IG picking up the first dragon with those few factors in mind. It's a positive, as IG's gotten off to a very nice start in this game.
First Tibbers just gets dunked down on tonight, as not too much that he can do about these trades right now, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just a little bit of ult expenditure by Renard to find push in the lane, and as we had bot lane Drake secured by Wei, now we're going to get top side of the map, Shun picking up the grub.
Yeah.
The trade that we had anticipated did come to pass.
I don't think you want to fight the Renekton up there around grubs at this timer. That said, they are at least going to have Breathe step in there, get Shun off the third grub. So if Wei is able to deny that, which looks to be the case, that is good. That does help the prevent the spawn of the little critters coming through. So I think IG very happy with the start of the game, and they're split, as Breathe going to find a nice trade here.
They're going to be forced to pop Dominus, as top laners realistically not killing each other, especially with the plated steel cap pickup that you mentioned earlier. Bin just lacking a lot of damage that he would otherwise need to take out Breathe, and Breathe on Cassante, not exactly used to dying. Jiachi, comfortable taking the trade initially into Viper, does end up popping the ult and looking for a little bit more onto On. Now that Mako's back in the lane, should feel a lot easier, but being able to force this ult like so actually does make BLG's life a lot easier when it comes to kill threat out of IG's bot lane.
Jiachi wasn't quite able to get access to the Kraken Slayer yet, so I think pressuring, or at least having the heavy trade, can lean on the heels of the Nami and try and use that to win out on the elongated lane. As Wei currently dropping his wolves, trying to get into his bot side jungle, as I believe Shun has been able to effectively at least try and find a setup here and might get the jump.
He's looking for him. I mean, wants the positive trade and has on the way. The bot lane push belonging to BLG for now, but IG haven't actually lost a camp for this, nor has Wei lost too much of his life, so he will be able to secure his Krugs, and largely not much gets lost. BLG do use their bot lane pressure effectively to create
Hold on.
Renard, the real focus here, as Cataclysm gets used. Renard's already flashed, and unfortunately, he is gone. BLG set up a pincer maneuver and execute.
Yeah, I just think Renard hovering the wrong side of the lane there. He did have his jungler below, but enemy jungler was there too and on the fast track. So Shun finds the catch, and again, I think that's the easiest bread and butter play for BLG, because you saw Dia and folks at home, that flash gets burned and miss out of the flag and drag. Well, it makes for an easy cataclysm and an easy scatter for Knight to hit. And now that you're down flash, rinse and repeat. Yeah, it can be flag and drag into cataclysm. That's really all you need. You don't even need the flag and drag damage. Cinder can supply the rest. So I want to see IG really try and ward around Renard and do their best to make sure that they're at least trying to snuff out what is likely to be rinse and repeat plays coming in from BLG onto the flashless mid laner of IG.
And speaking of wars, I want to draw some attention towards the bot side jungle of IG. It is lit up red right now, as we saw BLG go on the invade there earlier. Have on backup Shun. It's allowing them a lot of data on where exactly on the map Wei is, which keeps him from having impact like we just saw Shun have in the mid lane.
Yep, and I think he's going to have to go find his back and hopefully hope to God that he has a Sundered Sky, because currently he is spotted making his way towards this bot lane. And you know who else is coming here? Shun. And Shun has the Sundered Sky, so if Wei takes the E in here, could be big trouble, as he is at an item disadvantage. That Sundered Sky completed.
Gonna try and fish for a smite. Does not end up picking it up, but does step a bit far forward for my liking, even for BLGs, as they go, wait a minute, we can kill this. Renard in the mid lane, gonna trade ult once again. This trade not super favorable for any right now, and likely not for a while.
Yeah, it's kind of stinky against Cinder. You just get that Tibbers thrown right back in your face. Feels bad. You know, you drop the Care Bear. If you give someone a Care Bear, you don't really want them to give it back to you. You're hoping that gift sticks.
Takes away from the whole sharing thing. You
yeah.
know?
You know, you're trying to give someone a big old giant stuffed animal, love and hug, and sending it right back your way. That's actually not love. That's not accepting love. And we like when we are more accepting of love up here in our LPL English caster desk.
I'm trying to think if there are any gifts that, oh, this could be bad.
That's a good control word though, but still. Yep.
It is easy cataclysm into scout of the week.
Yep.
It's like, how many pixels realistically was he too far forward there? It was not many.
It's just really hard to play once you lose that flash. I don't feel like too much of a genius for calling that one out up here, as Wei gonna try and take the skirmish, gets out of the flag drag.
Shouldn't know cataclysm here either, so Zhachi, isolated with him, is going to pick up the kill. Does take a lot of damage and pops a pretty ineffective barrier in the meanwhile as well. So as IG back out with a kill, that if they re-engage on Knight, Zhachi really can't step up too far to this. He is burstable, and Wei takes a lot of damage for this as well. BLG win the fight for the river, 1 for 1, but Dragon is up.
You know what, though? I really like that re-engage, D. I know the health bars don't look good, but they did get Knight's Flash. That can be valuable. As we do see Breathe, he's going to proc the Grasp. And again, doing well in the Bin, who did not go for that early Phage. Again, a lot of Renekton's look for the Phage into the Bramble Breakpoint. And Bin now... Oh, Bin.
Dominus gets popped. Thinks he's got kill here. We do have All Out popped by Breathe as well, but he's got no mana and no health left. Bin, at 14 minutes into the game, secures his first solo kill.
And Breathe, he was leading all top laners in gold dip at 15 after Bin dropped the series against Top Esports. Bin trying to reclaim the lane gold lead in the league for himself. Takes down Breathe with the Renekton. That is a nice pickup. We do have some shifts coming in across the map as BLG. They have Knight bot. They're going to have mid prio, but before they can really sneak into River, IG going to try and sneak this Dragon away, and I think you're going to do so under the noses of BLG. So second Drake of the game secured for IG.
BLG really prioritizing mid right now, but they don't have a whole lot of jungle attention on it. Shun's going to have to come over. They want this first tower. Viper focusing it down is going to grab that, sacrificing on, giving up a Dragon and a support for first tower on your bot laner. Viper getting a lot of gold, a lot of focus right now, and that means he's got to deliver.
It is a 2k gold lead for BLG. That said, I think that death from On might be enough to make sure Rift Herald goes over to IG, which is pretty much putting a down payment on hopefully a turret in the future when you decide to drop Shelly. That said, Shun might have some different ideas. I think Wei's going to get this one and get away, but Shun is coming in. TP is being dropped. Shun does have the Cataclysm. he's going to have to try and use the Battle Shelly to get out.
We instantly use, yeah, like you say, the Rift Herald. Into it he goes, but Cataclysm makes that a lot more difficult. Isolated, alone, and in despair, BLG chomped down on Wei, making that Rift Herald play essentially null and void.
They put Shelly in the playpen. They couldn't get out. That's a sad Shelly, you know?
Yeah.
I guess Shun's not a really big fan of free-roaming dogs or animals, you know? Shelly needed to be gated.
Harvested for the 25 gold. What a devastating way to go.
It means that the mid turret that BLG took, I mean, that down payment of Rift Herald is now gone. And Bin, after the solo kill he had, and with Renard being behind, he's got a 3-level lead on Annie, and Annie rushing Rocket Belt. You cannot stand in the same lane as this Black Cleaver Renekton, so I think Bin's going to be very dominant wherever he's at. I'm kind of surprised that they sent Renard back down there again. I know that he has TP up, but I think that Annie being in this matchup is not a winning formula, because I do not believe that Annie Wei has enough damage to get through a Bin Renekton. And that kind of means that Annie's just going to have to be eating it on the side lane, because after Bin gets back in the lane with more items and running towards what I assume to be a Sterax coming up next, Annie's not going to be in the best shape in this matchup.
We really got to keep our eyes on Renard's flash, because to me, that's what Renard is right now, is the ability to flash engage and actually start something. BLG, of course, have that with the J4, but to start a fight, you do need Renard, and he needs to have access to flash. Proto Belt gonna be the budget version of it, and really not nearly as effective.
Well, Dia, 2.5k gold lead for BLG. They are down 2 dragons. Curious if we end up having the next dragon be the target for BLG, as we are 2 minutes away from it. Bot Outer did fall. Bin didn't have help on his side of the map. If he does have help on his side of the map, I do believe he can step up into the Annie. But did have to drop that turret. And IG gets a little bit something as they try and cut into the gold lead. As these are lane assignments, I will say Knight can't really move the Cassante on the other side. So that is, I guess, a positive.
Around this mid lane. Wade did get aggressive on Shun for a second, but BLG don't want to give this mid lane up for free. Getting ready for a potential fight, especially with the dragon coming up in the next minute and 30. You could convert quite a bit off of this. Viper isolated as Yachi keeps him at bay. Renard looks for the engage as well, but IG, they play a great defense against a BLG who was looking to collapse.
Yeah, I like Renard stunning Shun. Just forces the EQ out and guarantees the fact that Crab goes over to IG, so a little bit more control now around this Baron. As we do see Breathe. Again, I think Knight can pepper him. I just don't really think Knight can fully force him out. As Breathe is going to be able to pick up most of the wave. But kind of awkward landing assignments, because I always expect Cassante to be matching Renekton, Annie to be matching Syndra, and for attempted plays to go down on either the Syndra or the Annie. But with the lane matchups a little bit different or reversed, I feel like it's slowed the game down overall a little bit. And I do think that benefits IG, as they have the Yunara scaling and the overall scaling advantage, looking at some of their other lanes, too.
I think he can kill.
Okay, well.
And he can.
No Amari yet for Breathe. I really didn't think he could go down. He tried to flash in to get the all-out and a second unstoppable. Knight was able to space it, and Knight Syndra hits again. Rocket Belt not even needed. Flash not even needed, as Breathe flashes and dies. That's not good. It does not help the dragon setup either, Dia. Because I think BLG now gets this one.
And it's one that IG really would have liked, of course. Not just because it's generically powerful as a dragon, but they had 2. Soul was becoming something they could look for, and Wei has the opportunity to look for a steal. Instead, looks for On, and forces the tidal wave out. Oh. Flash forward into the smite does not secure the dragon. Ends up going over to BLG. Even as the teleport gets called in, IG, they've already lost the objective.
Yeah, and during all that, Dia, that was a QE from Cinder that hit Jachi and put him down to half. It's going to be mid-outer falling as Breathe did TP in. They're going to cut him off, but Renard, he's caught. Ben has a TP behind.
You're gonna have to expend your stun on Ben. There's no way. You can't let this happen. Renekton in the back line does flashboard for the stun on Zhachi. Goes low. Survives for a little while. But now Shun is alone in the front line. And BLG look for a punish on IG. Look for specifically Zhachi. And that's denied.
No, that was nice. I like the turn that IG had on the bin. Yes, that Renekton is big, but he was too far ahead of his team. So Zhachi was able to at least buy a little bit of space with that transcendent dash. They got through Renekton before the rest of BLG could join, and what looked to be a potential angle here for BLG as they do get Renard Flash. I just don't think Knight or Viper were close enough, as Knight isn't in position to follow up. They didn't have the Cataclysm anymore, and I mean, again, Viper really not able to auto priority targets. Way had the Crescent Guard up, Renard gets out, and IG will take at least take the kill. It is still, I would say, overall the win for BLG, given they did get the Dragon. But a lot of tools burned by both teams in some of the posturing here. So I think ability for each team to kind of have a few sequences where you can play quicker. As Renard's down flash, other flashes are missing once I see this chart drop, as we're going to revisit. And I think that it is going to provide opportunities here, especially for a champion like Jarvan to try and get in there and punish, as no flash on Annie or Xin Zhao. Definitely potential to link up with Knight and try and make some things happen and maybe get a kill, opening up into a potential Dragon setup or even a Baron take now that we have Baron on the map.
Yeah, 22 minutes into the game, that becomes a real possibility. A lot of the top lane dominated by BLG right now as Knight gets to push with reckless abandon down the top lane. There's no vision for BLG up here. Knight just knows he's got the space because everyone else can be seen by BLG across the rest of the map.
We do have Breathe. He got a wave in. He's collapsing. Renard does have a TP available if IG wants to get a little bit funky. Keep in mind, Bin has no TP. So look at Bin now. He had that wave on his side of the turret. He has to run here because IG is forcing.
Crescent Guard popped, and Shun out of there with the flag and drag. Renard wants the engage, but remember, flashless after the last Cataclysm from BLG.
Stuck.
And Wayne, now with no defensive tools, is going to go down. Bin also flashless. Can't actually find the flash down onto Zhachi like he did last time, but BLG picked off the jungler, and we literally just said Baron's available.
Yeah, I kind of like the initial idea for IG, but the defense a little bit too good for BLG, as Renard wasn't quite able to get in range to find the engage in Knight. We talked about scaling advantage overall being for IG. It is in Knight's hands heavily, though, in the mid lane. And his Syndra, he's in really big shape, as Syndra could do a lot of damage here. Might be catching Mako.
He can go for this.
Oh, no.
Flash and drag, Cataclysm. Zhachi low, but first it's Shun that gets burst down. Zhachi and Mako disengage. That was incredible that they managed to escape a flag and drag that BLG really patiently set up.
I mean, you would really think that a double flag and drag into a Cataclysm onto Yunara Lulu would lead to more than just that Jarvan going down. I feel like Shun would be happy to go down if things were traded. Instead, only gets the flashes out of Yunara Lulu. So I will say, with those flashes down, I really don't know if IG can contest the next dragon. I think that BLG can turn this into another dragon, as when Jarvan spawns, Cataclysm should be up soon. And they can really try and pressure Yunara Lulu this time around. But yeah, I kind of wish I got a second look at that one, because I really feel like that was a really sound engage that you would take any day of the week from Shun playing Jarvan in this game. It just didn't turn into any kills outside of his own demise.
And Mako still has his heal as well. I mean, yeah, we got both flashes popped, we got the barrier popped, but there are still defensive tools that weren't even forced out of IG during that sequence, and BLG lost their jungler and lost their chance at a Baron, as slim as it may have been.
Serpent's Fang finished now on Viper, so not the best damage item, but will help take down some of the shields we're going to be seeing from Annie, Cassante, and of course that Lulu. As Shun
looking for a flank.
Yeah, going to be spotted out though. Some good wards by IG, trying to make sure that they cannot be flanked by that Jarvan. But front to backs, when you have Corki rockets and scatters, it's tricky. So Bernard's going to look for an angle. He does have flash to go over the wall. Yep.
Finds Corki. Isolated this time, but with the crescent guard up from Wei, he's got some time in the front line. Unfortunately, there's no backup for him as Bin tanks up a lot of damage, a lot of focus from IG as they now go on to him, securing the dragon. In the meanwhile, it's a nice smite from Wei, and now Bin, left on the wrong side of the jungle, leaves Wei behind him in the dragon pit to be sacrificed to BLG.
You know what, though? It wasn't an IG Dragon secure, as Shun had to flash out from the Renard combo, so Smite wasn't in range of the Dragon. Wei was able to sneak in there and get it. And this has been kind of a chaotic game that I feel like has less blood than what I'd expect overall, with all the fighting and skirmishing that we've had, Dia. But in the end, if you're IG, I think you're decently happy with this game state. Knight's a lot bigger than what you'd hope on this Syndra, but you've got 3 dragons. Jachi's in a really good spot right now, and BLG, I think, feels some pressure to push, as they might get Renard's TP. Yep, Baron's low.
IG know that this is happening, or they at least suspect. Down to half HP.
Wei's in base.
IG are in here, but Wei is still coming from base. 6,000 HP. No smite in the pit, but BLG's. As this Baron goes lower and lower, it looks like it's becoming a certainty. 2k HP, and a smite to come through. BLG secure the Baron and get out of the pit.
Oh my god. That damage onto Annie was crazy. Again, Wei went down late in that fight. So it is the Dragon for Baron. I think now you're a lot happier in the game state that BLG's in, getting Baron. I think that was really important. They took that while Wei was down. Because if not, if they don't get that Baron, I think you're staring down a soul point as we look at this fight again. Keep your eyes on Renard. We talked about the flash going over. Good interrupt from On to follow this up, because Wei couldn't get the full chain off. He's a little bit late to hop in. But that tidal wave was really big, clearing some space for Viper to get out and fight. But still, these are some of the difficulties that I think teams have playing against Annie, because this champion, the stuns, the raw upfront damage you can bring to the table can really open up space for champions like Jachi's Yunara to do work. And even though like Renard is very behind in this game, still was able to bring up an effective enough engage where he got Jun out in the back half, and that was enough to make sure the Dragon did go down. As we're seeing the siege continue for BLG here, and they're going to clean up a lot of gold from these inner turrets.
Got about 2 minutes till Renard can do that again. Flashless for now, just the proto belt in his hands, or I suppose around his waist. That would be where that goes, more than likely. BLG do, as you say, get a lot of gold off of this. Standing towers, the tier 2s still left, specifically the one in bot lane, the last left standing. IG unlikely to be able to defend this, as the rest of BLG are collapsing down here as well, but man, do they want to try. Wei's positioning for it. All 5 members of BLG show up strong in this lane.
I think this tower is just going to fall. IG doing the best defense they can, but no anti-flash. Down Baron creeps, and yeah, every time Knight has scatter up, you can see Jachi really doing his best to try and play around it, because we have seen these QEs hit like absolute bricks coming out of Knight, who now has access to level 16. I'm sure that Syndra's passive is fully evolved. Yep, I see the 120 on my screen. So again, Knight Syndra, that signature pick for him, and a good matchup into the Annie. I think Renard has... you kind of have to eat it sometimes as the Annie in this game, Dia. I think that Renard's done his best utility-wise to be effective in some of these fights, but still the focus from BLG that we saw from Shun and Knight to get him behind. It has set up BLG and one of their star players in Knight to have success in this game, and want to see if Knight can cash this one in.
As back and forth as this game has been, we've also got to acknowledge that, you know, there are fights here that IG win as well. Renard has flash back up right now.
This is scary.
Knight
Goodbye.
has waited in the bush and catches his prey. Mako, no outplaying that one, unfortunately.
And that is going to be the next dragon going over to BLG, as they have full control over that bot side jungle. And unless IG can really find BLG making a mistake, I don't see any way that this dragon has to go to them, as Viper's going to pepper Renard on the way in, and that inhibitor turret. Q-plate's going to fall in favor of BLG, and as long as Knight can fish with these scatters and play these front to backs, I think it is uphill treading for IG.
Viper's really getting to play like he's immortal as well. You can tell on position just a few Teemos behind him. has the disengage ready. Viper's got so much safety with Flash, Barrier, and Valkyrie all available. And IG are going to struggle to get on top of him, or even on top of Knight, who keeps playing like this. Proto Belt out, as Wei did look for the engage, but only finds Shun, one of the tankiest members of BLG right now, as the Dragon is up. IG would really like to find a pick, but are coming up empty-handed as Mako takes 75% of his HP from a full screen away.
Yeah, and that can be some of the trickies going into stuff like Syndra Corki, because all eyes have to be on Jauchi this game. Jauchi is the most fed member in the game. It's going to be about clearing space for him, and that's a scatter that hits as Renard.
Oh, flash from Renard doesn't connect!
That's got to be Dragon. I don't know how IG can fight this, with Mako being low, and their biggest engage tool now being down with Renard missing flash too. I think IG sticking around for this is a little optimistic, quite frankly, because again, every time the scatter's up, feels like another member of IG is losing half their health.
Taking more and more damage. IG start
TP
the Dragon,
from
but this is very, very ill-advised. Teleport behind. IG are getting put into the burrito of pain as Tidal Wave comes in. They have to collapse on Shun, who instead traps him in the Cataclysm. Bins all over the back line as Jauchi, kiting away from him, is still going to get farmed. Knight shows up and smacks him down. A double kill gets picked up for Viper, and Wei, the last member standing, melts through the Gatling gun. BLG wrap him up and shut him down.
Again, that just kind of felt like an ill-advised take from IG. I don't think that you have to flip the game there. The second Dragon going over to BLG, you were really playing at such a disadvantage with no flash on Renard, no Tibbers, which, I mean, far from coming off cooldown here. You have Mako at half health, Wei at half health. Bin finds the TP and plays back, and I want to give Jauchi some kudos for how he played this over the wall. I think that getting over the wall and Breathe dragging someone to him created a decent scenario. But this engage was very good from BLG. Completely splits up IG around the terrain, just given how they used the tidal wave and where Shun and Bin decided to take the fight. I just don't really feel like IG had any hope of winning this off the setup. And the fact that they were a little bit too stubborn, still trying and convert the objective when, with the setup and the posturing, BLG clearly got a big advantage for themselves.
That gets even larger when you consider the Dragon and now
10K.
the Baron that has become available. BLG get to clear out the entire top side jungle of IG. They've got vision permanently in here. And look, they've got another Bin flank coming in. BLG, they're not just looking to farm objectives, they're looking to farm champions right now. Renard forced to teleport in and maybe to his death as Bin's still coming up from the bot lane. BLG, they're taking this fight.
This is such a weird part of the map to be corralled again for IG. There's watch Renard. It's going to be on him to pull the trigger, but Jauchi's at half. And all they can do is just sit here.
Breathe goes for the engage.
Oh, it's bad.
Out goes the Tibbers onto literally nothing as Viper looks for Renard, melts through him, and accesses the backline just as easily. It's another double kill for Knight, another for Viper, a triple for Viper as BLG get their second ace is in as many minutes. They don't need the Baron, they're looking for the base.
I really just feel like the two spots of the map that IG died or went down, it's so weird to be stuck going for a top outer turret as 5 there. Not to mention the extended bot outer posturing we just saw. Again, going into Syndra Corki. When you're not able to find angles, find flanks, you have to play heads up against these tools like Scatter and Rockets. That's not a fight you're going to win, especially going up against Na'Vi Sustain. And BLG bounced back from that loss against Top Esports with a Game 1 win over IG here, Dia.
This game, close at the beginning, not so close near the end. BLG really knew how to close that game out by capitalizing on an IG that looked increasingly more panicked. That's what I'm going to chalk that up to there. Because, Cubby, like you said, these were not the positions to be taking fights in. These were things that IG, I think, could have set up significantly more cleanly to do. A top outer and a Dragon, not really the places that you want to be giving up your game.
Yeah, I feel like that Dragon, again, IG could have reset, maybe played for gold elsewhere. And after the Renard attempt on the Knight where he react flashed, a flash Tibbers coming in, kind of crazy from Knight, but what we've come to expect from this player. I think that once that happens, once Mako's chunked, pull back, go reset, go farm some camps, go try and get control elsewhere instead of signing up to kind of keep on ramming your head into that brick wall against Corki, Nami, Syndra. I think all the control you have, again, playing heads up, you literally are running into a brick wall, and that brick wall hurt like hell when thinking about Knight scatters and all the damage that he was able to put down in that game as Knight. Certainly for me is the Pog, walking away with that one. But honorable mention to Bin. I think Bin had some great angles on the Renekton. I don't want to take away from his ability to really pincer IG. I just think that if your game-losing fight is playing for top outer and getting stuck in the top lane alcove, you probably messed up as a team. And that really felt like the solution for IG, where they just tried to keep on stacking as 5. That wasn't working, and things went bad to worse rather quickly against BLG in that later game.
Yeah, I'd like to offer in here as well. Shun first picked the Jarvan. I thought he had a really fantastic game on J4. He was setting things up really well for the team, and a lot of the early kills that Knight was able to get also set up around that very same Annie matchup that you mentioned, where you really can't do much against the Jarvan.
Yeah, really like how we saw the punishes come in. Again, we set that up in the Draftia, Jarvan, Syndra. A lot of power there to try and punish enemy mid laners. And yeah, Renard, again, Annie, I think, is a champion where I like Annie in games where you do have something like Lulu Yunara or Lulu Xin, where there is enough damage or Annie can create enough space where that opening fight for Yunara, you pop the Transcendence, you take advantage of the increased auto attack speed from that blue item that I'm blanking on the name of that I should have known before I set myself up for failure with that point. But you know, you're trying to have a big opening to these fights, and I do think we saw Jotchi do his best to try and pump out the damage, but for me, that game wasn't as much on him as much as the pieces around him and some of the decisions that his team made to take the fights they did, because I don't feel like they put Jotchi in the best place for success always in those last couple of fights, which is too bad, because Jotchi, even though IG was behind, was the most fed member of the game behind Knight Syndra.
Yeah, he was playing, he was positioning really well. Remember, it was Jotchi that first had the killer instinct, and I mean that only figuratively because Yunara. He did manage to find the first blood onto On really early in this game when there was so much chaos around the bot lane. I think that Jotchi is incredible at finding his purpose in these sort of awkward situations and was able to do that even in the late game fights. I think he was putting out an incredible amount of damage. If anything, probably the member that made these fights hardest for BLG, especially when we think about the incredible engage that Shun was able to find onto Jotchi and Mako. And the fact that they were still able to get out, I think that only speaks to the caliber of bot lane that IG are playing with in this game and in this league.
No, I actually think that Jotchi had a nice game. I think looking through the replays, we'll see if we find any angles where Jotchi might have been able to play a little bit more efficiently. But for me, again, some of the team decisions that were made was the difference maker there with IG. I just think being a little bit stubborn with some of the fights they took in that later stage. So, that said, this was an impressive solo kill from Bin. I wasn't expecting this with the Steel Caps rush. Again, I mostly see Phage rush for Renekton versus Cassante, but Steel Caps rush, we were pickaxe and 2 ruby crystals at this breakpoint, and Bin able to find the solo kill was very nice from him, as Bin, again, continues to be the top laner to beat, really since first stand coming back. I think Split 1, he kind of turned it on for playoffs, but man, at first stand, he was just a different beast there.
Yeah.
As you know what? I guess this theme could be, we saw Shelly cage, and then it was about Cage and the Tibbers for the rest of the game. Just animal imprisonment from BLG for this game, Dia. Whether you like it or not, it worked.
I hope PETA doesn't watch the LPL. That's what I'll say.
You know, that might be a great career goal, by the way, to get added by PETA. Because their tweets are like the cringiest business tweets I think I've ever seen in a lot of scenarios, you know? I'm all for animal protection, but sometimes they go a little bit too far. Little bit.
PETA, I have been enjoying the one of like, where do you draw the line? And people have just been drawing lines right over, I don't know if you've seen this, or like right over what they consider food. All right, it's fine. Some people,
that's kind of funny.
I want to say you're maybe not chronically online, but we might just be in different parts of the internet, to be honest.
I think it's different parts of the internet. I might have to get updated about your parts of the internet, though. That sounds fun or funny. But again,
PETA memes for some reason.
Yeah. Like, this fight for me, I think Jotchi put out that fight as well as he could. I really just don't see a way that BLG is able to win, or IG is able to win, especially after BLG. The angles that Bin had, and then, again, if you're stuck up at this part of the map, and this is your game-losing fight, something went wrong before this fight broke out, which I think is very much the case for IG in this scenario. Is BLG, props to them, as per usual. BLG, when they got a lead, this team, I think, is one of the best teams in the world when it comes to shutting the door and closing out games on their opponents. Definitely showed their might in that category against IG in this game.
Yeah, they really understand exactly how to punish teams that, much like IG were a little off balance, a little off kilter in the face of the constant pressure that BLG were putting out, and they were doing that from minute one. I think IG early game were really responding well to the complications that BLG threw at them, because you'll remember the invade that we saw from Shun really early on into this game. A lot of other teams, other junglers, will struggle to respond to that, and IG actually managed to find their way to an advantageous game state out of that.
It's a good shout, Tia. Yeah, that's a good shot. It was kind of a fun jungle back and forth. We saw Wei and Shun go back to back. I was about to say, let's just give Knight the pog and get out of here and get into game 2. Knight gets the pog. I think that was kind of a no-brainer coming in, as Knight Syndra is always a treat and a half to watch, and boy, was it good that game. So you want Deathless and Legendary. Can't ask for much more than that, Tia.
No. Knight was absolutely fantastic, and as you say, this comes just in time for us to prepare for Game 2. As we do, I'd like to remind all of you that games like this are made possible by our supporters on Coffee. If you'd like to support the LPL English, consider becoming one of our Coffee members, as it is the best way to support the LPL English project, as a vast majority of your contributions go directly into implementing things on the broadcast, making our broadcast package possible, and of course, paying our on-air talent behind the scenes. By supporting our Coffee, you will also get access to things like the exclusive content and interviews that we do, the ability to ask questions, and of course, early access to all of the amazing things we do over on LPL English, while we can continue to cover incredible games and series like this after the break. Welcome back to the LPL English broadcast as first game of BLG IG certainly went, I think, the way that those at home might have anticipated with BLG taking the win, but IG certainly had a lot of fight in them, as you and I teased going into the series. Something that I'm anticipating seeing a whole lot more of in Game 2, as Endgame did kind of get away from them, Kevin.
Yeah, I feel like the last two fights or groupings that we did see from IG Dia weren't as representative of, I guess, like how competitive they were making that game, because they were down a little bit in gold, but they were sitting at what could have been a Cloud Soul point at a 2 to 3k gold deficit, where their Yunara was the one that was really far ahead. So that's not a bad spot to be if you're kind of playing that supportive comp where you're trying to create as much space as possible for the Yunara. So yeah, I feel like that was a close game until IG got a little bit stubborn and went for a few plays that probably weren't there against BLG. And doing that against a team like BLG, they are great at shutting the door. I think that how they play out Baron deploys has always been really supreme. And just the talent that all 5 players have on that roster, they are a strong team to knock out in the LPL. I mean, it's pretty hard, pretty rare, but we see that happen unless BLG are slumping. And, well, they might have gone 0-2 against Top Esports, but it's by no means a slump, Dia. This is still, I think, the team to beat in many people's eyes when it comes to the LPL.
And again, transitive property of equality. IG beat Top Esports. And in order to do that, in order to beat any roster, but especially BLG, you really need to find a point of pressure and keep pushing. We saw BLG do this, and we talked about this like early on in the game with the early invade from Shun, but continuing on, they always had Knight in a side lane, positioning really close to, say, the tier 2s of IG. They are finding ways to, across the entire map, poke and prod at your game plan so that you have to be making decisions. I would like to see more of IG be able to do that to BLG. It doesn't have to be across the map. It doesn't have to be in every role at every time, but you must have a strength that you continue pushing forward.
Yeah, I think that some of the strengths of that last game, we have to look to Jachi. That was not a bad Yunara performance. That game definitely, I don't think, was on Jachi. I think it was more so on the positions that his team ended up in. And kind of the poking and prodding that we saw really go to the Corki Nami team, which is where they can be so diabolical. But diving into game 2, looks like we're going to have the same scenario here, Dia. As IG have chosen counterpick, BLG have chosen red side. And that means we could have a rather similar draft. We did see Varus Ashe banned out by BLG in game 1.
We also saw some Karma taken away in the first stage of the draft. IG this time won't have to be dealing with anything like the Knight Syndra, which is going to be quite nice, but by the same token, we also won't have this awkward Yunara Lulu situation. One of the picks that remains, however, from game 1 that you and I were talking about, Pantheon for BLG,
shout.
a very real possibility.
Good shout. As the bans do remain the same here for BLG, do we see a Pantheon or maybe even an Ambessa ban with Renekton out of the pool? I think a lot more pressure to maybe take away something like Ambessa, which is a champion I think Breathe plays really well. And Bin, if I had any criticism of Bin as a player, I do think that it's sometimes takes Bin a little bit longer to pick up champions versus his peers. But by God, has he picked up Ambessa and really run with that champion. He is a master on the champion now. We actually see Ryze taken away now in the first phase. We saw Ryze banned out in the latter phase for game 1. As IG took that away with bans 4 and 5. But going to make sure Knight doesn't get his hands on that one right off the rip here.
I'm just going to say it, Ryze. I thought it, so I may as well. Ryze kind of the Renekton of the mid lane. He's just generically powerful. He's just going to clear the wave, have some kill threat. And with that taken away, like you talked about, Ambessa still potent, even as Pantheon gets locked in, but this the generically powerful champion for Shun.
Yeah, and again, I mean, looking at BLG so far this year, Shun has played 13 games of Xin Zhao, 12 games of Pantheon, and the Pantheon has been a really big pick for BLG. As Shun, everything that he wants to do with this champ, getting active early, trying to go for some of the invades. Pantheon is I think one of the strongest champions that we have right now on the patch. But will be one. We'll see if he can pilot at a high level, as I'm used to seeing. But for me, and Wei, kind of, I really feel like Nocturne kind of has to be the answer here into the Pantheon. I mean, you can go Wukong, but Nocturne gives you a little bit more early power. And the option to try and get up in the face of the Pantheon is dueling Nocturne early is something that pretty much no jungler in the game can do. So I think this has to be the choice for Wei, as you kind of get to match the semi-globals and supply some of that early pressure that IG might be looking for.
Really nice support pick as well for Mako. When we talk about generically powerful champions, very rarely does Bard come up, because Bard is not in his own right just going to outright win you a game because of the numbers, but you put it in the hands of somebody like Mako. We've got several really talented Bard players here in the LPL, and you can really make some magic happen. Journeys or everything, really. It feels like Bard can really do a little bit of everything. Ezreal, Jace locked in on the other side is some pretty extreme poke coming out of BLG, though.
Yeah, I will say Jace is really strong. We've seen a lot of Jace, and in the hands of good Jace players, I think that Jace is definitely a pick that can be played in the meta. I don't love Jace, though, into a champion like Nocturne, because the ability to attack Jace now on the side lane is pretty big. I think Jace is definitely can be punished in that area. And curious, yeah, if we get another side laner to try and help catch that in. So Breathe going to take the York. This is a good matchup into the Jace. And the ability for Nocturne New York to find a 2.5v1 to the side lane, really, with the Maiden, I think could be a winning formula for IG. So differences of strategy showing here early, Dia, with the York being the dedicated side laner, the Nocturne able to potentially really impact side lane play with the threat that he has, and that's semi-global. Whereas that Jace Ezreal, kind of a poke core for BLG, which worked out really well for them in game one, because they kind of ended up with that, right, with the Cinder Core Kinami.
Yeah, the Ezreal going to fulfill a very similar role here, and I much prefer the pick for Breathe of Yorick than Cassante, as Cassante really didn't do much for them last game. There was, I think, not a single time where I was like, oh my gosh, this all out, changing the game. We didn't really see too much of that, so having Yorick as a champion that can actually do something at all points in the game is going to be really nice. Caitlyn taken away, so is the Nico, as we're focusing down towards the bot lane on, realistically for BLG, what are good matchups for the Ezreal, and likely taken away a little bit more of the range.
Yeah, definitely targeting on with those two bans, as I will say his Anivia still up if he wants it. I think that could be an option if they want to try and find something lane dominant into the Bard. Speaking of lane dominance, of course, Caitlyn denied from Jachi. As we have seen Kate Bard really climb up the ranks in priority. Pretty easy to chain traps off of those long stun durations with the Qs and the Tempered Fates. I actually am kind of curious about the Victor ban, because I was thinking of Victor as being a pretty decent pick for Knight here. If he wanted to go for some control and kind of feed into the poke as well.
Is it possible we're flexing this Jace?
Yes, it is. It's definitely something that Knight can play. And frankly, something I don't know if Victor ban gives away, though. It's going to be Jace mid. But it could be flexible, as Jin's coming in. Yorick and the pets do set up Jin to hit some of those deadly flourishes at range, which I do like for Jin. I think that Jin needs a little bit of setup. And there isn't that super tank in the top lane to really deny or dissuade Jin, unless we want to see some crazy swaps going on. But Sion and the Yorick, we've seen a lot, and again, that's kind of a favorable matchup for Yorick. You definitely don't want to take a tank up into the top lane into that thing if you are going to put the Jace mid, which, based on the hovers, doesn't look like that's going to be the plan for BLG.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like what they're considering, although I really like the idea of Mel here, giving even more range to the composition. Instead, they will go with the LeBlanc out of Knight.
I mean, we haven't seen this pick out of Knight so far this split, but it is Renard's champ. We've seen a lot of LeBlanc played by Renard, and I think he's played the champ decently well. That said, he did lose in that game 3 versus Weibo against Xiaohu's Lissandra, and it looks like he's going to take something out of the book, as he's going to play his own Lissandra, going into the LeBlanc. And this gives you some pretty decent defense against Pantheon LeBlanc. Your ability to go into the tomb yourself, try and get out of potential Panth stun or the chains or those combos. Also, your ability to try and break what looks to be a poke setup in a very squishy team. I want to see Renard play this Lissandra to get a lot of one-shot ability coming in. Try and cater to the one-shots. You add on to the ability for Nocturne to hunt in the sides. And I gotta say, if Renard can find angles, turning off the lights with a Paranoia, and then throwing the Claw in from Fog, that's really tough for teams to deal with. It's kind of a different iteration or version of Nocturne Ahri. Because Ahri into the Blanc can be a hard matchup for Ahri. Whereas the Sandra into the Blanc, a little bit of a happier matchup for the Sandra. I do think that the Blanc can win this, but it takes a lot of skill. And we didn't see Renard get the best of it going into Xiaohu. So fun to see Renard now play the other side of the matchup against Knight.
Yeah, now is seeing how these compositions have played themselves out. I do want to touch back in on the weakness of IG from game number 1, sort of lacking the quick go button. Nocturne has solved a lot of that for me. As reliant as he is on the ultimate, you definitely have a go button, and Lissandra and Jhin being there to back this up, just giving an incredible amount of utility to what I'll call the core 4 of this bot lane for IG. Is that enough to take on BLG?
That's enough to take on the Pantheon early. As I was in NAC earlier today, Dia. I forgot about the Jayos. I had to honor those. That's my bad.
We
got
more
them
collegiate cheering.
Yeah, we got them louder. As do some collegiate cheering tomorrow, as we do have the round of 32 starting. But my love for NA development in League of Legends has to go to the wayside for now, because we've got big pro game being played here between BLG and IG. Both teams sitting at 3-1, trying to get the edge on the other in the standings and bounce back from a loss earlier in the week. As if you guys missed game 1, we did see BLG, I think, play out their comp really nicely as IG got a little bit stubborn as the game went on, trying to make their strats work. They did not work. And this game with the Jhin Bard does look like IG, I think, appropriately opting to path away from this, but BLG and Shun matching, because he's going to work his way towards the top side as well.
Nicely timed exhaust does to trade the summoners pretty early on for BLG. I think IG are going to be really thankful that we aren't seeing any of the early game shenanigans that we did last time, though. Shun staying in his own side of the jungle for now, and even that pretty warded up. So everybody knows where the junglers are going to be, and that should theoretically give IG a little bit more time to prepare for the later stage of the game when, especially at level 6 for Wei, where he'll be feeling a lot more comfortable impacting the rest of the map as the junglers start clearing that top side, and finally we will get a ping from IG recognizing where Shun is.
I will say that if a play breaks out on this top crab between Nocturne and Pantheon, I favor the ability for Nocturne to duel. That said, if the lanes get involved for BLG, LeBlanc can be a really deadly setup, and at least potential to play with Pantheon, as Renard blows all of his cooldowns to get this wave in and get that TP back first. We'll be a little bit late in terms of helping out with that crab if it does end up being contested, but looks like Shun prioritized clearing out his AoE cast first and is going to work his way towards that bot crab, knowing that he doesn't have priority versus the Nocturne.
Not a stellar early back from Renard, but doesn't want to deal with having to manage his mana up against Knight, which is completely understandable.
It was fine.
Yeah.
It was kind of necessary. Wei going for the double crab, though, as Shun to go straight for it. Yeah, bit of maybe a missed opportunity here. It's going to be a nice lead for Wei in the jungle, getting both crabs and going to be able to cycle out his bot camps quite easily, I think, before the base. He'll be pretty happy with this.
You invade Wei, he wins. You don't invade Wei, he wins. You know, the early game just going quite well for IG. 2 games now. Now, the Jace matchup, something that I do want to keep my eye on, as the Yorick was picked into it intentionally, of course, but it is another case of BLG grabbing Bin, a generically powerful champion, and trusting him to do what he does best and dominate the top lane.
This was, real quick, I'm with you, Dia. It was kind of a weird sequence from Shun, who did a little bit of a ring around the rosy. Went for bot crab. Looks like he tried to look for the top crab, and both were gone. So he's going to be late to getting to his respawn camps, whereas Nocturne has already finished up both, clearing as fast as he always does. As we have seen Nocturne be a very highly contested jungler this split, just because of his ability to really open up Raptor invades and his dueling ability, how quickly he clears one of the primo power junglers on the patch.
We're starting to tick our way ever closer to level 6s as level 5s hit in the jungle, but 22 seconds left on first dragon spawn. We've still got another 3 minutes until grubs, something that teams should start to think about. You'll notice a lot of vision placed already in the river for both BLG and IG to keep tabs on what happens with this first dragon, which will be a Cloud Drake.
One that I think that Nocturne's going to try and want to get involved in, but honestly, Wei going to try and get this top crab first, because if he gets the top crab, that will be level 6. And then we might be able to see him get involved against Bin and the Jace. Really curious where this first ult goes for Wei. I think he has options, because you do have the Tomb mid to play with Renard, and Paranoia in the Tomb, that sounds good to me. But LeBlanc can be quite slippery, and I think that there is a little bit more credence to maybe setting this Jace behind. Because if Jace does get behind, again, Breathe on the Yorick, this dedicated side laner. Want to see if he can really be the one that stretches out the map, because Ezreal LeBlanc will not be able to deal with Yorick later on. This Yorick really has potential, I think, this game to be huge.
And currently has been completely undisturbed. Crab going to be spawning topside. There's also the chance for Renard and Wei to just try and one-shot the Pantheon.
He's trying to get 6 off this wave. Look at that
yeah.
XP bar for Wei. It's kind of close. We're going.
Close enough. Renard is going to go in on this. Has level 6, but has to burn it on himself to stay alive. With Mako here and a Fear now burned onto Shun, but not actually completed. Wei's got to back off. And IG... They're fishing. They really want the level 6 play.
Breathe here.
With Breathe here, maybe they can make it happen. Knight's in the back line looking for Renard, and he picks up first blood as Shun gets trapped in the baby cage and shut down by IG. With Bin's late arrival, he's looking for Wei, and he will manage to pop the jungler. Finally, the escape from IG gonna come in. 2 for 2. Wei and Renard down, Bin and Shun down, but Knight the big winner.
Yeah, Mako getting both those kills, not exactly ideal here for IG. I think they would have liked that gold elsewhere. That said, taking Jace off the map when he already TP'd, this is going to help Breathe get ahead, and Breathe was quite big in that skirmish. So I think that's the biggest positive I can see for IG. But again, kind of a weird start to the fight, and I did not like that entrance from Renard.
Oof. Flash out of Viper as well. Jachi does pop barrier to avoid death. And will be able to back off. Burning Flash out of Viper, not really the most punishable thing in the world, but still going to be a nice feather in your cap as we take another look back at how this all went down. IG really trying to force.
A great chain from off the Shun stun, but Renard ulting himself there I don't think is part of the strategy. And then he's kind of pulled or dragged to stay, where he's at half. Knight's able to find him as Renard, again the target. Tomb off cooldown. Tomb's on
Knight
CD.
picks up another kill. Yep. This is not the way it was written, Cubby. This is not how it's meant to go.
Tomb was on CD. They found him while that Tomb was down, and it feels like both games are real priority on BLG to try and play out the mid-jungle duo. I think Pantheon LeBlanc and Jarvan Syndra into the picks that I've seen Renard pull out. It's really strong combos. I think they've really drafted to try and make life hard on Renard, and BLG playing with that draft well around the mid lane. As Renard behind again in this game.
Been having an awkward time up against the Yorick. We haven't really seen Breathe get giant yet, but he's sitting on a decent amount of gold when he should choose to back. Mako and Jachi have been relatively undisturbed as the Viper on matchup hasn't been too punishing, but the real focus, as you've said, has been around this mid lane as Renard once again tries to get aggressive in the jungle as Wei looks for the mid laner. The two split. Renard's trying to kill Wei's counterpart, and Wei's trying to kill his. In the end, they get neither.
That was a lot burned to get away a red buff. I do think that this is going to help with what could be a grub fight. As Breathe does have the Maiden coming off cooldown, so if he wants to throw down the Maiden, I think Wei's going to start hitting the grubs, and grubs for Yorick, very good. Because again, Yorick going to try and be that dedicated side laner. Grub's going to help him break open the map. So IG get a small win there, but yeah, the first Paranoia, I mean, you're going to get grubs out of it, you got an enemy red buff out of it, but it doesn't come with a kill. It doesn't come with setting an opponent behind.
Shun, even though he's spotted on vision backing, still does go straight to Dragon on his way back. There's the possibility that this gets traded and the BLG pick up first Drake. Even though this is on vision, IG seem happy going back to their own jungle. It could be all right.
It's no up for Wei. He's got his camps up. He took the grubs. I think that this is just part of the trade going on. Not exactly contestable here. Shane and W missing from our two mid laners. As On. Good catch by Mako to prevent all the damage from going over to Jachi, but On doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, still
on
not
the
great.
Anivia.
Mako gets burned down.
Maybe we should have caught the Ezreal damage. Dia? A little bit not calculated.
It's you or
there.
your AD, I think. I fear that he had a fake choice.
Well, Jachi had barrier and flash up. Mako did burn the heal and also burned through his entire health bar and life. So, not exactly what I'm hoping to see from my LPL support goat, Dia. This guy is historically Mako is one of the goats of the league, and I think his bard's a good one. So we'll see if he can bounce back later on in this game and prove that one.
Really been about team utility, and right now he's in the mid lane, looking for a little bit more of it. On's shown up here as well, though, and this Anivia has been a pain in whatever behind Bard has. We do have a Paranoia up. I mean, we can fight this, especially with the distortion used. Wei's gonna burn his ult right on top of Knight, try and shut him down as the fear comes through. Flash forward from Renard, and the kill does go over to Wei, who flashes just to avoid the little bit of damage that On was going to throw at him. Could have been enough on top of the turret. That shutdown's big, though.
Yeah, I think the flash from Knight was cast a little bit early, because what he's trying to do is he wants to break the tether. Got to pause as the ult casts top. Breathe flashes. Okay.
And all good.
Breathe gets out with a flash, so might be a potential revisit up there, but I think Breathe happy with that. Yeah, I think Knight wasn't able to break the tether. Might have flashed a little bit too early after what it looked to me. The Paranoia came through. You want to let it hit and then flash and try and W out after. I think Knight kind of prioritized clearing too much space early. Might have wanted to hold that distortion, or the secondary one, on the ult. So after Paranoia hits, he could distort out, then flash out to break the tether and get out. Knight actually, I think, kind of played that mechanically wrong and ended up going down. So rare mistake from Knight and a good pickup for Wei, as that will help that ult cooldown get off CD even faster with Ultimate Hunter, as Viper and On looking aggressively.
Joshy's just having such a difficult time answering this back. Knight does eat a tomb, but Shun is here. Forces the glacial path out, and Renard managed to back away, survive this one. On relentless, however, fighting for vision in this tribe rush, and will do a lot of damage to Mako as a result. He's just sitting there eating this. Has to actually flash away even with the magical journey, and Jockey's in trouble as he eats the exhaust underneath the tower. Sub 100 HP, and Jachi manages to survive. Wei coming down, and Paranoia gets popped on the overextending Anivia. Finally, the bot lane pushes up one step too far.
Man, On was on fire with that sequence, just overextended a hair too much. Talked about Wei's ultimate cooldown being a bit lower with every kill. Another tick in the right direction for getting that Paranoia back up off cooldown with progressing that Ultimate Hunter. And I mean, I thought On was cooking there. I think that, so on Anivia, at home, if you cast your R to cancel it, you can actually get a bonus tick. You get an extra tick when you cancel it. I think if he canceled it, he might have actually found the kill on Jachi. I didn't see the cancel or the extra tick. That's something to look out for. If you watch the tick, right after ticks, you cancel it, you get another one as part of your Anivia attack. I mean, Jachi was so low that actually could have been the difference between him living or not. That said, On goes down, loses the egg, and Jachi gets the kill. And IG kind of evens up the scoreboard here a bit, Dia.
Yeah, this was one of those scenarios where you're begging for jungle attention and it's so difficult to give. Finally, Wei is able to grant time over to the bot lane because, honestly, the rest of the map has been incredibly difficult. On does overextend, however, without egg and without much to do, unfortunately. Will go down with 30 seconds left on this Rift Herald and the next Dragon. This could very easily turn into more for IG.
In the spirit of WrestleMania being this weekend, and me casting with Deserex earlier today, Breathe gets to be the Undertaker a little bit as York. As here we go. Wei's going in. Tower disabled. Oh, Mako. What was that Q?
As was foretold. Magical Journey out. Does save Mako, and a lot of damage on Bin, but no kill.
Brother was feared, and that Q was thrown in the Narnia. Mako, my goat. We must play better. Just a little bit. I think that really could have been a kill. It could have been a kill on the Bin. Yeah, the paranoia was so self-inflicted there. I think that was a missed out opportunity to kill on the Bin. I really think IG had that play.
This time going to go a bit long on it. However, BLG do get the Rift Herald as a result. They saw the reset come in from IG, who are now looking for a fight on. Will he get locked up? In comes the Deadly Flourish. Cleanse to come through, but out goes a Curtain Call, slowing him down his way. Collects yet another one, giving the kill over to Jachi.
So,
Dragon up.
Dia, I know we have a lot of Jhin haters at home. I just know it. This champion has been a little bit divisive. I think we've seen a lot of games where Jhin just goes up against a tank and doesn't have enough damage. You know where I do really like Jhin, though, in these scenarios? You can outrange or kind of be an arms race to make sure your team has more range. Bree's going to go down in the top lane.
This is a trade, by the way. There's a reason that we're not freaking out about this. BLG know that the dragon is being taken, and they want a top lane in response. It looks like they're going to get it as well with the Rift Herald charge here. This could very easily be first tower going to BLG.
But one of the more common trades that we used to see was Jhin being played into Ziggs in past seasons. And part of that was that Jhin was one of the few champions you could take where you actually get a range advantage into Ziggs. I kind of see that in this game where you're playing Jhin into Ezreal, into Jace. We talked about the poke comp and that control that Anivia brings. You do outrange Anivia, and we have seen this interaction be used positively a few times.
Mako does find Tempered Fate. In comes the Paranoia as well. This is as it was foretold. Bin isolated underneath the tower. Gonna get flashed on to be finished off by Jachi, who picks up his third kill of the game.
Mako, please hit these Qs on targets that are CC'd in the future. I know that we're Phase Rush Fear running away, but hey, at least we still got the kill, and Mako gonna get a flash out thanks to a nice magical journey. Well placed. All that's been going on, Knight's picking up some farming plates in the bot lane, doing his best to try and knock down that turret, as it is no grubs for BLG. Going to enable IG to try and play a little bit faster across the map. And I got to say, I like IG. We talked about using the Nocturne York to attack that Jace, Dia. They've been doing a good job of this. And Breathe is sitting pretty here at 1-1 and 2. Even on CS, I know Ben has a wee bit of a gold lead, but really feel like York has the opportunity to take off with this game and be that dedicated side laner that can really break this map open for IG.
He's going to need an instance of doing this on his own at some point to tell us that this is actually complete. Mako flash into the magical journey to get away from a BLG that have set up very well around the Drake. Drake or no Drake, as it happens not to be available right now, but the vision control for BLG still on point.
It is kind of interesting to see how many more Anivias have been played, and I think On still has been hands down the best one. Was the one that really started to popularize this pick. Amazing what happens when you decrease that Q cooldown by 1 second across the board. An ability that oftentimes gets maxed last on Anivia, or only is gifted a point or two, because of the wall and the importance to have a lot of that control with the terrain. So you take a 1 second off the 1 point wonder cooldown. That Q is a really good base ability. You're able to do a lot of work with it, so See if On can continue to kind of play on the edge, try and look for the traps and not get caught quite as much as the squishy support Anivia. BLG setting their sights on this upcoming Dragon Dia.
Judge's got 3 kills. I know that you know, on the Jhin, as you say, typically
look at this.
We see
this is
more
good.
tanks, but he might be approaching Divinity right now. Egg gets popped, Tempered Fate goes out, and now Judge moves up to 4-0. This may not be Yunara Lulu, but I don't want to tango with it.
I mean, guys, Jhin has stuff to proc W. He outranges the poke comp, can set up picks, and we have really seen him own On. I mean, the last 3-4 deaths that we've seen from On have all come from IG and Jhachi hitting these deadly flourishes, able to follow up and shut him down. There isn't a champion where we're going to see Jhin really run out of damage. I mean, it's less because you're playing Jhin. You have to play around the 4th shots, but this is On going for a setup. There's no Q. W on point for Jhachi, and goodbye passive. Goodbye Anivia. No chance for a retort as Mako. It's a very clever binding, which also gets a flash out of the Ezreal in the back half. And yeah, that's a happy coach. And frankly, I think this is one of the better Jhin angles, dare I say, that I've seen, Dia. With the lack of a tank for BLG and your ability to kind of outrange this poke comp, play with the Nocturne Yorick, I think this was a good angle for the Jhin. With IG set up and Jhachi playing it well, and I think quietly from game 1, but now loudly in game 2, Dia, having a really good series.
Yeah, great response to the Jace pick as well that really lets you know, oh, you know what? This is going to be a more feasible place to play a champion that otherwise struggles to deal with tanks. However, when we think about BLG, obviously their mid-game has been rough. 20 seconds left till this dragon that IG could collect another one of. BLG surely have drafted themselves some way to deal with something, if not the Nocturne Paranoia. Renard right on top of Bin, and this is the cyberbullying that was foretold. On's on the side right now, but from a distance, we've got the curtain call doing work for IG, turning things into a double kill for Breathe. And On, wrong side of the map, wrong place, wrong time, wrong everything, has Jhachi moving on him.
Oh, that's cute. I don't think it matters.
It does not.
Oh, we're flashing. We're still on the wrong side of the tracks, Dia.
And there's no benefit to trying to live through this because you're not going to.
You're right.
And what are you stalling for?
You, my friend, are Overwatch pilled. Staggering bases. This is good. This is valuable. As On flashes and dies, but frankly, this game's really gotten out of control for BLG. And I just think IG are doing a better job of executing their comp. Look at this. Lissandra Nocturne talked about it. Executing on the side lane or the Jace that can be squishy. Talked about how we thought Jace was strong, but kind of a risky champ for Bin to play into something like a Nocturne that is so effective at attacking the sides. BLG is slow to respond. IG get a big kill. And now Wei, he might need some help, actually. That chain's going to hit. He's in trouble.
Yeah, Paranoia popped defensively, and even that, not enough. On's around here as well, but we've seen On do this before, and that is not going to work out for him. Jhachi flashes off the wall to survive, gets out with the blast cone, and even with Knight popping back here to try and secure the kill, Jhachi is out of there. Renard and Breathe on the front line will collect yet another kill as Knight looks for Jhachi, but he's not going to be able to finish him off. He and Shun now on the wrong side of the rift. We've seen this story with their support. And curtain call to add insult to the very injured BLG gives another kill over to Jhachi.
It was a good find on the way. I'm really happy that they tried to pressure Jhachi and got that early flash out, but Bin, you're not playing Sion. We're playing Jace. We TP'd into the middle of everyone. And this feels like a little bit of whipped cream on doo-doo, because 1,500 kills for Ben and June. Congrats, that's cool. But we're in a game that's slowly getting more and more out of control in favor of IG. I think that BLG actually had a nice attempt there at an off-tempo play to catch IG off guard, but that TP from Ben, he TP'd into his own demise with the one-shot when we get the replay, as again, I like the start. This is off-tempo play. You can see IG's on reset. They're trying to get back out onto the map. Shun's able to find the engage, takes the crab. This is a great start to the play. But On, playing way too far up, gets one shot. And this TP from Bin, again, we aren't playing Sion. We're playing Jason. You can see Renard, he's just waiting for Bin to land. Like, thank you very much. Sets him up for the team. Takes him down before he can fire off a single ability. As we return to live in BLG.
Live, we are doing it again. IG own the jungle of BLG, and I'll be honest with you, Cubby, it looks like they own this game, as that is 3 quick kills going their way. They have a 4,000 gold lead. To be honest, it's not the biggest gold lead you're going to see, but it's going to feel like that with IG using it. Knight, still technically a threat, and I say that really only technically.
Jump back in, as he had a nice chain in the Jotchi. I really didn't like this draft from BLG, I think, in hindsight. It's so greedy playing Jace into Bard, Nocturne, showing. We picked Jace, and then they went Yorick. It just sets up so easily for IG to have this dedicated side lane push where they can continuously attack Jin on the Bin on the Jace. I don't care how good you are. That champ, it's hard. And there's no smite here, so this should be IG's. Oh, okay. Almost bad.
Looking for a little bit of pokes. Jotchi secures the Baron, and Shun does jump on top of Renard to finish the kill. Viper actually gets away, picking up another one, but again, Curtain Call gets opened up, canceled very quickly by the threat of Shun. IG are fighting in an awkward position, and Viper, managing to survive for so long, has forced IG into an awkward position as the Curtain Call snipes him out. IG managed to get the Baron and equalize the kills.
A little bit of sauce there from Viper, and at least 2 kills do go over to BLG, but still 3 Barons on the map. I was scared for that Baron. That smite was not on point in the replay from Wei, as I had a bit of a panic mode here. But again, I feel like more of the story of this game is just IG doing a better job of playing towards their comp and the win cons that they need. I really like that magical journey, by the way, from Mako. Got Jotchi out of harm's way. As the only reason this fight was close is that Viper pulled off some heroics, and it was a good entrance to the fight from Shun. But again, BLG behind, and that picture-in-picture, that's a Pantheon death again. As the ability to attack the Nocturne, Yorick, the Sandra with Jin Bard over the top. I like this comp from IG. This has been a really solid draft that I do not feel like BLG respected with their own draft and taking the Jace.
BLG have really drafted or to be able to poke you away from things, and the problem is that IG, especially with how accelerated their composition is, don't have to sit there and take poke. Wei gets to press R, and you're fighting.
Man, we have Rocket Belt LeBlanc. I mean, we got out of a Deadly Flourish, but I feel like Science is going very far with our use of this item.
It's basically paid for itself.
Yeah, I like AP on LeBlanc. I think. Oh, well, Rocket Belt for On. That's not going to work out. He still gets tagged. Yeah, we're going to game 3.
It looks like it. I mean, the way that IG have played this at the start of the game wasn't flashy, wasn't crazy, and that has mattered not at all, because as this game has gone on, it is like a snowball gathering momentum. Jotchi has picked up weight, picked up heft, and now even all the focus from BLG cannot finish him off, as he is the one to execute Shun before getting out. Bin still looking for an angle here. And credit to BLG, they have never stopped looking for a way to win, even as it gets further and further away from them. Flash forward from Breathe will pick up the kill. Viper's looking for Mako. IG are playing Defend the President with Jotchi, who is in the opposing base. Does eat a true shot barrage, but at the end of the game, it's right in front of IG.
Wave's going down.
They just got to deal with all this BLG shenanigans first. Jotchi gonna get out with the Hex Gate.
No, he didn't.
And right
I got him.
tonight.
This is sloppy. This is a little ugly, actually, in the back half. Knight and Viper were able to actually find some pretty big shutdowns, as Knight, all of a sudden, on my screen, is 7-1-3. But he can't hunt with Yorick around. I think Breathe is going to make sure that this LeBlanc is not likely able to find the Lysandra, who does have ultimate available. Yep.
Oh.
There it is. Ult came back up.
There it is.
Knight put into the tomb and into the gray screen is a bit of a sloppy attempt at a finish there from IG, but I don't think it's going to change where this game is headed anyway. As sadly, On had an 8-death Anivia performance, not exactly what he wanted out of the champion that he really was responsible for helping popularize down in that bot lane. I just, looking back, I really love the draft of IG, and again, we'll stand by this usage of Jhin, and stand by the fact that this is definitely an ego Jace pick from Bin. Just not the game to do it when Bard Nocturne is showing.
Nocturne once again going to get some pretty crazy value here. Everybody run away from the paranoia. Never mind the tempered fate right on top of your Ezreal. This game is not getting any easier as Curtain Call is going to connect directly with the scrambled egg
Goodbye, Ben.
that On has become. Knight and Shun wanted to do some scrambling right back, look for Mako, and well, they will ultimately boil down a Bard. IG walk this one right down the mid lane. 2 inhibitors down. 1 Nexus tower stands in their way, and it is formality and formality alone that has kept them from Game 3 for the last couple minutes. We'll be seeing you in this 3rd game, where we determine whether IG really can bring this all the way back.
Coming into the day, Dia, I said I thought it would be 3. I thought we'd be talking to Rafa and Elk later, as they're the casters that are up next. After Game 1, I did not feel that way. But that Game 2, that was a really impressive draft, looking back, I think, from IG. And again, I know that there is a lot of Jhin hate going around right now, and a lot of that hate is deserved. It's not a strong champion when you look at some of the win rates and where it's picked in, but that was a good Jhin angle. If you have the ability to take Jhin and kind of reassert your range advantage into Jace plus Ezreal, you have the ability with stuff like Nocturne, Bard, Yorick. Jhin can play off that really nicely, and I think that Jhachi had a phenomenal game playing off those tools with the Jhin. A lot of those kills onto On started with the deadly flourishes connecting and being capitalized on, turning an ounce of damage into a kill onto stuff like Anivia. I really, really like the draft from IG and feel like BLG dug themselves further into a hole with some of their own decisions they made in that draft and not respecting some of the tools that were showing for IG.
I mean, it's not like their draft didn't have win conditions, though. And
You're right.
I don't want to give that impression, right? Like,
yeah.
BLG, they may have had a draft that wasn't generically as strong as it was in Game 1, but ultimately they lost control of the game, and that's not up to the draft, that's up to them.
Yeah, and again, champs like Jhin, Lissandra, they might struggle in the comps that have an Ornn, have a Scion. Those champions were not present in that game. And if you give those champions the ability to one-shot anyone on their screen, then that's when you see, BLG lose control and IG be able to run away with things, given the ability for Wei to play quickly with the Nocturne. I think he got really accelerated in the game, got a few extra paranoias, because he had access to an earlier Hexplate and was stacking up that Ultimate Hunter quite well. Then we saw Mako getting active on the Bard. It felt like On and Bin just started chain dying to a lot of the tools that we saw IG throwing out with their ability to play that game faster. So I'm with you, Dia, because, even going back to that Game 1, what was the advantage that BLG had? They had poke with the Corki Nami. They played that poke comp really well. And we were looking at this comp like, wow, you have Jace, the Blanc, Ezreal. That's an opportunity to put down a lot of poke and try and maybe create the same formula to win that we saw in the last game. Even thinking about playing into the mid-jungle duo. We saw Pantheon LeBlanc get ahead early on that Lissandra. But the ability to flip it around, and again, the amount of burst damage that can come out from a Lissandra, the setup for Jins. I really like how this comp played with each other for IG. And they were more disciplined at playing towards their win con.
That's certainly true, especially one of the things that had stood out to me during the course of this game. So we'll take a look at the highlights, some from BLG's perspective and some from BLG's suffering. Was the Pantheon. We talked about this really early in the draft. It was the expected pick for BLG. For a Pantheon composition, it was not cooking, because Panth really didn't get the chance to just sit there and engage over and over and over again, find some success with a mid-jungle duo, and farm the map. Shun realistically got double scuttled really early on. IG won that, the early couple of minutes, then was set behind by the fact that once we hit level 6, IG just got to press play on a lot of objectives, and we weren't really seeing Shun do the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I want to say that part of it was kind of inting in the mid game.
Yeah.
And I think that we saw Wei play really well with Mako and their ability to attack the sides, whereas I think that a little bit harder for Shun to do the same because his support was spending a lot of mid game in the gray screen. And then Knight was kind of isolated in the side lane, picking up what he could. And I do think that's the best individual for Shun to play around, as those point-and-click stuns from the Pantheon and setting up for the LeBlanc are pretty deadly. But yeah, once that game kind of got rolling in favor of IG, their ability to play fast, speed it up, was played really well by them. And, well, Dia, I mean, kind of going back to what we were talking about before Game 1, we set the table for our matchup tonight of each team looking to bounce back from a loss earlier in the week. BLG, of course, looking to bounce back from their 11 series win streak being broken, dating back to first stand. And we talked about how IG, I think, have a chance to really change or reshape the narrative of Group Ascend in the LPL with a win tonight. Because if IG wins, we're going to have a top esports squad and an IG squad sitting at the top of our standings, each featuring young players kind of making their debuts or re-debuts, looking at the top laner there for top esports, that find themselves at the top of the LPL standings. I think that's really exciting for the league moving forward. And honestly, kind of weird seeing teams really make wholesale changes and be at the top of standings of what is a very competitive group. Because I think one of the big stories for me last year was I had LCK teams as having a big edge against LPL teams, because most of those projects that were international were kind of the back half of 2-year-plus long projects, keeping those players together, building up that synergy, and figuring out ways to win as a team of 5, maybe changing out 1 or 2 pieces, but not wholesale changes like this. It's an IG that's changed out 4 out of 5 members, and a top esports that's changed out 3 out of 5 members to kind of bounce back. Each have featured young players as well, hitting the rift. And if they find themselves over BLG in the standings, as both teams would have beaten BLG this week, it really changes the narrative of what's going on here in the LPL with Group Ascend, if IG can find a Game 3 win.
Yeah, I know that you're a big fan of a talent development story, and IG could be one of the biggest pieces in that off of this series. BLG still have to bring it back, but with Jachi playing the way that he was, certainly earns himself a player of the game in this particular round, and excited to see how much further he can push it, or if BLG can punish him once again, as they did in Game 1.
I gotta say, Dia,
get themselves back at the top of the league. Yeah,
I casted 2 Jin Pogs today, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe I just am the reason that this champion's popping off. I know that Jin hate runs deep in the league community currently, but not that game. That was a very good Jin game. I really liked it where it was in the comp. Really liked how it was played. Reestablishing range advantage with Jin. He is a very, very valuable champion for that. Good angle for IG. Well played by Jachi. And a great Game 2 win from IG across the board.
Now we've got Game 3 coming up on the other side of this break. I honestly couldn't tell you who's going to win. You're just going to have to tune in and find out in a few minutes. welcome back everyone to the LPL English broadcast. IG and BLG have, as expected, gone the distance, with a BLG coming back, as you say, like IG, from a loss earlier this week. Cubby, both teams have suffered a setback in this series, and now it's time to decide, will the first 10 stand champions take this series, or will IG continue to set that story that, as you mentioned, is of rising talent in the LPL. Youth taking over the scene.
I mean, Jachi, again, going from top esports to here, I think making the most of his opportunity, getting to play with Mako, and Renard continues to be a player. I feel like Knight's gotten the best of him, along with Shun in this series, but Renard's still a young player that we're excited about overall, seeing what he's been able to do early on in the LPL tier. So, I know something that you intelligently brought up, I think, in the break is, off the first two games, you were saying that it feels like the team that has had more engaged tools has really been at an advantage on the maps here, looking at games 1 and 2, thinking back to the ability for the Jarvan, Nami, Renekton to create a lot of angles, whereas really the only engage was Shun in that last game. Of course, On looking for picks and control, but he was the one getting picked and controlled by the comp of IG, which was kind of tough. So curious to look out for engage in this final game 3, Dia, as I do think that you kind of correctly diagnosed the team that I think had access to more tools was the one that was advantaged in the first two games.
And I'm really curious, especially with the depleted champion pools of both teams, what that ends up looking like for game 3, because obviously there are hundreds and hundreds of champions. I think there might only be hundreds. No, I think it's hundreds and hundreds of champions in League of Legends. But realistically, you're picking from a pool of about 50 to 60, and the engage options and where you are getting those, you do have to get a little bit creative with it, especially with Fearless Draft. This isn't a best of 5 by any means, but even in a best of 3, you've got to look for some creative angles as to whose job exactly it is to do what. I am noting that things like Galio have not been picked up yet. I actually really would not mind seeing a Galio in this game, despite the talent of both mid laners.
Well, we can always show the talent on supportive champions too, Dia. And I do think we've yet to see Galio from Knight this split in the LPL, but Renard was able to play it to a win in the series we covered against NIP. It was a tough game for him playing the Jarvan, or playing into Jarvan as Galio, but of course Jarvan would be out of the pool. So interested, as I do think that a lot of the champs that we have seen from Renard, his pool's been narrowed up a bit. We're seeing the Orianna bans remain consistent. And the only other champion that he has multiple games on was LeBlanc, which was picked by Knight in the last one, and also the Cassio, which, if they wanted that Rise through, I don't love Cassio into Rise. I feel like you're trading down when you do give that option, but Cassio is a champion that Renard's shown some prowess on, so we'll see what they want in Game 3, as, again, this would be a really big win, I think, for IG. I think this would take a big step towards reshaping some of the narrative when talking about Group Ascent, with BLG suffering 2 losses this week. And looking at the series they have tomorrow against anyone's Legends, this is definitely not a match that they want to drop going into that, and an opponent that I think on paper you'd expect BLG would prepare maybe a little bit more for. I know AL's had a couple of stumbles, but that was a lot of our finals matchups. Looking back at the past years, as BLG, top esports, and AL were really our top 3 teams.
As we get into the draft, we'll see whether BLG's attention has been truly gripped by the IG matchup. We did mention that this is the matchup that they probably prepared the least for this week, and that, at least in Game 2, certainly should be something that has drawn their attention perhaps more into the present moment, as this time around it is do or die. BLG losing this game would lose a lot of faith, a lot of credibility in the LPL. Nobody's going to sit down and tell you to doubt these players on an individual level, but when it comes to who's coming out on top of this split, these early games, this first round robin, really does matter.
Really interested to see Rise actually banned out by BLG here. I wonder if they might be trying to posture for a first pick Varus or a Karma coming in. I think Karma's a champ that we've seen BLG banning out as they've elected to take first pick for the entirety of this series. We actually have 3 games in a row, Dia, where it is BLG first pick on red side versus IG second pick on blue side. But my eyes are on Karma right now, because with Ashe off the table, Ashe Seraphine is, of course, the dominant bot lane duo. The other one you have to really look out for is Ez Karma, and I would not be surprised if BLG drops the Karma ban. I say so, the Karma ban stays. Does it force an IG Varus ban to keep the bans consistent so far, as Varus is definitely an opener that I could see BLG and Viper going for.
Really like to just pick something that grabs you a lane win, and IG, with time ticking down, do have to decide whether they want to deny that to the other big players on BLG. They will go with the Ambessa, which I really like, but it leaves Varus right open, and BLG saw exactly what you did, Cubby. Slam dunk on the winning Varus.
Nico, I think, needs to be considered now, as I've yet to see Mako play Nico this split, but it's a very good champion for On, one that drew bans in the last game. And I think synergizes very well with Varus, as it is a double poke lane, and Nico Varus, the setup for fights, something to look out for. As, yeah, looks like we're going to see Mako's first Nico. And other pairings for IG, I mean, they've got a few options now, Dia. They could try and prio pick a jungler if they want to. But a lot of those primo junglers are off the table. But I think sneaking in something like a Wukong here, double up on the circles, or take something like Aurora, which, again, I guess another way to double up on the circles. And a big takeaway from Knight might be the champ for Renard.
Could work pretty well. Now that I've thought about it, actually, I'm really wondering if we see something like Vi Ahri even considered this late in. I mean, it may not be the dominant, they may not be the dominant picks that they have been in splits past, but Vi Ahri is never going to be truly bad.
Not wrong there. As... oh, boy. Yeah, there's the Vi. Dia, I think you're on top of this one. Vi, all right. We're doing pretty good with this draft so far. I call out Varus Nico. You sniped out the Vi Ahri. What played there, buddy? As...
high five.
yeah, we'll take that. I like what BLG is doing. That's a lot of ability to play through mid-jungle, which I think has been a consistent factor throughout the 3 games we've seen them draft. Now, Aurora does give you a way to get out of at least the Vi combo, but that can be used and abused by Knight's Ahri, as Knight's Ahri... man, we saw Knight's Syndra earlier in the series, Dia. Knight's Ahri is his signature champion, I think, as his record on this champion is superb. But Kai'Sa for Jauchi, little over-the-top damage and a lot of synergy there with Nico. A lot of magic damage showing for IG, so I think if I'm BLG, I'm definitely not banning out any champions that are majority magic damage for the next phase. I think IG does want to double up on physical damage, try and level out the damage balance they have.
Now, I would not call Kai'Sa tipping your hand by any means. It's not that overt of a pick, but I'm looking at the composition of IG, and I imagine that we're going to get a few more champions, perhaps like a Wukong, that really want to get in there, that want to...
you ban Wukong here,
sit
actually.
in your face, because the composition of IG, especially when you draft Kai'Sa, that's what they're built to do.
I think you ban Wukong here. I'm with you, Dia. I think you're right on top of it. As Skarner is a champion that Wei, I think, has a lot of expertise on. He's played it twice. And there is a lot of damage showing right now for IG, so I think banning out that maybe tankier jungler that might be able to soak a Vi Ahri combo is not a bad idea. That said, I'm expecting a Wukong ban still. You said that one, and it's not leaving my head. So...
we'll see whether they feel the same.
By the way, that Caitlyn ban may be saying that they're scared this could be a Bin Varus top. Or, yeah, they think this could be Bin Varus.
I mean, I like the read. You can tell that both teams
are
nervous with that read, especially. Like, when you're considering the fact that a Varus flex could actually just straight up ruin your game. You know?
I guess they don't want to get Lucian Milio'd. Yeah. I think Lucian ban's kind of weird. But I guess trying to protect Jauchi and Lane to the best of their abilities has Vayne's banned. Do they want Sion top? I think Sion and the Kai'Sa is a little hard.
Right?
Maybe.
I don't think IG would be upset with a Scion pick here either. I mean, you get a nice top laner. Sure, it makes the Varus flex a little scarier, but
Yeah. I think physical damage needed
really
to pull. We got some smiles going on for IG as there's a big fan of wanting the dogs out. The Fury with that W has the ability to go up in the air, go invulnerable. Really helps against the Viari combos, so going to be an option for Wei, but I think the Fury really needs 2 items to be active in these fights.
When she gets them, it's going to be, of course, incredibly potent with the amount of jump on you that IG have. I will note that Mako, as we teased before, is their only form of true engage. A lot going to be on Mako's shoulders unless you can get a top laner that does that job for you. On the other side, BLG have options with Viper. They have options with Shun. They have options with Knight. Very soon, they may have options from On, as I like the idea of an Alistar pickup here.
Bouncy
Keep everybody
house.
off of your backline.
Just bouncy house it. Yeah, I find the Lucian ban really weird. I can kind of understand Kate being scared of the Varus, but I think it's time to put the fries in the bag, play the Scion. Yorick's off the table. That's one of the more popular Gnar matchups we've seen. No Jace available. It's another winning matchup against the Gnar. Let's play Scion. It's going to be poke Varus. So you're going to be pretty tanky later on and kind of fit the scaling composition for IG. But BLG, we talked about how BLG is at their best Dia when they have pushing lanes and have the ability to invade in the jungle. What do I see showing for BLG? A lot of early game, pushing lanes, and the ability to support Shun and hopefully invade the jungle. If this game goes late and IG gets to Kaisa with 3 items on even footing with the rest of the game, I favor IG's composition later on. But this is where BLG is at their best in the LPL internationally. It is playing the full court press style where they really choke you out of the game, use their hands to have these superb landing phases, and snowball it in your face across the map. So that's what BLG is drafted for in this one. We'll see if they're up to the task, because they're going to spike early at really the 1-2 item spikes. They're going to try and blitz IG in this game.
And unlike in Game 2, they have the tools to start fights whenever they want, especially when, of course, we look at this mid-jungle, but even as we look a little further down on the map, BLG have been so good at applying pressure in the early game, especially in game number 1. If they're able to do even half of what they did in game 1 here, they've got the tools to make it twice the problem. IG, on the other hand, like you said, outlasting would be winning, and given the fact that they have Kaisa on a player that has been incredibly problematic for BLG to deal with. Jachi has been untouchable in these games. Even on the Yunara has been playing at the top of his game. Now with Kaisa as well, an incredible scaling pick that can finish fights with fantastic potency. I could see an IG win con here. It is down to this game. IG versus BLG.
All right, Dia, I'm excited for this one. I'm going to try and stay awake here as it is late, and I realize that I am out of coffee. But for all you guys at home, thank you so much for tuning in. I do want to give a shout-out. We are currently at 95K followers on Twitch. We have the goal of trying to hit 100K by playoffs, so please, if you do not follow the LPL English already, hit that follow button. And Dia, I'm excited to dive into this Game 3, where let's see how much of a lead BLG can get in this early game, as they should have prio in pretty much every single lane that is showing for them. And with Shun at least looking like he's pathing bot to top, Dia. Curious that being matched by Nefiri, what that means, and really where Shun's going to try and pick his spots early on in this one.
One working out for On, although heal burned unilaterally for now does give IG a small advantage. The reality of picking Alistar, who you really are going to want a little bit later. Fantastic frontline, fantastic engage, disengage, peel, and Varus will carry you through the later stages of this lane, don't worry.
Yeah, poke Varus is rather deadly, and it's always a pick that Vipers play well, so. See if Jachi honestly wants to base on this wave. They have a pretty good push going, and sometimes it's nice to get a little bit of a cheater in on the Kaisa as you try and find the early pull. But on, different idea. That's at least going to be a tower shot for Mako. Does burn the flash, keeps the heal. And that is a trade of Summoner Spells for On, and the trade up, kind of at that, I'd say. He doesn't have the Hex Flash. I thought he was going to have the Hex Flash, but looks like On's going for something different. Maybe the free boots. It's kind of weird, though.
Makes me wish that we... I mean, I know we brought up the full roots earlier, but I was not looking at whether he took boots or Hex Flash. Viper a little low on mana, though, and Buddy from IG looking to back for right now. Xachi also not really wanting to stick around for this wave. Viper will try and force it. Back going to be completed, and that'll be a wave crashed into the tower for BLG, a reset for them on a arguably better timing than IG is going to get.
Yeah, I'm just taking that trade to make sure this wave gets in, as Mako's not going to be able to hold it. And that will be Bernard missing, or Janchi, I should say, missing out on a little bit. So Shun getting the bot crab as he wraps his way back around. Wei did secure the top crab, and Wei's going to do his best to secure these respawn camps. So Shun, yeah, going to get up in the face of Wei, but Wei with the W that's going to empower the dogs and gets a very positive trade onto the Vi, and even gets Shun's flash.
Shun having burned Vault Breaker to get over the wall just makes things a little bit more difficult. Wei on an awkward spot will get over the wall, but it's Renard that takes the largest part of the damage for this, and IG not really getting anything favorable towards this bot side of the map, as Shun still has to clean up his jungle before doing really anything else. Bot lane, however, has left Xachi alone with Viper.
I think that is some pretty good damage that's put into Renard, because he did burn TP. So if he is sent back to base early, he does not have the ability to get back to mid quickly. And Knight with the refillable potions should have a pretty nice HP advantage in this mid lane if he wants or needs it. So I think that is a decent start. We'll see if Knight can do anything with just a little bit of chunk that he had. Looks like Renard got back to full off the passive and probably cut the potions he was sitting on. As early on, kind of a little bit of nothing, which I am going to default to saying is advantage IG for this game. And I will also default to saying is that what I'm used to seeing on this Nefiri is Black Cleaver, Shojin. But I am seeing Wei rock the Serrated Dirk.
We're going to try and one-shot Viper this game. And if we are not one-shotting Viper, we are having problems.
Well, it's time for me to start to do some sciencing on the Nefiri builds, as I think this might be an Axiom Arc angle, as I'm seeing a little bit of that in the match history for Nefiri. It's mostly a default to... Oh, it could be Hubris as well. Hubris did get some buffs.
Hubris is good. Hubris is good.
Yeah, Hubris did get some buffs, of course, in competitive. Hubris, you get more AD the more kills you get and participate in, and if you participate in a kill or an assist, you get that chunk of AD for, I believe, a minute. So, it's going to be about trying to play this one a little bit quicker. To try and get the Hubris stacks, if that is the choice for Wei. I think Axiom Arc is probably the other likely option, but both junglers converging on the bot crab spawn, where 6 is given to whoever secures it. And Knight is here to make sure that it goes to his jungler in Shun.
Even On started roaming off this as well. Viper and On have been really good about just taking consistently great trades for themselves in bot lane. Worth noting that Dragon is up as well. This one going to be Hextech Dragon, so actually quite good to be taking early on if you are able to. We've still got Grubs up in about 2 minutes, and I'd expect to see Drake going down a little closer to that.
Yeah, in terms of early Drakes, Vi has a lot of power in taking some of those early dragons. The fact that Vi is not on the dragon, it was a first base from IG. I'm almost curious if Wei is able to sneak in now, because if not, I think that just default, if you wait a couple waves and kind of let Varus poke get put down, this dragon should be favored for BLG if they want to start the stacking, which I do think will matter this game. As... Yep. Those are the arrows hitting, and but no, dragon stacking matters this game. I really feel like BLG will run out of time at some point. Again, playing Vi, Ahri, Varus, you are always going to be able to take one member off the table, but the ability for Nefiri to get out of it, Aurora has a tool to get out of it with her own R, and then Nico as well, just to play Interrupt if she's not the target, and if she is, that's a lot invested into a support. I feel like IG are going to have more and more tools this game goes on to try and bounce back.
Just a matter of getting there, and BLG, especially now that we've hit level 6, do have to make use of their own tools in order to accelerate the game to a sufficient degree. Starting off on the Dragon, not a bad way to do that. As Renard does burn first ultimate and forces one out of Knight as well in the mid lane. All around the Dragon startup that Shun has kicked off. Realistically not going to be contested by IG.
Yeah. Again, I think that the drafts that we have, that Dragon's going over to BLG early. The fact that it went over at 8 minutes is honestly kind of a small win for IG. Trying to delay that Dragon stacking as much as possible. But good pick up by Shun. Well played by BLG. We'll see if he can shift that power over into the Grubs, which could be quite valuable for a team that has Gnar into Sion. And speaking of Gnar into Sion, Bin is off to a good start versus Breathe. Where I know, in Bin's words, when it comes to Gnar, you know, just don't miss CS and you'll be fine. It seems like Bin's doing just that, as he has a big advantage so far.
We've got to teleport back into the lane by Knight. Wei once again trying to pick a fight around Shun. Goes wide on both daggers, but has Renard to back him up and really wants this Scuttle Crab. Flash again. Forced out of Shun, but he recommits and has ultimate. So BLG, with their first ults, will capitalize, picking up first blood for Knight. Ultimately escorting Renard back into this mid lane. Scuttle Crab's even still up.
That was pretty bad from Wei. We missed both daggers. Overextended. I think the ult, that play was never really there. And that was pretty easy hunting for the cease and assist from Shun. As he takes out the opposing jungler, the jungler that he replaced for BLG at Worlds in 2024. Give them the best chance on their run. What was one of the better finals of all time in my memory. Watching Faker carries those games 4 and 5. Definitely a lot of hurt and pain for LPL fans that honestly made the first stand win feel that much better. It wasn't a Worlds, but it was an international victory for BLG and friends. As at least that kill topside. Yep. Shun able to clean up those 3 grubs for his team. Of course, Wei was taken out, and that really is getting the party started for BLG, who again need to continue to play fast.
It's the first time this series that we have seen both of the early game objectives be picked up by the same team. Flash forward from Viper! That's a double kill! Out of nowhere!
Well, Dia, this game's going from bad to worse with that. Well played by Viper. That first pick, Poke Varus, the pick that BLG was banning themselves at first pick for the series until this game 3. Viper comes up huge with that, and it was a pretty exciting game, too, off of a nice draft from IG. Again, I think BLG got the exact style that they want to play, want to execute. As we get a replay, Mako was already quite low on Flash to try and find the combo in the kill. Mako was able to get out of that, but Joshi, being slowed up by the E, was not able to get out of the chase from Viper, and Viper cycling out those procs of the Blight stacks. That's beautiful. Finds the double Q, sets up the kill with the auto attack. Well played, Viper. A lot of gold going over to him. And that poke, when you get an accelerated Varus going up against a Kai'Sa, again, we talked about Kai'Sa's 3 items, but the road to get there is going to be difficult. And marred even further by this poke Varus that's very far ahead now for BLG.
Yeah, 1.1k gold lead when your team's full gold lead is 1.6 is pretty notable. And this might be the first game that we really see Joshi set behind in a meaningful way. He's been such a rock for IG, but if you're able to attack the bot lane with just the picks of BLG, just the draft, enabling Viper to have such a dominant lane set up for himself. If you're able to set Joshi behind like this early, I guess we'll find out, right? There's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, but We're going to know this game exactly what happens when you do this.
You know what, too, Dia? I mean, I think Joshi's been the standout performer for IG in the first 2 games. It was his pog in Game 2. The Yunara was fantastic in Game 1. I mean, the game, we were really talking about how Yunara versus Syndra, those are the 2 members that were fed. Yunara was the potentially saving grace. I think Wei was able to sneak that one. It is the Hubris rush for Wei. This is likely Hubris into a Black Cleaver here. But, yeah, this is the first game that Jochi's kind of been behind the 8 ball. Not that Viper's been playing bad. It's just been a really good series for Jochi. And now, really a chance to see Viper and see his impact felt. And this is, again, exactly what BLG wants. They drafted a lot of priority Dia. They have Shun able to get up in the face of the opponent and try and invade. Speaking of get up in the face, they rotated Jochi top, and that's a kill.
Jochi's first kill of the game.
Shutdown.
Shutdown?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That was a shutdown.
That's crazy.
It is a little I saw plus 680. I mean, I know there's a CS lead, but yeah. Dia, you were correct to question this. Your instincts have been very sound tonight. They have.
Hold up a second. I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure that Jochi's pretty happy about it, right? You get yourself a shutdown, even questionably, and 2 CS off a cull as well, with maybe not first tower, but a tower being given over to you, and I would say you're caught up, but you're certainly not hurting.
Now, on the flip, it was a tower loss and a dragon loss for BLG, but you'll take the shutdown. And again, I think that if you leave that bot lane in isolation, we saw what the Varus was able to do, especially now being ahead. You're kind of just signing up to lose the war of attrition. So why not make a proactive swap? Why not use that Kai'Sa at -1? And your ability to try and really impact a lane. I really like that from IG. I think rotations, I've been talking a lot about this in NACL. I think a lot of teams have not been practicing or doing a lot of rotations because they're prioritizing quests wrapping up. That was a good rotation from IG. Got Jochi out of a bad scenario. Again, getting Kai'Sa to 3 items, I think, is the priority for IG. Trying to make sure that when Kai'Sa gets 3 items, they're still in the game. So a big shutdown for Jochi. That Cole completed. He's probably sitting on a lot of gold in the inventory and well on his way to working on that second item and trying to get Kai'Sa to that big breakpoint of 3.
And I'm excited for what Jochi's able to do. Even as we noted he was set behind in this Viper matchup, a lot of it's going to come down to Mako as well. You were very quick to call out how much power Nico has in the draft and in these games. Got to make good on it. We haven't seen a whole lot of Nico from Mako. As you mentioned, it's his first game on the champion this split, and that game needs to be stellar.
Means this year, too. Sat out in split 1. We'll see what our, again, one of the GOATs of LPL can do. As when EDG won Worlds, I thought it was a big upset. I was kind of rooting for DK, but man, was I happy to see Mako win one. He truly deserves a World Championship with the career that he's had out of the LPL, and it's good to see him back on this IG squad. Starting for this split, been a big part of, I think, their success. Could be a big part of this potential Rift Herald fight. Yeah. But I think it's going to be a banana brush setup for Mako. He's still showing. Wave's getting a little bit low. Knight's TPing in. Knight's ult is on cooldown. That is significant for a potential Rift fight.
Is not, I should note, as it's going to be available. On gets Mako out of the fight, keeping the rest of BLG safe from any potential pop loss, but the Rift Herald has gone down. It's time for BLG to pull the trigger if they're going to on an engage. Shun's not quite in range for the cease and desist. And underneath the tower, it looks a lot like game 1, but I promise, IG, they look a whole lot safer from this angle.
They have a tower that's helping, as I think they might force it anyway, but they're forcing it on top. Knight does have access to ultimate now. Herald was dropped, which is surprising. I think IG overextending would be a mistake. I think holding this, even dropping the Herald for me, is a bit of a mistake. I think holding this formation, they need the reset. The health bars are not there. BLG is stronger at the item breakpoints right now. It was a waste of a Herald.
It hurts, but it is the minimum you lose there.
They're out of there. They're going to lose top probably as well, just because it's 3 grubs for BLG, and everyone from IG pretty much had to reset, so I think that was kind of an expensive Herald take. Not sure if that was worth it for IG, but that was the choice they made nonetheless. And BLG did their best to try and punish it.
I would say punish it they did, to be honest. Like, even if you don't lose anybody, you taking and then losing the Rift Herald immediately is essentially you using a lot of time to do a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, 100% right.
BLG burning that time is going to come at a cost, whether we see it now or later. Mako going to feel a little bit of it right now as he gets back up from way over the wall, but BLG run this jungle for the moment, and that's going to be important in the next minute as Chemtech Drake coming up then.
Good shout to you. I still think that for IG, this is not a Drake you want to fight. If you can get Jhachi any gold, I would trade out this Drake for Jhachi gold and try and fight on a different item breakpoint. This is the point of the game where Viper is absurdly far ahead. Knight's going to be stronger. Bin's going to be stronger than the counterpart. Wei's at 2 items, which is a positive here for IG, but just try and get Kai'Sa that Rage Blade, or get Kai'Sa more before you try and take the fight. I would like to see that too, because even thinking back to Game 1 Dia, kind of critical of how IG got stubborn once the game got away from them. Went for a couple plays where feels like they tried to overforce, whereas they could have maybe backed off and tried to get some more gold and fight to live another day. I feel like giving this dragon would almost be a little bit of a sign of improvement, even within the series, for IG just kind of understanding where they're at in this game.
As the mid lane tower falls, I mean, the dragon goes from, well, we'll probably get it, to we'll certainly get it for BLG. And IG really are going to have to contest the next one. One of the issues with giving up this dragon, even though I agree with you, Cubby, that it's the right move.
That's so point, yeah.
If then you have to fight. Then you're kind of mind controlled into
you ain't wrong.
BLG want. What are we're giving up the dragon?
No, maybe, but the collapse is coming in. Knight just got second item.
We're baiting the dragon. This is the BLG play. Mako does find a double Pop Blossom. It's going to immediately get melted after that as Knight joins Jun in the back line, even as Jun goes down, with Jhachi firing away at him. The rest of BLG do have to play together to avoid the damage from this 80 carry. Flash up the wall from both he and Breathe, with Knight following, looking for Jhachi. Charm will not connect, but ultimately, Jhachi will fall with the rest of IG. BLG, they might not get the dragon, but they set the trap.
I think Knight just threw up a TES emote as the ace came in, and Knight and Bin went to work in that fight. Knight's entrance to the fight was superb. Yes, Mako hit a big Pop Blossom, but that fight was the reason why we were concerned, because, again, the comp for IG, this is a 3-item comp plus, going up against a 1 to 2 item spike that BLG is showing in the draft. So I think that even being down 2k gold, yes, IG get the dragon, they buy themselves 5 minutes, but you are fighting into the spike of BLG, and man, did we see that spike get put to full use as Mako has to sidestep that piercing arrow just to live through the chains of corruption hitting. But yeah, now this is a 6k gold lead for BLG, only growing as Knight knocks down a turret. I think that's way too much gold to be down. This game is going to get out of control now in favor of BLG. And another game in a row where it feels like it's going to be dictated by Knight, who for me has been my player of the series. Again, this angle, this pincer coming in from Knight and Bin, so good. As I didn't even really see the top side of the fight. Viper was able to get a lot of damage down poking, and Bin goes undeterred as Breathe couldn't get into the pit to help Jhachi until it was a little bit too late. Knight was already resetting. Bernard comes in to help, but he had no mana and nothing left in the tank. So it just ends up being Knight and the rest of BLG in a shooting gallery against an IG comp who were down 2k gold. Their champion spike later. They opted in to take the fight now, and while they deny the dragon, oh boy, was that an expensive deny at the hands of BLG and Knight.
A trap well laid by BLG, and with the gold in their favor as it is, Baron a very realistic bait as well. They've proven they can set a trap, that they can collapse on it, and they've got the chance to do it again. Mid lane, Viper is forced to flash on, ultimately tanking that up. Unbreakable Will is going to get popped, and Jhachi almost joins it. Managing to back away on sub 100 HP. We have got a teleport coming in, and BLG want to route this fight once again.
Oh, no.
Bin's got Hop available. Over the wall is going to go Shun, collapsing directly onto Renard and taking him out with Knight looking for a little bit more. Knight 4-0-2. Thanos on this Ari.
He's got the book too. Ari loves AP, and that book's going to feel even better. I think Renard got stuck on the wall there with the ultimate, which is why we kind of saw the bounce back between the Between Worlds. But we got to bounce over to the Baron, as we'll see if IG can bounce back after that fight lost. They're down their mid laner who has no TP, no chance to get involved here. BLG does not have the most Baron damage, but their turn could be lethal as they find Breathe and Wei. Oh boy.
People say do or die.
God.
This is do and die. Mako's 4-man Pop Blossom is a celebration of death, not life. BLG, they pick up the kills. They can turn back onto the Baron.
Wei getting caught in that Bin combo was a little tough, as Bin's Gnar always superb. Really nice Mega Gnar mid hop there. Caught Wei off guard. He did live, but he was forced out. Baron returned to by BLG, and Baron looking to go down to BLG, as Jachi might go down to BLG Knight. Able to sneak on out, but the purple worm is going to go over, and the damage is done.
Ooh. Part of me is always going to wonder, but I'm pretty sure that Knight could have killed him without landing a single skill shot there. I'm like 90% sure. We'll take a look back at this fight.
This was pretty optimistic.
Look at this.
As what a beautiful chain of corruption coming in from Viper. Speaking of Viper, picture-in-picture. Goodbye, Renard. Sit down. Go back to the gray screen. Viper's got you. It's the mid laner of IG fell again. Yeah, got stuck on the wall between worlds. That can be funky sometimes, so I think that ult placement just a wee bit unlucky there, and makes Renard look a little bit goofy. As bounce back though. Jachi got Viper.
Viper getting taken down is big. Jachi's still in this, but Ani's extremely tanky. And remember, Knight, Thanos, shall we say, is actually here to back it up. Pop Blossom goes down, but Shun immediately after tanking that Pop Blossom takes a bite right out of Jachi's face. The wallets are too big. The game is too far gone. BLG take another winning fight, even without their AD carry.
Well, I really feel like Jachi with the third item buy. I don't love this item. I think the Dusk and Dawn, like the EV you get on this, is so much greater than trying to get some more auto attacks off when you press R. As Renard might just get Trinity forced by Bin. And no signs of BLG slowing down. We've opened up an 11k gold lead, Dia. And all the attempts from IG just do not feel like they are there to come back.
I think, take a look back at how this happened.
Good read from On.
Kill that you'll remember. But remember, Viper ends up dead.
Good read from On.
Viper end up dead.
Really would like that from Between Worlds. Says I bet you it's going to be a Wei ultimate. Into, well, that helps. Well, yeah, Viper walking into a bush that On probably should have checked or tried to walk into. It's just a baby split there from the Alistar and Varus. That's all that these teams need to capitalize on. A good find from IG, but yeah, I think if Jachi spaces this better, or if he plays towards Breathe, I think Breathe kind of needed to block the buy Q, and then maybe Jachi can DPS, get another kill, but even in that scenario, I think just with gold deficit and where IG was at, no way to really win that fight once Bin enters. So, well played as Chain of Corruption used, and Breathe going low as they try to defend this turret. Renard?
Back to League of
Goodbye, Renard.
Picture. That is a big pop blossom out of Mako, but again, a helpless one. Breathe's got a good slam in the back line, but Bin's got a bigger slam in the front line! BLG blow up IG once again, and it is becoming routine in this game 3.
No, Dia, I really feel like this series was a bit of Renard's welcome to the LPL moment. You just got baptized by Knight this game, my friend. That's the Knight Ari. I feel like Knight really got the best of Renard in this series, and BLG, what was a good game 2 from IG. No narratives will change in this one, Dia. BLG remain on top as they find the win for IG and bounce back from the loss against Top Esports.
A small correction in the standing. BLG appear to have lost very little ground at home, even with a slight stuttering to their season at the very beginning here. I think this game should prove to a lot of fans at home who might have felt iffy after the top series, seeing how IG came into this and going, what's actually happening with BLG, that they are still contenders for the top of the league. And I'm looking forward to that AL series, Gabby.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I really feel like when you go up against BLG, at times it's like running into the Shaq and Kobe Lakers. Definitely Shaq, I think Knights Kobe. And oh boy, was that Ari clicking on all cylinders there for BLG. Nice bounce back for BLG. I still want to give IG a lot of kudos for that Game 2 draft and how they played it. I think that Jachi had a nice series as well. But that discussion around that third Dragon fight deal, there was a reason why I was cautious about whether or not they should take that fight. And BLG, their ability to play these full court press comps where it's really focused on the early game. As someone that does cover a dev league mostly, a lot of the times, those teams are not able to execute comps like this because if you make one or two mistakes, you can get outscaled for the rest of the game, put yourself in a really bad spot, and have trouble closing. That is not the case with BLG. They are always willing to play comps like this, play fast, play early, and play damn well enough where they always make sure they end up on top. So props to BLG on a very clean Game 3, Dia. Kind of leaving me more so impressed with them rather than sour taste in my mouth after that Game 2 that, again, was a nice draft and well played by IG.
And you can tell that in this series, there's a lot of history between Wei and Shun because it kept coming back game after game as well. I know that ultimately we were looking a lot at the bot lane, at the mid lane when Viper was farming on Varus, and Knight, of course, became incredible on Ahri, but the jungle was a slugfest between the Vi Naafiri matchup, constantly going back and forth, these two junglers constantly testing each other and really becoming a stage on which their mid laners could perform, was ultimately what set Knight so far ahead and was something he was able to capitalize on. I'm looking forward to seeing how both of these junglers continue as IG, despite the two setbacks that they've experienced this week, I think are still having a season that people should look forward to and that people shouldn't have predicted them 10th. That was ridiculous. Why would you ever do that?
Well, Dia, at least BLG helping you a little bit out there. But hey, props to IG. I mean, again, I think that when we looked at IG's strength of schedule and the fact that they were 3-1, just returning to the matches that they played, it was a really big win over Top Esports in the very first series of LPL for Split 1. But beating NIP, Team WE, and then losing to Weibo after that, it kind of gives you an idea that IG are actually probably lower in the standings overall for Group Ascend, like probably a lower half team. I don't feel that much that way after the series against BLG. For me, if anything, I think that I built some confidence in IG being able to play with BLG again. I think that draft angle they had in Game 2 was really clever. BLG did not respect what IG were showing, and IG were able to punish and beat them for that map as they played well. So I think that is a positive. If anything, though, I am a little bit concerned about Renard coming out of this series. I think that BLG really drafted to have strong mid-jungle duos where they could play around and through mid, and they really got the best Renard in games 1 and 3, in which I think Renard was put in some pretty tough scenarios by BLG. So that is something I'm going to look out for. And Wei, I think next time, Wei, I'm going to ask for you to stick to the Wukong, as Fury didn't really work out that well that game, Dia. And we ended up with a rather one-sided game in favor of BLG.
Yeah, think about how cool it would have been, though, if the Near Fury had gone well. I will say that the whole Renard point as well does remind me of what we talked about before these games even kicked off. The Renard rookie comparison, what rookie was able to bring to IG in Split 1 versus what Renard has been able to in Split 2. And you'll notice, if any of you tuned in at the start of the broadcast, and if not, reiterating it now, most of the stats were actually pretty similar. These two mid laners have looked basically the same statistically, but the biggest difference being that Renard is looking that way on a winning team, and Rookie was looking that way on a team that was not winning, or not nearly as much as the IG that we are seeing now. And so, as the season progresses, as IG's standings become perhaps a little bit more realistic or reflective of their true position in Group Ascend, those stats and those comparisons are going to be even more real and as many would expect, I think a lot more punishing.
I swear you're not putting me to sleep, Dio. I've just casted 8 games today, and it's 4:45 in the morning.
Understand.
I 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you, and I'm very much aligned with where you're at in terms of Renard. I think that he's still a promising young player. We're seeing play, but everyone's got to have their welcome to the big leagues moment. And Knight has ran this region since he started hoisting trophies for it. So Knight kind of ran the rift today, as he is fantastic as always, even tweeting out in the break. Tweet from Molecule was like, Knight scorelines are so stupid. Even his losing games, it looks like he has a winning scoreline. Which is exactly what happened in Game 2 for himself as well on the Blanc. So Knight continues to be a world-class talent in both mid lane and overall as a player. I would take Knight against almost anyone in the world for a best of 5, and I know if Knight's involved in it, it's going to be a better series because of it. This guy is a hell of a player in the LPL, and well, when you have been in the same team doing stuff like that, that's why BLG has been a perennial contender since these two hopped into the squad. So, props to IG. I think still a lot of the changes they made, switching out 4 out of 5 members, diving in to this split. This does look like a team, Dio, that could be middle of the pack, could be feisty. I know I have them in 6th. I think that they're proving they're probably a middle of the pack team right now in Group Ascend, and definitely one that's going to make the group more interesting. They did give BLG a bit of a challenge today.
I definitely look at IG as a team that I would expect when we come playoffs to give us a few upsets. That I would anticipate probably makes the plot more interesting and can even contest if they're having a particularly good tournament for a top 3-4 position. But it really is going to depend on what they make out of this split, what they make of the development, the time that they have with these young players. You mentioned Renard. We talked about Zhachi a lot during this series. Both of them, of course, incredible promise in very different places, and this is the best place to do it, here in Group Ascend, where, as you have been a fan of mentioning, Cubby, you get the most practice with the best teams in the world.
Double round robin's big. So we'll see if Renard can continue to grow as the split continues. And honestly, a hell of a test for IG again tomorrow. I know I talked about BLG going up against AL. That is the second series tomorrow. First series, IG just dropped to the team that is now tied for first after that win as BLG gets back up there in the standings. IG plays Top Esports to open up tomorrow. So good day of LPL games tomorrow as we have, I'd say, 4 of our top teams in action, probably 4 out of the 5 top teams in action. Of course, we still have a second series tonight, but we will not be joining you guys for that one. I know there's going to be a winner's interview going on with what looks to be Shun, as I think that game was probably a Knight MVP or an on MVP, Dia. Not exactly sure who you'd give it to, but overall, BLG firing on all cylinders in that game 3 to make sure that their week doesn't start off with 2 series losses. They even up the scoreboard at 1-1, and we'll try to end the week positive after their best of 3 and against AL in the second series tomorrow.
Yeah, I definitely, I'm feeling the same way. I like the sound of a Knight MVP, especially with what he gave to the team this time around. I will say Viper's got a decent argument given his lane phase, but compare that to what Knight did to the game, dude, and I don't think
the fights, man. Those fights, Knight Bin, that was Knight Bin playing their signature champs and playing damn well for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, incredible game out of BLG. Nice to see IG take the second game, and we'll see if they're able to take more in the subsequent double round robin, but still a roster that is on the come up. They're not quite ready to topple BLG just yet. However, we're just about ready for the second series as we've got JDG going up against Weibo, who served IG a defeat earlier this week. So look out for that series as Alk and Rafa will be back after the break to take care of you.
Thank you so much to Dia and Cubby for handling that first series so well. And now it's time for our second series of the night and a little bit of a caster swapperoo. I'm Rafa. I'm joined once again by my boy Alk. We've got some fire games coming your way between Jindong Gaming and Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and look, if you told us maybe a month and a half ago that we're going to have JDG Weibo, then you would have said, hey, why even watch the tape? We're going to be seeing Weibo end up taking the series. They beat them twice in the regular season already, but both of these teams are 1-3 by maybe a surprise, maybe by obviously their own doing and some of their own shortcomings, but very different 1-3 records, I would say.
Yeah, for both Weibo and Jindong Gaming, strength of schedule-wise, it's not necessarily been super similar, but in some of the ways that these series have turned out, when you look at the wins that JDG got, it looked super dominant. It looked super clean. And then they go back to just having some really, I don't know what the best word to put it as, Alec, but when we look at this roster, let's go ahead and just start diving into this roster for JDG and reminding everyone who is playing on this team. This team does really seem to try and live and die through how well Junja does in the early game, and it's giving me a lot of flashbacks to what was happening in Split 1 regular season, where if Junja gets a good early game, oh my god, JDG is just completely smurfing and they have control of the entire map. But then if Junja is not looking comfortable, then no one else on this team is really stepping up to be the foundation for the squad to kind of handle itself and stabilize in that mid game.
I feel like a lot of things are just not coming together at the right time. Like, Tabe's drafts in more recent series have come under fire. I think the lack of priority on things like Karma and Orianna in this current meta is really dangerous, especially when you have competent enough players to pilot these champions, and if you're willing to give that over, I just think some of the things that we're willing to trade for them haven't been incredible. This is from their series just last night. I was really surprised to see NIP take this series, but it happened in all of the normal fashions we've seen that team win. Strong bottom lane presence, and then decent enough team fighting with their jungle. I think that Jinja overall had an okay series last night, but his bot lane just entirely fell apart. I don't know what happened to Gala.
Yeah, a lot of these clips were kind of focused on showing what Vampire was doing, and I felt like Vampire was mostly okay, if not one of the more consistent parts of this team in their losses, and especially in this one. But Gala, holy, what is happening? Is just choosing really poor moments to either get super aggressive, especially on this Ezreal, or even in the Ziggs game, in the prior game against Awesome's Yunara. I don't know if he just did not respect her all-in potential, or Gala was just not familiar with Awesome and Juo's game. Obviously, that bot lane pairing from NIP, I can't wait when we get to cast a Ninjas in Pajamas series, because I think there's just a lot to unpack about how well they are doing. But with the focus lens being specifically on JDG, I think this, again, I want to say I feel like Vampire is nowhere near as responsible for the blame, but Gala has been severely underperforming.
I was wondering if you're going to put this clip in. This Lee Sin was crazy from going on. Okay, all right,
know.
That's the last time we're going to mention NIP for tonight. Unless it happens earlier, in which case you're just going to have to deal with it, guys. I just thought Gala in general has been kind of hit or miss. Like, he's been really reliant on the Varus. It's his most played this season, or this split anyway. And aside from that, we've gotten, like, a Caitlyn game. We've gotten some other, like, I think fairly niche champions. We haven't seen big priority on Yunara. The Ziggs game you mentioned, I think, is really kind of a big arrow through the heart for me. As a longtime LPL fan, seeing Gala play Ziggs, it's one of his like signature champions that he was one of the first ones to kind of pick it up and be a really big player on it. I was kind of disappointed by the setup there. And again, JDG's drafts have really put into question whether or not this team is going to end top 4 for the season. Again, it's early in the split 2, right? Only 4 series deep. They're 3-6 right now, so a 33% record isn't great, but they still have an entire other round robin to get through, plus the other half of this first one we're doing now.
Yeah, and there's other problems that are happening for JDG. You already kind of like touched here and there on some of the draft priorities are a little strange from Tabe in particular, or at least what they're deciding as a team to try and first pick, and they're giving up a lot of power picks in exchange for it. Obviously, there's some conversation to be had about Xiaoshu and Hongqiu as well, but we got to get right over to Weibo Gaming and see the roster that they're fielding and start diving into some of the concerns that we have about this roster. They did just pick up their first series win earlier this week, which is big. The question is, can they maintain that momentum going forward?
And it wasn't WE. I think if it was any other team, you're saying, maybe this has legs. They beat an IG, which we just saw lose to BLG today. But at the time, it was really surprising to see that IG had lost a series. It was their first series loss before tonight. And Weibo, I think, took really good control of making sure that JDG in particular was set up for success. And Xiaohu had another series where I thought he was present, or he was mentally lucid here. There's been a lot of games so far in the last 2 years of watching this guy. I haven't been super impressed. He's been very streaky at times. So I'm glad to see them start to pick it up. And I think it's really important for now that we've gotten more games here in the season for them to start kind of snowballing some of these wins.
And if we take any precedence from Split 1 regular season, well, it starts to look similar to how JDG's season was kind of faring back and forth. Weibo Gaming also had a period where in the beginning it seemed like only JDG and Elk were the most consistent parts about the roster. Xiaohu was someone that we felt like was kind of suffering a little bit in terms of just not being clutch in the right moments. But our big focus for Weibo obviously has been the newest piece of this roster for Split 2, the big change from Split 1 playoffs going into Split 2, Hong over Arha. Obviously, they feel like that the ceiling for this roster is going to be higher with Hong, who has had more experience than Arha. But the big thing, Alk, is that this guy is mostly an engage main, and now he's being forced to pick up enchanters in an enchanter focused meta.
I said it on the LPL English podcast, which you can go check out either live on Monday or basically right now it's already live on our YouTube channel. But I was like, okay, if you only looked at Hong's resume without any of the games in between, this guy should be a top tier support. He's gone to Worlds the last 3 years in a row. He's gone at least top 8 in all of them. Just made semifinals with top esports just last year. You would think, generally speaking, results say that this guy should be on a top level team. But with what we have seen domestically, he has always been super good on the Nautilus, iconic on things like the Blitzcrank, for good or for bad if you're only a Worlds watcher. But it's been kind of weird seeing him shift into some of these other enchanters, and I don't want to hang him out to dry quite yet, because I think him and Elk are still trying to figure out how they want to play lane. And with them basically having to start from zero, with Elk joining this team in Split 1 and then swapping out a support, the rest of the team is starting to kind of pick things up. I think the big problem so far for Weibo is they have some shot callers, but I just don't understand some of the fights that we're taking with this team. A lot of it, I think, does come down to Xiaohu sometimes being a bit missing. We've also seen some series where I think Zika has not had the best of times. There's a Gnar performance versus anyone's legend that I really wish I didn't see. But this team is super dysfunctional, but it's the old man crew, okay? They're going to get it together. They're going to figure out a way to get top 3 like they did last split, and you just got to be along for the ride.
Will say it was a pleasant surprise after one previous series where Hong is missing like every single Encore Flash or using Encore Flash in the most unnecessary times and making it look even worse visually, to then go into this series and that particular surfing game is like, oh my god, we're actually hitting Encores. We actually look like we know how to play the champion to a acceptable degree. So the hope is that, like you said, this team will eventually get it together, and regular season, while can be a bit of a slow grind, especially visually, by the time you get to playoffs, if you get to the level that you need to play at, regular season doesn't matter.
Look, I think it is hilarious, by the way, because you think of some of the parallels. You're like, okay, the Enchanter play hasn't been great, but I'm looking back at their Split 1. They also started off pretty bad, right? They started off with a win versus IG. Then they lost to BLG. They lost to Top Esports. They lost to AL. They beat JDG, which was a 2-0. And we're like, okay, they ended out the season 5-5, just above JDG because of their head-to-head record. This series here tonight could be kind of a big deal breaker when we're talking about those top 4 implications going into playoffs.
It's one of those situations, again, where we thought Weibo was going to be forever 6 in Group Ascend when it was just the 6 teams. Now that we have 8 teams in Split 2's version of Group Ascend. And then Weibo makes a near Cinderella run to 3rd in playoffs, right behind JDG. And JDG was in a similar position where they were a team, maybe not towards the bottom of Group Ascend, but they were middle of the pack, and we couldn't determine whether JDG were going to be competing top 3, top 2, right alongside BLG and Anyone's Legend. Obviously, the AL collapse in playoffs was also just as unexpected as these two finishing above them, but these were also the 2 teams that then eventually clowned Tarzan in both of their respective best of 5s and got the better end of him. And just to keep the conversation on AL short, that team also super heavily depends on Tarzan in a way that JDG seemingly heavily depends on Tunja's performance to be exceptional as well.
There's another through line here. Do you know where I'm going with this?
No, tell me.
Both of these teams also got 3-0'd in playoffs by BLG.
Oh, yep.
One of them just happened to be quarterfinals. The other one, unfortunately, was grand finals for JDG. So, depending on how you look at it, depending on where it was, maybe it's different. For Weibo, right after that series, you're like, okay, them brothers is gone. Like, we'll see you split 2. And they made the run to 3rd. So, I'm looking for a little bit more of that magic. I have a feeling the series is going to go to 3 against my best wishes, but you know what, Rafa? I believe in the magic. I know I said on the podcast that I wouldn't, but I'm predicting Weibo to win tonight's series, man.
Ooh. Well, the way I always see Weibo Gaming wins manifest is when you least expect it. So if you're already predicting it, I unfortunately do not have high hopes for Weibo.
Come on. Can't have anything here. It's fine. We're going to be heading into draft
but
for
if they
number
win,
1.
you get sole credit. But like you said, draft number 1 begins.
So there's the Varus ban. I think you always have to get rid of this when you're playing against Elk. Here is the thing. Are JDG going to be willing to give over Orianna here? And if they are, already seeing it reflected, are they going to be willing to first pick it? We've seen in their last series that was not the case. Honkyu has obviously played some Orianna games, has 5 games this season, but they prioritize getting Jarvan, taking away some of the jungle pool. And with JJ being such an important piece to this team, I wonder if that's going to be the focus going further.
Rumble's the first slam here for Xiaoshu.
Okay.
Weibo Gaming, there's a couple options you can go for. You can try and snag either an opening bot lane combo if you want to maybe give Ezreal over to Elk into Bard and like get a nice weak side enabled support to just then roam. But completely forgot about the Ryze. I'm going to space out on that one. Ryze Pantheon, a lot of global tools, very powerful jungle mid combo if it gets slammed here.
Oh, and this is very interesting. Weibo have not been able to get their hands on Mbessa. It has been by far one of the most banned champions against this team. Zika, one of our better Mbessa players, and against Rumble, I think it's a very decent matchup. And if you're going to have Mbessa, Ryze, Pantheon, I think this top side is incredibly dangerous to deal with. Just the solo lane potential and trying to catch these teams off guard. JDG now, I think probably one of the most stock standard team fight compositions we've seen kind of crop up within the last 6 months. Yunara Lulu, a fantastic pair. Then we have Rumble on top of that, the range. Now I just want to see how JDG are going to be able to tie this together.
If the Mbessa gets slammed here, not necessarily a counter pick into the Rumble, but you have a lot of support from this Pantheon and Ryze to help set you up for that mid-game spike. And then once the Mbessa gets rolling, well, we know how terrifying she can be. Heading into the second round of picks and bans, though, I want to look at both of these cores because Weibo have rounded out their entire top side, yet to pick a bot side for Elk and Hong, whereas JDG have invested heavily into this Yunara and Lulu scaling for Gala and Vampire already.
Just looking, I mean, the pool can start to get really pinched. Elk has not played very many different games. Ashe is already taken away. Varus, again, a very high priority, who's already mentioned. With Yunara taken, we're looking at Sivir or Corki. He has 10 games total. 9 of those are on 3 champions, which I think is really, really insane. So we're going to get rid of the Nami to try to cut away at the Corki. I think Yunara Lulu has introduced some really interesting answers. I like the Ezreal Bard that you had mentioned earlier, and I wonder if that's going to be an answer that Weibo are going to look towards. But Hung has also just not played very many Bard games, if any at all, so far this
That
split.
is true. Yeah. And to be quite honest, Elk has only played 2 games of Ezreal this split alone, has relied mostly on the hyper carries. Then again, JDG, very present in the mind of the fact that Bard is still available, are going to respect the fact that Hung might be able to play it here. And Nivea, well, not a Nivea support, but a Nivea from HongQ is taken off the table, would have been even more powerful kind of terrain control with the Glacial Storm. Weibo might just want to open up with their 80 care. Oh, we're getting an Elk Lucian. Oh,
we're going
baby.
Lucian Melio then. Okay,
Yeah.
that's kind of the tell, which I think is, I'm not gonna lie, Roth. I'm a little bit perplexed. Like, there's not much that you're hiding with going Lucian first. So we'll kind of see. I think for JDG, you're probably looking at going for either the Azir, or we're going to be moving into things like Cassio, which we really haven't seen from HongQ so far. Again, JDG, they are going for more quintessential team fighting compositions. Strong front line. Imagine Xin Zhao is going to be on 5 here.
Yeah. I actually wonder if there are certain conditions that pop up that allow Hong to say, instead of Melio, let me go Braum instead. It's like the only other thought. I think that's the only other thought why you would want to just get the Lucian now and then give yourself some extra time to decide whether you want Melio or Braum.
I'm not against that. I'm not against that at all. I do think it makes your game in general a little tough to kind of play versus this range, but similarly, I think Melio doesn't really solve those issues. He can prevent the engage with the fire kick, right? He can stop a Skarner from Ishtal smashing your carry into a wall or abducting them. But aside from that, I think we're just going to have really good value here. I think Melio gets so much extra kind of juice when you're seeing, oh, I can just Breath of Life, and now the Skarner suppression doesn't even work. I want to see Weibo play to side lanes. You have an Mbessa, you have a Ryze. Lucian Melio can be really strong on mid. I need to see them kind of activating one of these 2 side lanes and using this to either get themselves gold so they can approach one of these dragons later on, or cut out JDG before they even step into the river, before we get to an objective fight.
Yeah, you have a lot of strong early game, mid game pressure from this Weibo gaming composition already. When it comes to scaling, obviously Ryze will always be in consideration, but I genuinely feel that if JDG somehow survive and weather the early game storm from Weibo that favors them, I think JDG have a solid shot. You have stronger scaling frontline on their side just thanks to this Skarner, and then anytime you get into extended play against Azir and Rumble, and hell, Yunara with Lulu right behind, you're always going to be in a hell of a battle for your life.
Yeah, this will be a very tricky game for JJ. He's really the only form of engage outside of Zika's public execution, so if he's not going to be there, if we're not going to be bringing over our top laner, I think that JJ is going to have a very tough time trying to engage onto this team. We'll see what Weibo have ready for JDG.
Both teams at 1 and 3 in the standings. JDG looking for a bounce back while Weibo are looking to continue their momentum. Let's get into Summoner's Rift here for game 1. God bless you, Jin Dong.
I love him. I love him so much. Every time we get to hear him, I was very sad for the first start of the season where that guy just didn't make it. Oh my, we have barriered for nothing. That was very, very fun. Elk canceled 2 autos with his Lightsinger. We are already in for a treat. This is a great way to start game 1.
I don't know if that was mind games from Elk or he was just genuinely surprised. Well, now we're popping a couple extra summoner spells between both supports just to maintain health dominance in this lane. This is always going to happen when you have a Lucian Milio lane set up. You are trying to dominate and then get yourselves accelerated. And if there's any lessons learned from Awesome and Juo, who have kind of put the Lucian Milio experience on full blast, Xiaohu making some nice trades against Hongq. Oh, if that last overload connects, ooh, Hongq would have been forced to base.
I mean, look at the wave right now, and Weibo, they got wards down onto the Raptors of Junja, so they know that Skarner's pathing down bottom lane. We're actually seeing that this is going to be Pantheon going to the top side of the map. There will be no vision coming in. Good trades coming in from Xiaohu to get mid priority. I wonder if that's going to really turn into anything more than maybe just a forced recall, but old man's come to play. I've had a lot of my own reservations about his level of play we've seen from him recently.
Old man playing the bald man definitely checks out and adds up. I like that Elk and Hong are going to take an early base since their jungler is pathing towards the top side of the map. Was it canceled? No.
No, he used barrier. He used barrier to make sure he doesn't get canceled on the recall.
Are you serious? Wow, that's awesome.
Okay, drop this lower third, LPL. Yep, there's the barrier gone. So
that's crazy.
He'll get his recall, and this is a very interesting kind of start to the early game. We haven't seen a ton of Coles pop up, especially in some of these lanes, but Hong's holding the wave. We're going to get refillable plus longsword, whereas Gala's going to pick up Cole. We'll see if this pays off. There's already a small lead starting to mount here for this Yunara, and I think the longer that you try to play with her on the lane, Lucian's not going to like that at all. That's going to be a very losing side if you are Weibo.
Potential mid lane setup from both junglers here. They're in position to flank their opposing mid laners. Junja getting the jump onto Xiao, who can only tag him with a slow because Jeja's position forced Hongq to retreat.
I think that was adventurous. I don't know what Hongq or Junja was really going to be able to grab because the range on Skarner E is good, but not that good. So we're just going to pass each other. We're going to do a little bit of chip damage. Means that Xiaohu will be a little bit worse for wear. But right now, Rafa, I think what I'm kind of looking at is this next dragon coming up in a minute. With what we have seen so far of the game, with Junja's camps going to be naturally respawning and leaning him towards the bottom side of the map, it'll be interesting to see whether or not this Yunara Azir team can just start stacking early. That I think gives you a lot of breathing room here in this game.
Yeah, it's super important for this team to have that early game start, right? Because then you are denying JDG the breathing room if you are, say, at 20 minutes, forcing them to contest you on what is potentially Dragon Soul for Weibo Gaming, whereas Jindong would like as much time to scale as possible. I want a quick check-in on top lane. As you mentioned, one of the things that Weibo Gaming might try and prioritize was the Scion. Obviously, they went for the Mbessa this game. This champion does need a little bit of love and protection early on before she can start hitting like a truck. Until then, Xiaoshu's Rumble always going to have the push.
There's barrier again from Gala, and still kind of worse for wear on the HP trade. So, does mean that they'll have a bit more priority. You see them already kind of leaning towards this river. They want to be able to fight. Maybe they'll look for something on the opposite side. Once Sika gets ultimate, that's where I start to get worried, because public execution, you get flat armor penetration, and we also have JJ on this side of the map. Even if he shows or if he just comes through the lane, I think Rumble's in a really bad spot. And so I like that we did a check-in. Rumble's going to be very, very important for this Jingdong team as to whether or not they'll ever actually deal damage relevant to someone like a Ryze or Lucian later on.
Yeah, because Rumble is kind of like your only mid-game bridge you have to make things a little stable or somewhat threatening against Weibo. Jet is going to be spotted on this ward in the river. He sweeps it, and Xiaoshu just might be in trouble. Public execution immediately burns the flash.
That is a crazy long load time for that to land, by the way. So, zero ping is OP, sure, but that's an expensive trade, I think, if you're JDG. So you'll lose out on top side, you'll still catch the wave, and you'll grab the dragon. I think that still goes within the realm of what we wanted to see from JDG early on here. And, I mean, lanes are going fine. I think this is a good start to this game here, which has not really been the problem for JDG recently.
No, not at all. And we know that when Junja is able to have a good early game, then things tend to get a lot easier for JDG. Meanwhile, Xiaohu looking for a quick roam onto the bot side. Here comes the Realm Warp. There is flash from Gala, but the follow-up from Xiaohu and JJ ensures that first blood is secured for Weibo Gaming.
All right, let's do the checklist here. Survive laning phase, fine. Use Realm Warp and Grand Starfall from Pantheon Rise to get into a side lane and get things working. Check. Good job, Weibo.
And just the power of this tempo fast play you can do on champions like Pantheon. They showed topside. JDG get the false sense of security. Well, our jungler is going to finish this dragon, and we have probably like one wave. That one wave is not safe anymore. JDG immediately Starfalls in, and also credit to Xiaohu just being able to make that roam. And now that the flash is gone, repeat visits are going to be very much in the book for Weibo.
So what is our plan from both of these teams to attack Grubs? Because Grubs, I know K-Man has really kind of said like, hey, Grubs are OP. Grubs really help when you're trying to siege turrets, I think especially in the late game. For Weibo, they definitely have champions that are going to be really, really strong on sides like we talked about during the draft. So
yeah,
what is our plan of attack? We're just now sending Lulu back to recall. Gala's more than likely going to have to stay. And with Elk being trapped underneath this turret and still not finding a recall after that last play, I think it's less and less likely we might see Weibo realistically make a big move over here, unless they can open this up with finding a pick onto either the Rumble or pushing Azir off.
Well, there's no flash on Rumble, so a pick on Xiaoshu could be in the near future. It would require probably just JJ walking up past vision, which is not going to be able to do so as easily, especially if Jinja is in the area trying to get some extra protection here. So as you call it out, Grubs have now started. Jinja's the first one here. He has push in both top and mid. So even if Jeje tries to walk up, at most he is hoping to just deny one of these away.
Fake Comet Spear, brother. You are sitting in the third chair in the hotel room, brother. We are not doing anything.
Oh,
That's
no.
a second grub. Third grub is gone. All right, and we get top scuttle. Oh, this is literally Christmas then.
Yeah. And Jeje couldn't really find a proper response on the map here. Grand Starfall obviously not available, but you would think that if you cannot play for Grubs, you want to try and be efficient and look for a cross-map play of some sort. But Jinja, good pathing, cleared out his entire bot jungle. And obviously Gala and Vampire were playing super safe on the bottom side of the map as well. So really
I think the reason that that nothing happened on the bot side is, again, like Elk got trapped, right? So Elk didn't find a recall afterwards, was trying to get another wave. Happens. As a fellow AD carry player, I get it. One more wave. It feels really nice. If you try to get that advantage over your opponent, you're feeling good. You get to finish your quest maybe just a little bit earlier. But because of that, nothing ends up happening. JDG, they got all 3 grubs. They got the first dragon. I don't really care if we got first blood, if we gave away first blood here. I think the lane so far have really bounced back after what was a good trade from Xiaohu in the early lane and the attempt onto Xiaoshu's life.
Yeah. Xiaoshu's flash is still down, but time is running out on an opportunity for Weibo to try and make a repeat visit either to Gala or Xiaoshu in these side lanes here. Grand Starfall is available, so we'll see where Jeje decides to make his play. He's pathing towards top side, so eyes are on Xiaoshu. Oh, looks like he might be in range. And yep, the target is Xiaoshu. The game plan is get this Mbessa fed as fast as possible. And so far, it's looking pretty good.
And they get another top play, but I'm looking at the map right now, Rafa. Zika's just going to probably have to take a recall after this. If not, he's staying a little bit more. There's no real objectives, I think, that Weibo are going to be playing, so they're trading a lot of their map pressure right now for gold. We'll see if this ends up panning out. There are some really important breakpoints for Weibo. Obviously, when we talk about Rise, every time it kind of comes down to the same conversation. Rod of Ages, Seraphs, and then whether or not we're going for Actualizer third or for Zonias. But I think if maybe Zika gets his Maw of Malmortius faster, does that meaningfully change the matchup? We'll have to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we mostly see Mbessas go for things like Eclipse into Shojin Rush, right? Or sometimes just Shojin into Black Cleaver.
Team, actually.
But
like,
yeah, there is a lot of magic damage. So I definitely am down for the Maul Rush. We'll just see how much it changes. I guess then a little bit of extra Omnivamp never hurts in the long run. But second dragon has spawned here. For JDG, they're the first ones to at least try and control the river. Teleport's available for both top laners as well.
And also, top laners are about to fit. Oh, they're going again. This is going to be top quest done here for Zika if they get this.
Yep, Weibo Gaming say screw the dragon. It's time to make Xiaoshu have a miserable time on the top side of the map. Another repeat visit, and Xiaoshu is just feeling the pain.
Well, we were setting up that Rumble's equalizer is going to be really important for this team to be able to stop a Rise from walking forward, a Lucian from feeling safe, and now you've gotten first item completed here for JJ. Zika's now 2 levels up on Xiaoshu because he finishes his quest first on top lane. I think that's massive, and you got plates there. Again, 2 dragons of JDG, you cannot understate the value of a Dragon Soul, especially Ocean, but these are the kinds of advantages we wanted to see. We're worried, but finally we're kind of making good on them.
Okay. There's a potential for a quick play here. If Zika is able to get this base and then use his TP towards the bottom side of the map while Xiaoshu is pinned on this wave, it could be super pog. But the window might be too fast. And yeah, we're just gonna go back to the top side of the map.
Super
this is a
pog
lot
or super int?
Yeah. It definitely could have been column B for sure by the time it actually got pulled off here. Ends up being an Eclipse Rush here for Zika, so just taking a pit stop with the Hex Drinker just to have a little bit of a magic shield. I think Maul would have been super sick. But JJ now in the area on the bot side, trying to see if he can pressure for a dive. I don't know if they had vision or information that Junja passed towards the top side of the map. This would be a nice way to try and break open the bot lane turret, but bot lane HP bars are not low enough for JJ to feel confident about it, so he's just going to go for a quick steal on this blue buff and think about a dive. I mean, Junja's now pathing to...
Going.
Yeah, Junja's ready to cover.
This. Do you think, Rafa, that level 9 Pantheon beats level 10 Skarner? I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I would hope that Pantheon's not trying to fistfight the Skarner and just trying to blow up this Gala Nara as fast as possible if we're actually going for the dive. And I think JJ is going to sign off on not doing the play here and just trying to play around where Junja is not on the map.
All right, so 14 minutes, and as soon as I go for a setup, there might be a play onto Zika here. I think it's very unlikely with how strong he is right now. They're going to try to cancel the recall. There's 1 million shields Ambessa. I love this champion. We're a minute before Herald, and with JDG, yes, they have given up a lot of gold. They're almost down 1,000 gold at this point. They've gotten the first 2 dragons of the game. They've gotten the 3 grubs, but they haven't actually gotten too many turret plates thanks to the lane matchups that we've really seen here. So for now, I think Herald is going to be a bit of an expensive trade if JDG give this up. But right now, I think what's more important is just trying to avoid Ambessa showing up. So if Xiaoshu has to tank another gank, if that's kind of the way that we have to play this as JDG, that's going to have to be how it is. I think if Weibo ever decide they really want to play for this and they grab that teleport coming through, you're, I think, in a really big world of hurt.
As you said, Herald spawning in the next 13 seconds. JDG trying to see if they can compete for mid-push. Where's this Grand Starfall going? Is it going right behind bot lane? Mid? No, it's on top side! This time, Honkyu is getting a treatment of the Pantheon gank. JDG now down a mid laner, and Junja is going to have to give up this Rift Herald.
I think JDG are about to be down an arm and a leg on this trade. Like, we won the trade on mid versus our AD carries. We get the Herald, and I'm looking top lane. Like, we're getting plates for Rise. I'm talking about item completions already for these guys. I mean, that's a really big find. So JDG, again, maybe caught lacking. We thought maybe the NIP series was a flash in a pan. Maybe it was something that we didn't have to look too deeply into, and this team would be able to bounce back. But I think if we only look at standings right now, Rafa, these 2 teams are both 1 and 3. I think we should treat them more equally than just, hey, one of these teams went to an international, the other one didn't. We're going to take a look at this replay. Honkyu, the ultimate stop nothing, brother. You got the flash from JJ, but yeah, this is a very, very strong play, and exactly what this draft really prioritizes about.
Yeah, and because Junja was preparing for a Rift Herald play after, not able to be in position on the other side of the map to make an appropriate response to see if JDG could look for a trade, Weibo Gaming get the better end of this overall map play. And now that Xiaohu has returned to the bottom side of the map, they can set a priority for this third dragon that's coming up. Really important that Weibo Gaming now try and contest these, because obviously JDG able to get the first 2 dragons against the composition that wants to spike early has delayed the overall threat of a Dragon Soul, but now Weibo Gaming are strong enough where JDG, I feel like, are going to have to start giving these up.
Oh, and Honkyu, he's probably just going to have to flash. Okay, uses the ult.
Xiaohu steps up. He's willing to tank
He's
it, and
dead.
then with the face rush, oh my god! Old man still got hands. He's able to just astro glide on Honkyu's face right there.
And he's going to stay for another wave. Hell yes. Like my junglers on this side of the map, we are staying for this. Look, if you're Weibo, it's great that you have this great lead. 3,000 gold. Dragon Soul, I think, is going to be less and less of a possibility, and I think right now what's important for them is beating Yunara to the 4-item curve. Once this champion hits 4, I think it's really tough to hit team fights, but if everyone around her is not able to really provide protection or deal damage in the same way she does, then it doesn't even matter that you hit all these items. So JDG are going to get started on this. Xiao has already found a recall, and Honkyu's going to be late to this fight.
He's taking the long walk through mid lane. There's some vision protection from JDG that at least make Weibo Gaming have to take their time
Just
before
walked up.
stepping up. Empowered Room Prison on the Gala takes about 50% of his HP. Junja wants to step up and look for a turnaround. Xiaoshu TPs to the mid lane. Now Zika can just kind of wait for his time until Weibo Gaming call for him. He has an empowered teleport as well.
Here we go. He's going to have a flank teleport, and they are nowhere near dealing damage to this. Xiaoshu's now going to join. I think this is really risky. Look at this Herald!
JJ goes Road Rage driving, and the target is on the Junja. He blocks so much damage with the empowered shield, and he walks out. He's totally fine. But now Honkyu is buying space for the rest of JDG to step on through. Weibo Gaming respect it, back off. Dragon is fully reset. Jeje might be a little too low, but he has Grand Starfall, so he can instantly come back to this Dragon and secure it for Weibo Gaming.
The new Herald is just way too OP. This is, I think, the massive strength of having this objective. You can just drop this in the middle of a team fight and then just go berserk. Multiple knockups there, and this turns into a dragon, so the soul might not be a real win condition here in this game, Rafa. It might now just be way too much gold to Weibo in this early game at a 4,000 lead 19 minutes in.
Just crazy to see how Weibo were effectively able to leverage their snowball, and now it just seems like it's too much for JDG to overcome.
Look at this Herald, man. 3 knockups, and of course, with this Pantheon champion, he just gets to press E, and he's completely invulnerable. The damage is not there because Honkyu and Xiaoshu don't have the gold to match their counterparts. Xiaohu on this rise is way too powerful. Already has a Seraph's complete and 5 minutes done on this Rod of Ages. Now I'm looking at Weibo's inventory. They for sure smack around Jindong Gaming. And look, they can scale all they want, but if you get to that point and you're down 8,000, 10,000 gold, the game doesn't matter anymore.
Correct. I love how earlier in this game you mentioned that JJ has to be very spot on and well timed with his engages because he is realistically the only person that can step up and just try and force those. Well, thankfully for him in that very moment, in a critical point in the game, he has a Rift Herald that just allows him to make the engage plays happen. So now that Weibo Gaming rocking nearly a 5,000 gold lead, probably more once they knock down this top tier 1 turret. Baron has spawned here at the 20-minute mark. I don't know about how fast their Baron take damage is, but they can always bait JDG in and just look for the turn instead.
You can see right now that both side laners for JDG are completely traumatized. Like, Azir was late to the top lane play, that's another turret going over to Xiaohu. And as long as Pantheon is in Fog of War, you have no idea if you're even allowed to step up on a wave. Even mid lane, we just saw that Elk dropped a full culling onto Gala's face. We'll see if this engage happens. It's an equalizer. Oh!
The wave was late! It was late! Oh, no!
Oh, look, it was bound to happen. All right, everybody gets one. And I think the best part about that play is seeing it happen in live time. That was great. Honestly, Rafa, I still don't know what it's going to do because Gala probably actually has to recall after this, so we're going to watch this again. There's the culling. There's the damage. We're going to see Equalizer come over top. We're going to also have Jinja in a really good spot. So what happens here? So he uses Q. He thinks he's fine. He just mistimes it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not late,
out
but
of range?
early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, he messed it up. We'll just leave it at that. Leave that to the professionals.
Yeah.
Come on. We gotta keep going. We
Man.
gotta keep going.
Yeah.
And we're
No,
gonna
I
see
mean,
this in the replay afterwards, by the way. We're gonna see this in the highlights.
I mean, Weibo Gaming still have a very strong advantage going forward. I think it's just the fact that we've seen Hong first struggle with Seraphine, and now he's picking up Melio, which this is first time this split. I don't know how many times in his career he's played it, but you can just tell that he is very new to this overall archetype and class of champion, at least for this team, and just trying to figure it out. And man, it's just so funny to see it happen in real time.
I've got another look. If we're gonna go enchanters and we're really trying to lower the execution bar, there's always Yumi. There's always Yumi.
Dude, that just might be the next game.
He is 19 and 11 on that champion. Last time was played in LPL 23
Okay.
summer. But
All
coming
right,
back
well, at
to
least
this
we got
game,
some
and-
reps. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
not looking at supports anymore. I am very, very excited to see Weibo's continuation of this lead. They now have Zika, who's level 15.
Oh.
They really want this mid-tier 1 right now so that they can play for this dragon spawning in 50.
Yep. Elk opens up with the calling, just trying to see if he can get some poke, but Dragon is not for another 45 seconds and doesn't meaningfully poke out anyone, forcing them to recall. Hongq sets up shop momentarily on the top side with his passive turret resurrection. However, he's already shifting towards the mid side of the map. Zika just got a base off, has his Shojin fully completed, so this Mbessa is super, super strong. JDG have to be extremely careful.
I'm looking at Xiaohu's inventory. He's about to ding level 16. 1 more minute for this Rod of Ages, and I think you are in very, very good business as Weibo Gaming. Side lane still in control right now for this Weibo team. And for JDG, it's great if you can grab this fight. I think what's more important is getting Hongq or Gala to pick up shutdowns onto either Zika or Xiaohu. If you can get these shutdowns, get that gold into your carries, this game becomes so much easier to play, and it allows you to not really worry about the dragon and just pick up farm on the side lanes.
Just forced to use the E just to try to escape, but that's so much damage from
Dead.
Xiaohu and JJ and Zika. They all take turns in blowing up the Scorpion. JDG have now lost out on their main frontline and tank. 5 on 4, still it's enough for JDG to push them out of the river momentarily, but like we said before, JJ can always rejoin the fray with the Grand Starfall.
Exactly, and so they're just going to go for another mid-wave, move into side, and Bess is going to finish picking this up. Hongq looks...
JDG tries to look for the advantage when they had 5 or 4 versus 3, but the Emperor's Divide does not find Elk, just gets his flash. It's an honest attempt from JDG, but this will be the second dragon for Weibo Gaming.
Well, look, that same criticism we go over to Jejia, who is the sole kind of engaged champion for this team. Skarner is there as well, right? Like, Skarner, he has no backup buddies. He has a Lulu next to him, and then maybe Xiaoshu's Rumble can equalize, slow them. It's not exactly clear. And like we mentioned as well, this is essentially a large magic damage team. Yunara does magic damage alongside those AD crits, and is technically just deals true damage now with having the Yuntal Water, or not the Yuntal Water, what am I talking about? The Fiend Hunter bolts. So you just stack all this magic resist, and the damage is going to be under a little bit of question here. So Ralph, I'm looking at this top side. This is not at all what I would describe as a Weibo win if you came at me from the start of the season, but I'll take it. It has been a while since I've seen Xiaohu more consistently be the man in the mid lane.
I know that Jeje technically has a higher KDA and is responsible for all 7 kills that have happened in this game, but I'm really impressed with Xiaohu's play, because like you said, his consistency has been called into question many times, and in 2026 in particular, especially in the regular season, that was always like a big concern. He was also responsible for a lot of late game lack of clutch factor, but this game has been so impressive, and it really gives me hope that maybe the Spring Tiger is starting to wake up.
anything's possible. It's a Weibo game. So
True.
you were giving me a little bit of flack for predicting them to potentially win this series. It's a Weibo game. Something can happen, but I'm not going to bet against that. I want to live in the moment, be here present, and celebrate one of our teams winning here in this first game. But from just the outset, from what we're seeing here, this is a really, really tough
TP
game
behind.
now for them to play.
Elk, you need to step back, brother. Here comes Xiaoshu, and yep,
Does he?
he's immediately forced to flash away. Well, I guess he didn't, but I was a little nervous of just the Lucian being in between a Rumble and the rest of JDG, but once he clears that distance, then suddenly it's Xiaoshu that's on the wrong side of the tracks there.
Rumble TP'd in, flashback, and is now relegated back to side lane. I think that is a huge loss. If you're JDG, especially if you're Xiaoshu, you're like, well, that was useless. Like, I just lost a 3-minute timer for no reason. I lost my flash, and there's still Pantheon Rise in this game. And look at this. JDG has now completed the Guardian Angel. Like, everything is going right for Weibo. By all accounts, they should be able to win this game from this position. I think especially because honestly, JDG just looked like they have not had any teeth here.
Yeah, the only early looks that they've had were just Junja picking up objectives here and there wherever JJ was not. So, I mean, cross-map objectives might have been super effective in previous patches and seasons of League, but this meta, you really got to start stamping your authority and marking your territory as a jungler in this day and age.
Looks like they want to see if Hongq is going to step a little bit further. I love this death trap that Weibo have been playing. Just play between mid and bot lane right now. Xiaohu will consistently go and pick up waves on top side when he really needs to, but it makes it so easy to kind of bounce in between these two lanes. For JDG, I think the last hope is to try to keep this mid-tier 1 alive. It doesn't do much for the vision, but oh my god!
Oh, look at that damage! Elk just emptied 2 full clips into Gala's head, and JDG are now down without their super fed hyper carry in this Yunara. So now JDG, all their hopes in trying to protect this tier 1 turret have gone down.
Wonderful caster curse from myself. I'll take that pat on the back and that Weibo jersey in the mail. Here's a Realm Warp, and that's going to be Baron. Let's see if JDG have any hopes of being able to stay in this game. If Junja can land a steal, then we're right as rain.
They're burning down the Baron super fast. They have Pantheon for the Q execute, but they're going to turn right onto JDG with the 5 versus 4. Impale goes wide. Junja slams one into the wall, but gets burned down instantly, and Xiaohu is leading alongside the rest of Weibo as Jindong Gaming are completely scatterbrained. JJ with the flash to guarantee the Golden Emperor's head in a body bag, and Weibo Gaming will turn back to the Baron.
7,000 gold, and I think just a clean game in general from the Weibros. Very free win, I think, when it comes to these fights. They've looked really incredible, and I think just the strength of play, good draft from them as well, but one that really relied on their execution alongside the top lane. From minute 1, I think that Weibo have shown a lot of great things here that hopefully can snowball to more wins this season after a 0-3 start. Take a look back at this fight. I mean, Zika is way too tanky. They are flanked on all sides, and you're already down Gala.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I didn't even see the flash from Zika over the Emperor's Divide.
Yep.
Yeah, I was looking on the right side of the fight. Yeah, Zika just playing this super well. Something that you noted in the previous series that Weibo won against IG is how well Zika looked against Breathe, who you've considered as potentially our second best or second most consistent top laner in the regular season for Split 2 so far. But this is a lot of faith that Weibo Gaming put into Zika, putting a lot of attention on his side of the map, especially since this was a Rumble first pick from Jindong Gaming. But they didn't have any real protection for Rumble in all of the onslaught that Weibo brought to him in the first 10 minutes of the game.
All right, if we're criticizing draft here, Alpha, I gotta ask, where did the Skarner champion come from, man? Like, there was Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao was completely unbanned this entire game, and we just decided we're gonna go for Skarner. You would have had Lulu, Xin Zhao, you know, like the pairing was there. Surely we'll look back at this and we'll say, Tabe, what we cook here, brother? But that's a third dragon in a row for Weibo. I did not think that Dragon Soul was really going to be a win condition, and honestly, at this point, Rafa, it's still looking like this game's already going to be over, even before that even spawns here.
bit of a stutter frame on my end. Not sure if it's on both of our ends. We'll see.
Well,
if we
you know how I can
back
tell
to...
whether or not it's the Huya feed or not is if the lower third rotates by itself. Because if that's the case, then it's just Huya. Look, we're lifting the veil a little bit for folks at home. Hopefully we'll have the game in front of you guys in just a little bit. Sorry for the interruption of game, but just imagine Weibo are still winning. And if you're a Weibo hater, probably already turned off the game, to be honest.
They're like, all right, just ping me when game 2 starts. Ping me when the draft is ready on my screen. But so far, super impressive look from Weibo. In this second, I want to go back to what you mentioned, how this is a Weibo snowball that does not look like their previous win conditions so far, where most of the time, Weibo were kind of banking on snowballing Elk in Split 1, trying to see if they could at least try and make it so that Elk was set up for success. I mean, obviously, they picked Lucian Melio, which had an aggressive laning phase and has a strong mid-game spike, but we only saw really one visit from Jinja and Xiaohu onto Elk and Hong's lane, whereas most of the game, it was just making sure that this Mbessa was set up for success instead.
It turns out there are more lanes than bottom lane. I know hearing that for me probably sounds like whoa, we're reinventing the wheel over here. But, I mean,
character development at its finest.
I think it's really impressive also that Weibo somehow were able to get Mbessa, which again, one of their most banned champions against this team, and Zika is just performing on it. So, okay. We didn't seems like we didn't miss all that much. Somehow Weibo are now at 11,000 gold, so looks like all the outer towers are gone. Man, the first 8 minutes, the first like 10 minutes of this game are so much different than the last 20. Remember, we were like, okay, 3 grubs, 2 dragons, JDG are happy, but they have completely sputtered out here in this game. Really, my eyes are now going to fall to the big carries, right? We're saying, okay, if you can get to 4-item Yunara, what is kind of the pieces that are around her? This is why I really hate Proto Belt right now. We're stomping a lot of the spikes that some other champions would have. Imagine if this was Hongq with a Shadow Flame or Rabadons. Now that's not going to really be the case with this Proto Belt. That's going to be delayed. Gala just needs a couple more waves before there we go. That's Infinity Edge done, but he has no damage next to him. Maybe if Rumble is there, we can start talking about a kill, but maybe Rafa, it is just too late.
Yeah. Don't get me started about the Proto Belt flavor popping up, because there's definitely sometimes when I'm like, okay, you know what? The extra mobility dash is warranted. And other times when I'm seeing it built on LeBlanc in favor of like extra burst damage, I'm just like,
I'm not hating. That brother won the series. Results-based analysis says it was good.
They could have won the game and just cut it 2-0 and not extended it for 3 games. I'm gonna put that out there. But we're 45 seconds away from Ocean Soul, and because Weibo Gaming have an 11,000 gold lead, either Jindong Gaming are going to somehow stop them and make it funny, or they're gonna die trying, and we're gonna move on to game 2.
Let's just look at the inventories, by the way. 5 items for Elk, and a Rabadon's completed for Xiaohu. You are never killing this Rise, especially with that Actualizer. So, we are going to have to get real creative with how we are finding damage and how we are finding kills. But look at the side lanes, all stacked in favor of Weibo. JDG are just trying to find anything for this play, as this is the last fight of this game.
Yeah, their safest path is through bot lane, but Zika has snuck into this bush. Doesn't really pop the public execution for the quick snap engage. Xiaoshu's trying to creep through the tri-bush on the red side of the map. Elk opens up with the culling. Lot of damage. Good night, Junja. Scorpion King is gone, and Weibo Gaming now have no fear in just securing the Ocean Soul.
That is my favorite Mummy movie, and just like Brendan Fraser, we're going to send this whale of a game over to Weibo. Just Ocean Soul. We'll get the Baron if we really want to, but I think Weibo have shown great respect to side lanes. They've played really well in their lanes individually so far here in this game 1, and maybe that bounce back versus Invictus Gaming was what they needed. Maybe the old men just needed a couple games on the patch.
Maybe they were just resting a little too hard. They were in hibernation after playoffs ended, and coming back took some time to get the rust off. But if they continue playing like this is quite the impressive form that Weibo Gaming demonstrated, and we saw multiple flashes of in that lower bracket run in playoffs in the previous split. And with an Ocean Soul on their side, it's only a matter of time before Weibo Gaming close this game out.
Man, I'm happy for Weibo. I'm really sad for JDG because we literally just saw this team go to an international. And that's why I think fans, Jesus Christ, Elf, please. This guy's got a family. Right there? In front of his inhibitor? Okay, what I was going to say is that on paper, a lot of fans, I think, at home thought that JDG were going to clean this series up, but these teams are very similar in record. 3-6, 3-7 in game score. 1-3 for both of them. But I think Weibo have just shown better games recently in comparison.
Yep. Momentum seems to be on Weibo's side, whereas the derailing and overall slow start from JDG after suffering a pretty devastating loss against Ninjas in Pajamas last night seems to be on their mind. Xiaohu! No way! Does he turn around? Oh, it was so close! At the cost of multiple shields, barriers, and flashes being used just to keep Gala alive, they at least take down the captain of Weibo Gaming, but I don't think it changes the end result here. Weibo Gaming are still going to be able to push through this bottom lane.
Only Weibo would find a way to lose a game down up 11,000 gold and an Ocean Soul.
Don't say that.
Anything is
Don't
possible.
say that.
Honq!
Tries to send it, but goes gold and forced to flash away. Elk steps up, and he is 1v3 on the front line.
Wait!
He gets bursted out by gold. Don't tell me JDG turned this around. Zika's going to try and sink his blades into the back line, slicing and dicing them throughout. JDG lose out on 2, and now here comes the Grand Starfall to look for the re-engage. They still have an inhibitor turret to protect them. They escape to safety. Ding Dong Gaming are somehow surviving despite Weibo Gaming with an Ocean Soul.
The inhibitor's going to go down. There's going to be triple super minions, and we still have Baron for 40 seconds. Weibo still have legs to stand on in this game. JJ has full health. Again, Ocean Soul is incredible. Zika is level 20 Mbessa right now. Nobody can kill this guy in this game, and there's no Seeker's Arm Guard available now for Honq. Just let the Baron finish out this game.
Public execution, run into the back. Vampire gets saved by a well-timed Emperor's Divide. Honq slides on in, trying to just burn him down. They get him! Jin Dong Gaming are holding the line.
Okay, Rafa, how can they really hold the line, though, with 3 inhibitors down and a Nexus turret? They'll have to wait 3.5 minutes before they get all of their base back in order. This was such a clutch find coming in, and melee ranging into Rise I think is dangerous business, but I guess if you're willing to dance, it takes 2. So Gala and Vampire will find that one. Elk shifts too far forward, and the polymorph from Vampire opens up a window where JDG can try to fight. Zika is not here right now. When you're talking about taking one of the big gold leads out of this game, that's a way to do it. Draw long fights in side lanes. And I just thought, look, you have an Ocean Soul. Surely you don't lose a fight with an Ocean Soul. It is, I think, statistically improbable that that's going to happen. But they make it work. Azir turret even gives them protection. And again, that inhibitor that you were mentioning also has some safety there. So they shored up some of the gold lead. It is still 10,000. Even if it's the new season of League, even with all the inflation in terms of gold, 10,000 gold is still game over territory.
And with double super minions pouring in every single lane, unless JDG just somehow disconnect every single computer from Weibo Gaming's players, then I don't think they're going to be given the grace to scale back into this one and overcome the gold deficits that they're experiencing. It's only one Nexus turret, and technically an Azir turret that is protecting the Nexus from falling. Junja is going to get bursted out once again, but he survives, can return to the fountain and heal back up to full. Xiaohu is at 3/4 HP, close to 50%. Xiaoshu is pressuring him off the base for now. Weibo Gaming are trying to play this one slow. Zika finds the ultimate into the back line, pushes Honq back into the fountain. Xiaohu wins the 1v1 against Xiaoshu, and Weibo Gaming finally find the winning fight, and they can push us to game 2.
All right, we may have had a little bit of a trip and a stumble and a slip, but we make it happen. Weibo take the first game. I would say, you know, without that blip, I'm still fairly okay with the way in which we did that. Clean game for about 95%. We'll take that. 95 is a passing grade.
It's one of those moments where Jindong Gaming were, I don't want to say they were passive, but they were just kind of on the back foot, reacting to fights that Weibo were starting up. And it wasn't until the end where it was like, someone on the team probably said, guys, if we don't do anything, we're just losing the game. And I'd rather go out swinging than die with our backs on the floor.
You won't call it. I will. I think they did absolutely nothing in this game.
I mean, they didn't.
Skarner felt very homeless for a large portion of it. He kind of just full cleared, press tab. All right, cool. My lanes are down. I'll just hit the recall button. I'll go to Dragon, right? I don't think that we got glimpses of what Yunara on 5 items kind of looks like, but the game was already over at that point. Just strong side lane control, right? We had Rise as soon as he hit level 6, goes bottom lane, sets up a play. It doesn't turn into any kills, but the most important thing is getting summoner spells out from that lane. JJ had already went topside for the Ambessa. They revisit that lane to get the top lane quest and more turret plates. I think they just leveraged their composition much better than their opponents, and you had already prescribed a win condition for JDG is make sure that Jinja has a good game, and that did not at all happen.
It seems like he was having a good game, but all he was doing was just picking up objectives across the map from where Jeje was, and I mean, those are not bad decisions. But I think you asked an appropriate question of, like, what is the end goal for this Skarner? What does he provide that makes it hard for Weibo Gaming to deal with? And obviously, a lot of Skarner's power comes from being a frontline, being a dedicated tank for the team. He has a really powerful engage tool with Impale. Unfortunately, that Impale threat means very little when Breath of Life is available for Milio. Obviously, didn't matter for Elk that one time, which was really funny in the moment. But you could tell that a lot of the fights that JDG wanted to force, they couldn't really, because that's always in the back of their mind. If we overforce this and then they use Milio R and we're too deep, we have no way of walking out of this fight. And it seemed like JDG just didn't want to play ball until it was too late.
And the Weibo or the JDG solo lanes, I think, really let us down, or let their team down, I think, in this game. That's a lot of damage from Hongq, yes, but especially the early lane, like, Azir's lane is good enough to kind of get by against most champions. His kit is just naturally, like, predispositioned towards team fighting anyway, so that's why he's been a premier laner for the period of time in which he has existed in League of Legends. But we've seen some nerfs. We've seen how the game has changed in general, that Azir can't keep up in some cases, especially against champions like Ryze and Orianna in the current state that they are in. And this is, I think, now going on, not in a row, but a couple of series so far in Split 2 where Xiaosu has, for the most part, been left out to dry a lot. He had the Vayne top game where he didn't get very much help and kind of was just sitting there and playing against, I forgot what the matchup was. I'm assuming it was Gnar, but I think that Xiaosu has gone from big hero for this team to small zero.
Ouch. Yeah, there's no protection whatsoever in trying to at least help fight back for this Rumble from Junja's side. And it's not like you can't make plays with Skarner. Obviously, before level 6, you're just banking on a quick turret dive or trying to see if you can come over the wall and find a flank. But really, the only time we saw Junja make an attempt of a gank was just covering, quote-unquote, covering Hongq on mid lane, where we noted how, well, all he did was just come through the Raptor wall and then just hit Xiao with a W.
This was tough. Like, yeah. I'm still really wondering where Xin Zhao. Did Xin Zhao actually die in the client? Did Xin Zhao potentially insult someone's family? Is that a reason for his absence here? Because I don't know if it would have solved the things we saw in this game, and obviously with a completely different champion, the variables in the game change. But I think you have so many more legs to stand on if you're JDG, and you have a Lulu, Xin Zhao frontline. Also, Xin Zhao in general is the biggest cheater champion right next to Pantheon. Like, if I think Pantheon E is broken, Xin Zhao's ultimate is just that on, like, super steroids. So they're not going to show the Han ultimate, man.
Oh man, that was a highlight for sure. It's okay. There was never another time where someone was impaled and Hong was forced to do it correctly. In fact, I don't even think there was another time where a target was impaled and Melio was in the vicinity to even cast R. Yeah, strange priority. I know in the previous series you mentioned how it seemed strange for JDG to let go of Karma and Orianna as first pick options. Now, I don't know if this is near the same level, because I feel like Rumble is like a reasonable power pick to try and secure for yourself, but the Pantheon and Rise were both given up in exchange, and I feel like either one of them, especially when Jarvan is banned by JDG, there's no other jungler that really makes the equalizer threat as powerful without the Cataclysm. So, and props to JJ. Extraordinary game. We know that JJ has been one of the better parts, if not the most consistent part of Weibo throughout all their wins and losses in 2026. And I mean, this game that he set up Zika for allowed JD or Weibo Gaming to be able to just blast JDG.
Completely fair, Pog. I like that there were some people that gave a shout out over to Xiaohu, but all right, Weibo. As I have said time and time again on this broadcast, if you can win one, you can win two. And I know WE are really looking to try to get that advice for themselves, but let's stick inside this series, Weibo. Let's see if you can at least get another one, or if JDG are going to try to tie this one up.
Yeah, we're going to find out how that story unfolds on the other side of this break. See you then. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between JDG and Weibo Gaming. If you missed out on the first one, well, surprisingly, Weibo Gaming found a pretty dominant top side snowball, which I know for this team might be a little crazy to say, since we've come to expect this team to always want to play through Elk after the Split 1 regular season success of this team through JDG, kind of unlocking Elk and allowing this guy to be the 1v9 80 carry that he never got to fully be on the BLG roster or expected to be, which is what netted Elk a first place all-pro vote for regular season last split. But Xiaohu and Zika were locked in, man. I don't know what else to say.
You say unpredicted. I put Weibo 2-1 on this series.
Okay.
I knew. I knew the sauce was coming, all right? Now, what would really be a surprise is if Weibo 2-0s. Then we're in unprecedented territories.
It's like a clean 2-0 sweep from Weibo. I mean, we would have to go back to Split 1 regular season and remind ourselves how the Weibo JDG series went down, but if I'm not mistaken...
It's a 2-0 and a 2-1. So they did in fact clap them up towards the middle part of the season. They actually played them fairly close to each other. They did Weibo versus JDG. That was a 2-0. Then Weibo 2-1 Top Esports. Then it was another Weibo 3-game series where they ended up taking JDG. So they've had JDG's number even when they were doing okay in the regular season. I feel like a lot of our teams, and by a lot I just mean BLG and JDG, kind of had this massive glow up in playoffs, and now we're kind of starting to see that fade a little bit. For BLG, it's a lot different because they got to hoist a couple more silverware than JDG did during that time. And so the JDG fall off is starting to hit right now.
It's always curious to see how a team who hits their stride in playoffs then fares in the regular season. Like you said, there are teams in LPL that just seem to do this a lot. I remember last year when Anyone's Legend had a super dominant playoffs run in Split 2, and then when they came back to Split 3, they like lost their first 2-3 series right off the back. They were getting completely destroyed, and it took a while before we saw Anyone's Legend try and return to a form strong enough that they were able to return to the world stage at the end of Split 3 playoffs. But for JDG, seems to be that the struggle is continuing, and even though I got excited about the peak gameplay that they can show very exemplarily in their JDG versus Anyone's Legend series, everything else has been kind of a nothing burger, and Weibo, on the other hand, just showed us a pretty spectacular performance that I hope for their sake they can continue consistently.
Maybe AL are just not that good. Maybe that one win was kind of a fluke. Maybe it was a flash in the pan. All right. We are getting into draft here. This is game number 2. It seems like it is going to be JDG with first pick again on the red side. There's the Orianna and the Karma ban. Not too surprising here. The Bard has made a promotion up to the first phase of draft. And here, Rafa, is where Tabe can fix everything. He can fix all the mistakes of game 1 draft. We can B1 Jinja's Xin Zhao right now.
If we want to return to old bans in the first game, Nocturne would be the play here. Obviously, one of Junja's standout games in that Anyone's Legend series was on the Nocturne. Okay, so with the Varus ban, look, Nocturne Xin Zhao, take your pick. I think, given what Junja was able to do in the Nocturne game in Anyone's Legend series, just first pick that guy. Go ahead, slam it.
Could be Nocturne. I think Nocturne, without seeing what the side lanes are going to look like, is a little dangerous, so it's going to be the case. Weibo, I think, can have a bunch of different champions that they can go for. Renekton is still available. Sion is still available. So if we start to get spicier matchups that involve things like Gnar or Jace, then I think that JDG can have a lot more to stand on. But like, what is going to be augmenting this champion? We, I think, really need to be focusing on pairs that are either going to allow for roaming supports or any kind of matchup really that allows for Rakan to come through. And that champion is not at all popular right now.
Well, yeah. We're not going to see the recall in this game. Both of our supports get locked in. Weibo Gaming go for the lane power of Corki Nami. JDG respond with Ezreal Nico. So Gala, weak side king, hopefully this game, while Vampire gets a chance to roam alongside this Nocturne and make some plays.
All right. So, Weibo, do we just pick jungle? Honestly, I would not be surprised if we just see pick mid, like blind mid. Yeah. I don't like Annie here. Annie has this year been a champion that's been on fire, but like in the bad way. Like everything is going wrong kind of way. I don't think that JDG have shown enough champions that kind of fit the description of what Annie really wants to play into. And on side lanes, like we mentioned, this could be a champion that JDG really play to try to hunt down and turn into essentially a walking money bag.
Yeah, in prior metas, this would feel like a place where Talia would get locked in, but it really seems like Talia has just fallen off the face of the earth in terms of what other teams want to do when it comes to like trying to set up other solo lanes for success. The nice thing about Annie is that reliability, as long as you're leading with your Q and not your ulti, you should guarantee a stun onto one priority target. Now, if I see an Annie mid, I want to see a jungler from JJ that benefits greatly from setup. So maybe a jungler that packs a lot of raw damage, but not necessarily a lot of CC. So that the Annie stun makes a lot of sense when JJ and Xiaohu are working together. And already JDG are sniffing out potentially a Nefiri combo, as that has been pretty common in the past.
Nefiri is good. I do think you're going to have to start thinking about things like Kiana as well, like you're mentioning. Mid lane, I think, is interesting because looking at Hongq's pool, Azir and Ryze are already gone. Annie obviously taken here in this draft. And as long as we're not going for Anivia, he only really has the Sylas and Twisted Fate that he has played this season so far. So might have to move back into things like Victor mid, which obviously still very strong. Could also go for Aurora if we're just going for raw burst. I think Aurora Nocturne is actually very, very strong. Getting rid of the Gnar kind of tells me we're going for Cassante or Renekton here.
Well, Weibo Gaming can try and give counterpick over to Zika by just locking in the jungler at the moment. I'm smelling a Lee Sin. If Jeja's seeing all these Lee Sins pop up over in LCK and around the world, Jeja's most played all-time career-wise is the Lee Sin. Come on!
Wow.
Give it to me! Give it to me! Let's go!
I was really, really worried that it was going to be a boring, do-nothing, like, give him a Poppy game, and you're just like, God damn it, I can't have fun anymore. But
if it was Poppy Annie, I might have just let you solo cast this game. I'm not gonna lie. I would have had no interest.
That's fair. That's fair. So, look, Weibo all in on the burst strategy. You've got Corki Nami, you've got Annie, Lee Sin, Poe in 2v2, but as the game goes on, as champions start to get more HP and more resistances, it's not super consistent. It is very fragile what Weibo are doing. If Weibo win this game, it is going to be through them stomping their opponents in the early lane. But for JDG, they've got enough health bars. I think they've got good ways of playing on sides and a lot of different angles that they can try to approach Weibo, which, as we said during the pre-show, some of their team fights and them being disjointed has led to failure so far here in the LPL.
Curious if you want another strong solo laner for Zika against this Renekton, or if you just put the Silent Fries in the bag. Yep. Okay, so one of the most important things that you talked about earlier is Scion for Zika being used to help establish lane control and extra dominance for Elk and Hong in the level 1.
Yep, we've been seeing a lot of people experiment in level 1s. I know last split it was like Talia walking down, and that was actually something that Hongq had shown on the stage. Taking that champion, going level 1 bottom lane, seeing if he can get anything. Scion for Weibo. As soon as they see this, if JDG have been doing their prep with one of their few series they have to play this week, they would know that Zika has a potential of showing up bottom lane level 1 and trying to get a summoner spell. So I'm going to be interested to see if what JDG's response is going to be, if that's going to be bringing more people to the lane and trying to make a level 1 fiesta, or if they're going to be playing away from that and making sure that they have strong vision to play around that. Because that also means that Zika will not have teleport. A lot of this is predicated on him doing something and teleporting immediately top lane.
we'll see how good JDG's homework was for this draft that Weibo Gaming have completed. I am so excited about seeing JDG return to Lee Sin as more and more junglers around the world are going back to the Blind Monk in a world where early skirmishing is so heavily prioritized and favored, and somehow, some way, every jungler who has played this game long enough will find a way to return to Lee Sin, and it really is going to come down to how well he and Xiaohu can snowball the map as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2. Is that?
Well,
I thought
Ziggs did end up going bot lane, but they didn't do anything, so he just walks top. He doesn't have to use his TP. What's up?
Can't tell if JDG did their homework or Weibo Gaming just didn't find anything meaningful there. I also thought I recognized someone famous in the crowd, but then I took a second look and I'm like, nope, that's a completely different person. So,
Nice, man.
Nice. Didn't further comment on it. I saw the jacket. I was like, wait a minute. That looks... Never mind. Well, so here's one of the things that I want to point out real quickly. A lot of Lee Sins will do this red side full clear, and they'll either go for an early gank onto bot lane, or they'll go for a quick recall, get a longsword, and then path towards their top side. And if they ever find themselves in skirmishes, they immediately have a stat advantage, especially in this Nocturne matchup. So I'm curious to see what JDG decides to do.
Do it. All right, that is also barrier and heal from Gala and Vampire very early on here. So decent enough to keep them topped up in lane, but with where the wave is right now, it's not going to, I think, turn into too much here. Also, because of that strategy you were talking about for JDG to find his recall, might actually mean that all these early wards that we saw JDG place on the top side of his jungle, not going to turn out with any information. So right now, JDG are working with less, but they know generally that JDG should be on the top side of the map now.
I like that point, though, because it does put a little bit of fear in Gala and Vampire trying to figure out, all right, do we have to give push now? Can we stay overextended? We have no idea. We haven't seen Lee Sin in a while, but this just is giving more favor over to this Lee Sin to be able to just clear out his camps relatively around the same time. This is curious. Junja's actually going for a quick recall of his own without even contesting Crab. I'm curious if he's done his homework on this Lee Sin matchup and doesn't want to fight him in the river without his own stat advantage.
Yeah, if he walks into river, similarly, we're talking about like, oh, he doesn't have the information to see where Lee Sin is. If he walked into his bot side jungle and Lee Sin shows up, he's like, well, that's just bad. And so, rightly there, we get to see he now has a ruby crystal. So, you know, 150 HP does feel good. Xiaohu did also just TP into mid lane. Similar there for Hongqiu. We're just going to be playing potentially for respawn Raptors, but they even grabbed Hong to move here to make sure that there's no invade. They want no repeat of what happened to Tarzan to happen here.
Oh, absolutely. They know how devastating Junja's Nocturne was in that series, so making sure that JDG is protected can always guarantee that he'll have the upper hand. Pre-level 6, Lee Sin ganks, like we talked about, has no CC in his kit. He's really just kind of hoping that his lanes will set it up for him. Obviously, Xiaohu can provide it, but hasn't had a moment to look aggressively onto mid. Either Hongqiu has been in a safe position with ward coverage, or Xiaohu just hasn't been there in time to be able to set up the gank. So as long as JDG are able to prevent any of the early snowball from this Lee Sin anti-combo from going off, or Elk and Hong winning their lane in a devastating manner, this is a fine game state for Jingdong Gaming.
It's only 4 minutes. Gotta give them a little bit more time to cook. We don't want it to be too premature here. In terms of objectives, I do think this game is going to be a little bit strange. I think if Weibo are able to get the grubs this time, you're very happy. Especially, again, when you have a Nocturne, it makes playing to side lanes that much better. Oh my god! I didn't even think he had it like that. Xiaohu! 2 games in a row!
Doesn't get the solo kill, but did burn the flash of Hongqiu for his own. Not sure how that favors that matchup, but it's going to be a hot ticket for both junglers to now take a visit in the near future, now that both of these mid laners do not have access to this flash.
Generally speaking, I probably, as a mid laner, would probably not like to play against Lee Sin. Just plainly, unless my name is Block or something like that. So, all right, with full clears going underway, I think that would be a good place to start for JDG. Get level 6s on a lot of your champions, especially for Nocturne, which will be coming up soon. It is going to be a topside scuttle this time, but they're getting priority from the bottom lane, which hopefully means that we can see JDG start to Drake stack yet again.
Oh, I like this from Xiaohu, though. He hits level 6, immediately goes for the big chunk on the Honkyu's health bar. It should make the Dragon take a little more dangerous for Junja, but because JDG is not going to be willing to cross, and like you said, bot lane prio from Gala and Vampire, he's still going to go for it anyway.
I think Xiaohu's just a little bit sad because we've seen early levels. We don't see this too much with Orianna anymore, but if you have that ultimate, a lot of times you could just use it to get a free recall or force priority in your lane. Currently, we're seeing Tibbers be basically a super enlarged cannon minion. I don't know why I need to see Heartsteel set on my screen, but I'll try to ignore it. I think the keyhole vest is really messing with me right now. Get those away, bro. Put those away. We're trying to play some wizard games, man.
We're trying to be professionals here.
Put those things away, man. I can't focus.
Unfortunately for JJ, has not been able to find any success ganking this flashless Aurora. Honkyu has, for what it's worth, has played very safe in this lane, and because Xiaohu doesn't have a guaranteed way to lock him down and close the distance fast enough, it's been a lot of time spent that has not found any productive results for JJ and Xiaohu, since CS is still somewhat even. Meanwhile, Junja has coasted to level 6 without any fires that he's had to put out from Weibo's side of the map. So still think that this is potentially on the bot side of the map.
JJ's more than likely just going to sit here, soak a little bit of XP, and then recall because we're 40 seconds from the Herald. But if there is anything to occur, there's going to be a level 6 coming through soon for Vampire. And so that'll open up, I think, a lot more opportunities for them. This might also just be really unfortunate timing. They don't know where Junja really has kind of ended up on his clear. So now that he's on the bottom side, this could open up a potential for Gala and Vampire to start getting spicy in the mid lane in the minion wave, start to fight them, and then call over Nocturne to just secure a couple of kills or just get some summoner spells. But that doesn't look like that's going to be the case either. All right, no fun for 8 minutes. Cool, man.
Did they ping it out? I don't think they did.
Nope.
Obviously, we're able to see the little Charmander cross through open vision there, but doesn't look like Weibo Gaming were able to see it. JJ once again will return to mid lane, or at least hover him, seeing if Xiaohu can find something, but doesn't have the stun fully procced up just yet. Junja is taking out Grubs right now.
For free.
I'm not gonna lie, Alk, I'm really getting anxious about this Lee Sin not finding anything. I know it's still only 8 minutes. There's still like a mid-game spike off of the first Sunder Sky purchase for Lee Sin, but you're playing into Nocturne, whose level 6 is, quite frankly, a lot more devastating than yours.
Well, do I have news for you, Rafa? He's level 7 now. I don't have much more than that. Yeah, I mean, and if you're saying that his level 6 is more potent, he hasn't done anything. Like, combat-wise, yes, they've gotten the dragons, and they got all 3 grubs, which is, again, great. We talked about the side lane potential for JDG, but I want to remind everybody what happened in that first game. JDG got the first 2 dragons, they got all 3 grubs, and their Nexus, 30 minutes later, went boom. So, you know, we can hold out. We have not seen massive blunders from either team. And again, like you had mentioned, we've had 0 action here in this game. And that just means that we'll see that spike between our 2 AD carries. Honestly, Rafa, I'm really just grasping at things to talk about because there's not much setup going on. There we
Attempt
go.
on ball lane, potentially. Vampire. Dude, Complain meta is so OP. Just like that, we see Tidal Wave being used, and Vampires burned both Flash and Summoner Heal.
That is expensive. Like, Hong using ultimate, it doesn't actually end up costing Weibo very much here because we're going to be walking to a dragon, and even if Vampire has ultimate, he has no flash now. So this is very easily something that Weibo could react to and potentially abuse going into this next fight. So I think it's really important we see JDG try to make something happen in the bottom side. You already see now that they're getting vision. Aurora fades into bottom side jungle. So like you were mentioning, getting a little bit maybe anxious. I think for JDG, you need to pick up the pace a little bit, and how are we going to get around this summoner spell disadvantage?
Yeah. Because on the one hand, while we talked about Lee Sin, you want to be able to do things early before the Nocturne can find an effective gank. It is on Junja to now pay it forward and actually make the advantage something that they're able to execute well. Paranoia has not been activated yet, but he did take the time to farm up this Hex Plate, so now the return value on having that cooldown come up much faster will make the first one feel less of a dud if it doesn't really pick up anything.
Yeah, and look at the items right now. I mean, you're talking about jungle items being completed for both of them, but I'm looking at mid-priority. Aurora got to push in a wave. Xiaohu is now stuck and on vision. It was a very good setup from JDG right before 40 seconds. We saw them taking recalls, putting wards down. This cuts out a lot of the ability for Weibo to walk in, but they have no control of the bottom side. I mean, Vampire can't even flash ult somebody to protect the Tri-Brush.
He dings his quest, he gets the Unleashed Teleport, Vampire unleashes the Pop Blossom, and the cover of darkness allows it to go off without a hitch. First blood happens onto Xiaohu, and it goes into Gala's pockets, but now the rest of the fight continues. Xiaohu affecting the backline, Zika joins the fray, but JJ and Hong are forced to flee. Zika has to pop the flash just to survive, and on top of it all, JDG get the second dragon of the game.
Turning out the lights versus Annie is broken. She cannot land any of her spells effectively if she can't even see who she's trying to stun. And JDG, they make out big with that play. They get kills on top of it, and they get the objective. We'll see how this plays out. I was worried that Xiaoshu's TP was a little bit too far from this fight, but when they turned off the lights, Xiaohu's all by himself on that play. Vampire comes around the corner on the ward, boom, snaps his head off, and then we get to see JDG take over the rest of this fight. This is a strong start to this game, and a much better one from what we saw in game number 1.
Nice to see JDG bounce back with a promising start in this second game. Almost a 2,000 gold advantage. Everyone from JDG benefiting off the fight since it was effectively a 5-on-5. Now looking forward, what can Weibo do to try and recover from this deficit, as it's potentially a mid lane play? JJ,
there we go.
Kick flash off of the ward hop, there you go, and set it up for Elk to cash in.
Are you happy? You were really excited about this Lee Sin play, and I know he hasn't done very much in this game, but did that fill you with some joy?
Dude, that was the dopamine I needed right then and there. I'm now satisfied for the next few minutes.
Awesome. That's good, because that's what Weibo are going to basically be repeating on cooldown. There's no Dragon's Rage kick, but I think the breathing room that you get, and look at the lane assignments here. Junja has to come mid, clear the wave. Vampire's going to now approach and maybe just clear out some wards on top side. They're trying to swap some of these lanes. It's probably much better for Xiaoshu's case for him to be into the Scion, and Scion's just going to negate any of these matchups. He doesn't have any MR, but I think the amount of HP he already has is going to make it a little less appetizing for Hongyu to push. So right now, JDG comfortably in the lead, 1,000 gold, and the first 2 dragons, and the first 3 grubs. So any side lane plays they can get with Jinja or Vampire making plays can really, I think, explode the gold lead here, especially if they're able to hit these turrets.
So thanks to Jinja being able to have so far a 100% objective secure rate. Thought that Jinja was going to look for a top lane play, but because Xiaohu still has a flash, Nocturne solo diving into Annie potentially, even if Renekton is not far behind, is not going to be enough for Jinja to feel comfortable about the play. So far, we have mid lanes facing against top laners at the moment. Not sure if this is optimal for one team for the other. Still have 2 minutes before the next dragon comes up. Rift Herald is coming up in 6 seconds. And with Elk and Hong continuously trying to poke out Gala and gaining mid priority, I imagine if they want to fight for this objective, this is the window to try and set up vision for it.
That is crazy that Elk decided to Valk that way, because if Junja is in the area, this happens. I mean, now it's a good timing. They'll get away. They'll get some damage down. Like, if Junja was there literally like 15 seconds before when they had already Valked, I think that's an opening for JDG to really stamp themselves a winner in this game. But now they've lost so many tools. I don't know if we can really contest for this Herald.
Yeah, they're gone, or they're down all of their engaged tools effectively. Hongq is on the bottom side of the map. He doesn't want to have the TP either. He's getting plates for free, since Zika did walk on over just to make sure that he was there in case JDG were going to pull a second engage trigger. But credits to Weibo Gaming. They defuse an engaged attempt. They get the Rift Herald, and they have plenty of time to set up for this third dragon of the game.
What is this Combat Herald going to be? I'm looking at Elk's inventory. He only has a tier. I don't think it's worth it to crash into any of these plates right now. Doesn't seem like very many of the players of Weibo are near item completions at the time. So I was going to TP top here with his Malignance. Oh, actually, bottom lane. Maybe they make a play here. Jinja has his ultimate coming up in 5 seconds. If he stays up in this wave, maybe that's something to look for. I think right now the eye of the prize is going to be this Scuttle that's spawning soon.
So I know that Zika can always cross the map in rapid fashion with his ultimate. I find it strange that he just burned the teleport to the top side of the map. Like, unless his purpose is to just make sure that Xiaoshu cannot TP.
I think that is.
Okay, well,
because
yeah, he's trying
all
to
he has to do is stop him. Like, if Xiaoshu can't TP in front of him, and at any point Zika could just say, look, baby, we're not fighting this. You can see already Weibo's response. Let's go for the Herald. They can't start the dragon without us anyway. And kind of trapping JDG underneath their turrets is a really good way for Weibo to get a lot of gold. Jesus Christ, they just ate like 600 gold out of that. They'll trade a turret. At the very least, they'll trade, and the gold lead will now be equalized. But mid turret does feel nice.
Zika's now walking on over. Looks like Weibo Gaming are now thinking about trying to pressure for this dragon. And because Zika's already here, he doesn't have to worry about having to match a TP. But I'm curious if JDG want to expend Xiaoshu's own TP or just let this Renekton collect even more gold. They say, let's turn for the fight. Vampire looks for the Pop Blossom right on the Jet. He safeguards away. No, he's alive. He flashes away for the True Shot Barrage. Xiaoshu now arrives. He's looking for the flank. Flash right on top of the Annie, and Xiaohu is gone. Gala shifting forward, confident from the rest of his team being able to back him up. Has he taken too much damage? He's forced to flash and pop the barrier. At least at his case, JDG still get the third dragon of the game.
All right, Rafa, this game is now all about top lane right now. See a play. Let's see if Jijit can escape this.
Oh, no.
Damage.
Kick. He gets some healing off of the safeguard second cast and just autoing Hongq, but Jijit still lives.
Cool. Top lane is where it's at right now this game. I mean, this Renekton is so damn broken. We'll see another attempt here from Vampire. The flash from Hong means that he stays safe. But look at Renekton in the back line. He goes right behind. No one from Weibo knows that he's in this position. Gets right onto Xiaohu. That's the Annie dead immediately. And he is so tanky that neither Elk nor Zika can really do anything against him at this moment. And with all of this being said, even with all of these summoners being lost, it is now Mountain Soul Point for JDG. Some of the worries that we had from them in this game start to worry less when you have so many resistances on your side, and especially for Xiaoshu, who is going to maybe go for anything like a Sterix Gauge second item, and suddenly there's a 4,000 HP Renekton that nobody can burst out anymore.
And when you think about Weibo Gaming's effective damage profile, there's not a lot of sustained damage. A lot of it is just kind of like a shotgun comfort, right? You're looking for that initial burst. You're trying to just blow someone up and create the numbers advantage, and it just makes your Corki feel a lot more confident about being able to continue extended play. But if you can't even get through the Sterix Gauge, like you mentioned, is probably coming in for this Renekton, or the Mountain Shield itself, FF, we're going to game 3.
Exactly. So let's see what else we can get. I mean, this is a strong JDG game for them. They've set up their objectives well, which has been probably the highlight of their season so far has been how they set up objectives, go around into dragons, set up a lot of wards about a minute and a half beforehand so that you have perfect information going into these plays. This is now 2 dragons in a row where we have seen TP flanks set up for Xiaoshu to succeed in. No one's killing him under this turret. We're just farming plates.
Two-shot barrage is coming in just to kill off the wave. Decent damage onto the Weibo Gaming members. They have Junja. I don't know if they want to be able to send it with Paranoia and Vampire walking up as well. This looks very reminiscent of the Anyone's Legend series. Junja goes in first. Xiaoshu trying to follow up.
Dead.
There's a TP coming from Hongq. And Weibo Gaming are in a world of trouble as Vampire finally connects the Pop Blossom. But just as I say that, they've lost out on their 2 frontliners. Vampire might be the next one to fall.
JJ
goes in. He finds the kick in the goal. There's no flash on him. Kill this guy. Weibo Gaming spring right back into action.
And they're going to go for Baron immediately. I mean, we saw this fight just completely fall apart. Junja goes forward, dies immediately. And then there's no damage. Hongq's not able to get any of it onto the Aurora, from his Aurora onto the meaningful carries of Weibo. And JDG Lee Sin looks untouchable in these fights now. Level 12, Baron for free. And guess what? We're a minute and a half before this dragon. No flash for some of these big carries. I think it's a very tough fight for Weibo to take after this. See how exactly they got to this place. Look at where the carries are. Gala's nowhere near this fight. All the damage dealers for Weibo are available to them. Hongq's bouncing in between. Vampire is landing damage, but it's onto JJ and Zika. It does nothing to these 2 champions. And this is what Lee Sin does. If you have no front line, he gets right onto those, squishy champions. Boom, you're dead.
They were able to blow up Elk, but it took so long and it costed so much from JDG. And it's now put them on the back foot for the first time this game, where Weibo Gaming, they're down 3 dragons, yes, but they have a Baron buff on their side. We'll see if they can leverage it to give them the wave priority necessary to be able to be the first ones in the river for this dragon.
It's going to be tough. No flash on Xiaohu, Zika, or Elk. And the only one that's missing it going into this fight is going to be Hongq, who's now finished the 2nd item. I think there's a very real possibility that JDG just kind of brush their shoulders off, say, look, that topside play didn't work for us, but we're still in a really good position. Baron is not the team fighting buff that it has been in some older seasons. It really is just buff up the minions and then play. So it is kind of on JDG now. Walk into this, set yourselves up, and kind of have to hammer it home. We have to win on this objective. Honestly, you could just give up this dragon, but I think the tempting of going for a Mountain Soul is very, very good. It's very delicious.
Flash back up on Gala, so he's going to be a little harder to try and pick off if you are Weibo Gaming. No flash on Xiaohu. Potential sneak around. Lights have been turned off by JDG. Vampire's now trying to make his approach on the left. He has flash and Protobelt available. Lights come back on. Paranoia's gone. Vampires looks for the flank, only finds it on the 1. It's just Elk, but there's no follow-up. Xiaoshu finally gets in there. Great kick!
Kill the dragon!
He punts the dragon out! Junja is able to get the Mountain Soul, though. Can Weibo Gaming carry out this fight anyway? Xiaoshu is buying as much time as he can. JJ, critically low, finally falls to Gala, and Jindong Gaming put an end to any hope that the Wave Bros had with a triple kill for Hongq's Aurora and a Mountain Soul on their backs.
Well, we talked about making sure that Weibo were uncoordinated, and if you just turn off the lights, maybe the old men can't see anymore. They completely flounder in that play. A nightmare setup for Weibo to have to deal with. There's a Renekton flanking from one side, there's an Aurora bouncing between worlds, and then guess what? There's also Vampire on the side, on this left side flank. Take a look at this again. They turn off the lights, they know that Vampire is here, and that flash from Gala, maybe a little bit too far forward. I'm just surprised we didn't see JJ and Weibo just try to spike this dragon. I mean, Sonic Wave Kick is a lot of damage up front, and that is a good amount of burst. Humongous spell shield there from Junja to save his life. I'm like, okay, take the dragon, take the dragon. Dustbringer Smite. Man, it is so hard to do this versus the Nocturne. Still sloppy from Weibo, and a very good try from JDG that not only nets them multiple kills, but also the Mountain Soul.
Yeah. If Lee Sin is focused on the dragon, he should be able to win that 100%. You have an execute on your resonating strike, and my only cope that I can give over to JJ is that he was so distracted on getting Xiaoshu out of the pit once he went for Elk. Just took his eyes off of the dragon for a second too long, and Jun just sneaks in. Just really good timing from the jungler of Jindong Gaming, and now Mountain Soul, having been secured, makes this Weibo composition feel very, very hard to pull off effectively.
Just look at Xiaoshu right now. 2,000 gold, went for Spear of Shojin on his second item, and unless we put multiple members to try to kill this guy at level 16, the Mountain Soul is going to make him nigh unkillable in these fights. JJ's going to throw out a Sonic Wave just to kind of skill check the Nico clone, but right now we are in full savings mode as Weibo. You are just trying to hoover up whatever gold that is left for you on the map, whatever jungle camps that JDG very mercifully decide you're allowed to farm, and there's already starting to be big discrepancies. I mean, one of the big things was looking at mid lane. Zhao's a level down and 2,000 gold behind on Hongqiu. So any reservations that could have potentially been held against them with the Mountain Soul, I think, kind of closes that. It's only a 3,000 gold lead. So now Weibo are kind of praying for 3.5 minutes of game time so they can get to Elder.
Yep. You are trying to stall for the big flip. And as your one Hail Mary back into this game. Baron's coming up in 45, and Weibo Gaming really depend on Zika to try and frontline for them to face check and absorb any damage that JDG might throw their way, which, right on cue, Zika is starting to lumber on over on this beefcake. Should be able to do the dirty work for Weibo and ensure that they can safely check for vision control on this topside river.
He's got a timer. He knows if I just sit there versus Renekton, I'm probably not doing anything anyway, so I'm just going to move. It's a lot better than just TPing because he just gets to be there for his team. They get to play on the mid wave. They're losing side lane pressure, so that's gold for now going over to JDG, but Weibo will take this as time to get position in the topside river. Again, all they need to do is stop JDG from taking this objective, and for JDG, it is just more imperative for them to just kind of wait out Weibo. Just say, look, you're going to be on side lane, you're going to have to give up gold anyway because we're getting plates on sides.
Yeah. Thought that Junja was going to take a big old rocket to the face, but good sidestep. Doesn't even burn the Mountain Soul shield. JJ constantly keeping tabs on Hongqiu on this left side of the map, but they are on top of a control ward, and there's enough vision from JDG to be able to at least see where Weibo Gaming is coming from, but they're pushing them off the Baron pit for now, while Xiaohu is matching against Xiaoshu in that bottom side of the map. Both have teleport available. We're now a minute 20 away from Elder Dragon, so the window to take this Baron is starting to close fast.
They've got a lot of damage on both sides, looking if they can get a little bit of poke down on the Vampire. Thankfully for Zika, it does not matter. I have 5,000 HP as Scion. I will simply tank up all of the harassment you'll send my way. I'll go recall.
This is the time.
They're going to start up the Baron. Honestly, Weibo, if you win this fight, it turns into an Elder. For JDG, similar setting for you. You win this fight, you immediately go to Elder, you end this game out.
They back off the Baron for now. Zika, just being able to walk in, allows them to stop the objective from being taken. And now we're 35 seconds from Elder.
Oh my god. I was like, oh, Vampire, if you die here, this is bad news bears. But yeah, JDG, they are super comfortable. These guys are max chilling here in this game. You have a 3-item Renekton, you have a 3-item Ezreal. It truly does not get better than that until they get 4th item. And then obviously it does feel a little bit better than that. But an Elder is going to be one way to put a cherry on top of this game, and definitely a lot faster than what Weibo closed out with in game number 1.
Yeah. JDG have all the advantages necessary to be able to win this fight, and yet somehow, there's something in the air. I don't know what it is, but it's
Ooh,
up
is
to
that
JDG.
belief? Is that belief I'm hearing? Is that Weibo belief?
I'm gonna hold my breath. I'm gonna hold my breath and see what happens. So far, Weibo
Okay.
Gaming get the first push onto the mid wave. Gala is forced to answer it. This Elder Dragon has 19,000 HP, so it's not just a quick burn for them. I mean, JDG can easily stop them if they need to. If Weibo Gaming start this up, they have to commit for the long haul,
Oh.
as Weibo Gaming are just poking and prodding.
Oh, wait, Xiaohu might be looking to try to blow up
Vampire,
Vampire. That's what they're going
they
for
blow
it.
up Vampire! Jinja's able to close the distance with a ward hop, and Xiaohu sets it up. It's now a 5-on-4 against Jindong Gaming.
And Xiaoshu, he TP'd way early for this fight. He has no teleport shield for the rest of this fight. It's going to take off in just a few moments here. This could be dangerous. This could be the game.
25 seconds before Vampire comes back on the rift. Jet trying to skulk around and see if he can find Xiaohu.
Oh my God,
Flash,
Xiaohu!
looking for the stun onto Gala. He's able to flash away again. Paranoia for the lights. Hong Q throws down the ultimate, gets some decent damage. They turn on the Jet, but he's able to safeguard back to safety. Junja is forced to flash out of the pit. He doesn't have a way to get back in.
The dragon.
He's take the walk away around. 6,000 HP on the dragon. Xiaoshu sends it into the backline. He finds Xiaohu. Hong Q and Gala. They have the follow up.
Wait a minute!
There, but Jinja's still alive. Jinja's still trying to fight. He
Jinja!
Jinja pumping on. Can he carry out this game? He has the GA. Zika's forced to flash away. Gala and Honky are trying to pressure the Lee Sin off so that it doesn't come down to a smite fight. The true shot barrage from Gala eliminates Zika, and it's 4,000 HP on the Elder Dragon.
It doesn't matter. Okay, they got the Elder. They've got the Soul. JDG, they might have had to work for this one, but they're going to handily take this game 2, and we're going to game number 3, folks. What the hell was that setup?
Holy moly.
Oh my, dude, Jeje does not want to lose this game. Jeje
Dude,
in every single
he is
Weibo
trying
series, dude.
so hard.
Lee Sin's gonna have a +1 in the loss column, and everyone who watched this game is gonna know mostly wasn't his fault. But JDG, you guys are scaring me, guys. Like Xiaoshu in the backline with this Renekton looks like a beast. Gala 4-item Ezreal smurfing most of this fight, but he's watching his team members just crumble in front of Weibo. We're not even have time for a replay. That play was so long. Elder into Baron. Minute and a half before that Baron, or before that Elder buff despawns. Hopefully JDG can end this. I have a feeling we're going to 40 minutes anyway.
I think so too. I don't even know if this Elder Dragon is enough for JDG to close out the game, to be quite honest with you. Elder just secures the Baron for them, and we'll see if they can actually get work done. Jeje did not die in that fight and has a GA. He's also working towards a death stand. So this Lee Sin, if you thought that he was too damn slippery and not easily killable, just wait and see if Weibo Gaming are able to give him that grace. But JDG are pushing strong on this top side. They finally break open the base with the inhibitor tower falling, and these empowered Baron minions should be able to do the trick in eliminating the inhibitor as well.
Yeah, 2 minutes, and I think more importantly is those 3 grubs that we remember all those minutes ago. It is making it so easy for JDG to just wipe away at these turrets. Two cannon minions right now firing away at this one Nexus turret, and there's a siege on mid at the same time. Weibo are getting pulled across the map, and there's still an Elder objective here for JDG.
JDG are just biding their time and letting the minions do the work. Vampire with the pressure ultimate finds Xiaohu. Jeje tries to save him, but Annie is blown to smithereens, and Jeje's GA is going to be popped. Xiaoshu will lead the charge, force Weibo Gaming back into their fountain.
Boom.
It doesn't even matter if he goes down because the Nexus is exposed, and JDG are going the distance.
Wow, this gold graph is gonna be terrible. I cannot wait to see this thing. It is gonna be close. It's gonna be 2,000 gold lead, 2,000 gold lead, lost, 2,000 gold lead again for JDG. It's gonna go to 4,000 and then 8,000, and then that's basically the graph. A very slow and methodical game for JDG.
Yep, slow and methodical. And it was so methodical that Weibo Gaming decided, all right, guys, it's all or nothing. And back-to-back fights, there was multiple flashes of brilliance from JDG's Lee Sin, and it almost made me think that there was a chance, that there was a way where the Lee Sin could just 1v9 if you are good enough at the champion. But I think the Mountain Soul just makes it so hard to consistently find those angles, to find those moments to step up and be a hero in saving those games from certain doom. But as we head to game 3, Alec, what comes up as priority picks now? Let's just assume that it's the same bands that we've been seeing.
Can we please just pick Xin Zhao, guys? Like, it can't be this it can't be this hard. I know Jarvan's been getting permabanned. Vi's also seen a bit of a love and attention in terms of preventing her from being in this game, but Xin Zhao, Vi, those are kind of the big names that I'm currently looking at on my list, saying, hey, you know, maybe we should revisit some of these topics in one of these games. Yeah. A very strange game because, one, you got punished, Rafa. You got punished.
Mm-hmm.
You felt hope. And that's where you went wrong. You that's what you get for being a flip-flopper, honestly. You gotta have it before the series. You can't just, like, you know, oh, maybe they'll schmooze their way into an Elder Steel. No.
My cope is that whatever team JDG's on, I'm always gonna have hope for. That guy does some crazy stuff, man. Even on his short time on the IG roster last year, and there is the big Elder Steel in the playoffs game against Top Esports.
Yep.
I was like, oh my god, this guy's just
that is the
legendary.
only series they played in that playoff series, actually.
It wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault. There's
ended up on FPX later that year, so that IG went to Worlds.
And then got clapped by T1. They got clapped by T1.
Everybody does, bro. Everybody does at World Championships. Looking at these post-game stats, I mean, I'm not, like, super shocked to see these numbers. I think revisiting some of the themes that we had from draft, we were talking about how heavily burst reliant. We did see that from Weibo. This 2v2, really, I know you're very excited for Lee Sin, and we got to see JJ really kind of style in some of these fights, but we did not see this 2v2 work out at all.
No.
We saw absolutely no Lee Sin. And see, they want one. They want one Lee Sin highlight.
Yep. I mean, this looked fun and flashy and all, but this is just a good old sneak around the Raptor wall, ward hop kick flash play. I know I say that like it's super normal, but like that was the first time we saw JJ do anything super proactive, or at least be able to find something super proactive, because there was a lot of looks that JJ had towards mid lane in the first few minutes. They just couldn't get anything because Hongq was playing super safe and respectful.
Do you notice what's up with these replays, by the way? These
What's
are
that?
all like Weibo favored replays.
Oh yeah.
We just had the one, well, maybe not the dragon fight is favored because they do end up losing it, but they're all focused around Lee Sin. Okay, let's see. Is the this one's not really Lee Sin. This one's probably the least Lee Sin out of all. This was a really good kick. This dragon really pissed me off. I won't lie. Like,
Yeah.
Sonic Wave Smite should be much better than whatever Nocturne has going for him at that point.
No, absolutely. You have an execute, and I just genuinely think that it was a really critical timing that Junja is able to sneak in while JJ is not focused on the dragon, just trying to deal with Xiaoshu instead.
This series so far has 100% been the gameplay equivalent of Whiplash. After watching BLG versus IG and then watching Weibo versus JDG. I don't know what's going on in some of these games. There are very weird trades. Like this Weibo draft is just all front-loaded damage. We didn't see any proactive plays with Xiaohu coming off of a game 1 where they're moving around the map and they're just playing the game very wide and very spread out.
I mean, but like, how much of that is Weibo's fault and how much of it is like props to JDG for avoiding those windows and not giving them like an angle to find it, right? Because
yeah, I think we could have invaded jungle a little bit more. Like
I think that's fair.
There was a lot of times where it was hard for Xiaohu to get priority in mid, but I think in that vein, maybe you just have to either pull someone or just be Annie and just decide, like, I'm dropping my ult on the wave, or I'm pressing WQ on Aurora and just, like, smashing this wave in half, and then just roaming to play in jungle. We didn't see that very often, and there's not many times, I think, for either of these two supports with Nami and with Nico to kind of, like, go into one of these lanes and do anything. Like, Aurora is super tough to lock down if you don't have point and click. So Gala will gain himself an MVP for this game. The captain, don't do it. I know I see your face right now, and I'm going to ignore what is on the screen, okay? We are going to move past this scenario, and you're going to do what you were flaming Dia not doing. You're going to put the going to a next break in the bag right now.
You heard it from the man himself. Gala gets the MVP of the game. We'll see if he can continue that performance in Game 3 and if JDG can clean this one out in style. See you then. Welcome back, gamers. We are getting ready for our final game of the night. Or now, in this case, this morning, because it's 8 a.m. for me, 7 a.m. for Alk over here, and
Correct.
6 somewhere in the world as well. As we... I just have to sneak it on in. JDG and Weibo now fighting for overall series victor. Both 1-1 apiece. One of the things that you mentioned going into this draft, where will the Xin Zhao land? If it's not in the ban column, it needs to be slammed. The Xin Zhao disrespect that JDG is seemingly having is going a little too far.
Yeah. Perfect. That's the show, everybody. We'll wait till draft is up, and at this point, you just look at each other. I mean, if it's not going to be Xin Zhao, what else are we really looking for? Like, a lot of the priority top laners are not really going to be doing anything. Maybe we look towards bottom lane. We have talked about how some of the lanes are kind of constricted, and especially for AD carry pool, we might be seeing something a little bit different. Bard has also not made it through one of these drafts so far, so that also, I think, kind of opens up a lot of different possibilities.
I'm not gonna lie, I got distracted because producer Ice mentioned that the sun is now up, frowny face, and I was just confirming by opening up my blinds that, yep,
You
indeed.
can see the reflection of the sun starting to come up
Yeah, if I do
in my
this,
background.
and you start to see the sunlight start peering through my window. Oh, the life and times of casting the LPL over on the western side of the world of North America. It is what it is.
Feels good, man. Feels good, man. Look, what we can do is, if everybody in Twitch chat right now donated, I actually don't have a number, but let's just say $10, we could move all of the casters on this project and some of the production staff to Europe. And then we could have an LPL English commune where we all work together, we all live together.
We can
The
hit
more
up
I
the
say
other...
this, the worse this sounds. I won't lie.
Well, you're not down for an LPL English commune. We just hit up the other LPL co-streamers and we're like, hey, what's up? How we doing?
Okay. I didn't say I don't know if we're getting more co-streamers in here. Okay, let's first do all of our people. Let's take care of ours, and then we can think about others. Okay.
I mean, we can try and knock on the Dublin Strikers door and be like, hey, we've got this money. Can we rent out the studio? Maybe. Look, if they're not gonna let Nymerin initialize in, I don't think they're gonna let us through the door. So let's get into Game 3 draft here. Things kind of staying the same, but now we are getting Ashe and Varus on the same side. This kind of leaves up things like Jarvan that we've continued to see. If Vi is also going to be moving up, it's going to be the Yorick, so highly likely we might get a Jarvan here in this game number 3. It does open up the jungle conundrum here. What do you prioritize? Now, Jarvan combos without the Rumble are a little bit harder to put together, but there's definitely some other champions that, let's say if a Ziggs makes its way around, it would be nice to pair alongside it. But JDG immediately sniffing out, no Jarvan being handed over to Weibo. Do we just see a Xin Zhao lock-in? Wow!
Oh, we're going for Jace like that, no fear. I guess Sion is gone. I guess Yorick is gone. Okay, so Xiaoshu, what do you got? Are you going to be taking Gragas? Are we going to get another range top? He's already played the Vayne once. Did end in a loss. I think that Vi is probably the best champion that we have gotten from Jinja across the year, even though, again, we're putting a large focus on getting Xin Zhao here in this game. Okay, and I am now kind of looking for... It could be Vi Ahri. It could also be like Vi Twisted Fate. I know we've seen that a lot, and if you know there's going to be a Jace on the enemy team, that could be something there you go just head up to top lane, pick up a free kill.
I'm kind of down with a little bit of global pressure just to really make Zika sweat on the top side. He's never going to truly be in a 1v1 for the rest of the game. But they're going to keep their cards hidden on what Hongq is going to lock in the mid lane. They just get their guaranteed matchup into the Jace with the K'Sante.
We'll just be able to lose with grace and then eventually be this massive front line. Jace kind of operates in a bit of more of a flexible position. He can be poke. He can also kind of be like this all-in assassin. So I am just looking for what Zika is going to be kind of gravitating towards with this game. Maokai, honestly, Rafa, when I see Maokai and Jace, I kind of just want to play a poke comp. I want to make sure that I'm staying from far. No! Last minute swap to Zahen! And I know some of our other casters are talking about like Jace jungle still kind of having some legs. So honestly, we don't really know what Weibo are kind of going to put either of these champions in what role.
Yeah, hell, there might even be a world where Jace mid could be a thing for Xiaohu. There's a lot of flex options. I think the one thing we can be certain of, we know that this Bard is going into Hong's hands.
I think that's an amazing steal. We saw Vampire have probably one of the best Bard games all season long already last split, and so taking that away, and also now kind of disincentivizes JDG from going for champions that are going to have low mobility, so like the Cassio's probably going to be less likely. Vi Ahri classic combo has definitely fallen in priority and especially in win rate after multiple nerfs to both of these champions.
Yeah, I think the Bard kind of kills any hope for a Twisted Fate because, like you said, no mobility. The Ahri would be a little better at being able to escape that Tempered Fate. Now, going into picks and bans, there have been no AD carry prioritization in the first 3 rounds here. So they could try and attack the AD carry pool, but JDG are actually scared of the Maokai hover that JDG did, and they're like, you know what? They have 2 potential AD solo laners. We don't want to give them Maokai as a potential pair up here.
They're going to need magic damage. Honestly, Rafa, I think they might be... I think Weibo are crazy enough to play something like Kai'Sa Bard bot lane. I think that that's kind of like some of the reasons. I'm just trying to find any mages. Like, where are the mages going to go through? Let's assume that Zahen is going to go topside because we've seen 0 games of Zahen jungle in the LPL from JDG. What else? Where else are we going to find it? Is this going to be Jace jungle and then we just take a mage mid into Ahri? You can play things like Talia still that are available. Anivia is still actually alive. I love this Lissandra ban.
JDG's Lilia. That's Vi's the one skirmishing jungler that can't really invade early. She can't punish. She can't really do anything to Lilia early on. Obviously, the lockdown will make it a lot harder for Lilia to operate in later team fights, but if you're just allowed to farm and Weibo just play a game where they protect the Lilia in the first, like, couple item spikes, or at least the first item spike, I think so far what's showing from JDG, very short range, very almost melee heavy. With a Kai'Sa, okay, hang on.
All right, give him more time. Give him more time. Go dive. Go dive. There are so many options. I actually am not too unhappy if this is a Jhin to be a supplementary tool alongside Vi Ahri. Kai'Sa kind of just plays more into that dive, and they want to see more from Weibo. All right. What are we getting? What AD carry are we looking? And we're going to have to eventually decide where this Jace and Zahen are going. We can make a lot of assumptions here. There is that Kai'Sa that I was talking about. This 2v2 is not super strong. We're going to swap to Galio. All right. So Galio mid. And then what else? This is a neutralizing matchup. There is, I think, not enough damage right now from Weibo.
I'm curious if Elk wants to go for, like, Xayah to just be able to get out of the cease and desist and the death charge. Otherwise, if you want to go for pure lane dominance, Caitlyn makes sense with the Bard.
I think that Caitlyn dissuades Kai'Sa. We're going to go Kai'Sa Bard. Lane's not strong. I mean, I don't know if I like Xayah, but I mean, in the same vein that you're talking about, if you're Zahen, if you are Galio and you have to walk into Xayah, you're saying, damn, like, what am I supposed to do here? Honestly, Rafa, I would also not be too impartial to seeing another Gala Kog'Maw here. but I don't know if he has the room in this game to play that. Does not have an enchanter. It's going to be a Aphelios. Okay. Strong lane setup here for JDG. You have push in mid, at least for the first early couple waves. You got a neutralizing top lane matchup, and I think Aphelios Nautilus should be able to bulldoze over a Bard and a Kai'Sa. So early game priority, I think, for JDG is going to be so important. And for Weibo now, how are they going to get out of some of these tough matchups? I mean, Jace can bully around a little bit, but I think Zehen and Kai'Sa are kind of the two keys to get out of this mid game.
Yeah, I'm really curious about the last minute 80 carry change for Elk, going from pure lane dominance to now Kai'Sa, which is not a marksman that has the easiest time of just winning lane by herself. Obviously, if you can pair it well with CC, you can try and look for some like cheesy all-ins, but you're really hoping that your team gives you the time to scale up and get some items under your belt. But she does become a huge threat that pairs really nicely with the dive identity that Weibo Gaming has for themselves here.
Let's see if they can execute on this. Again, both teams at 1-3, both teams with only 3 game wins before tonight. And look, their season doesn't get any easier, but it'd be much better to try to bounce back after some rough early starts to Split 2.
Both of these teams would favor so heavily from a win tonight to try and help even out their series score here in the regular season. Time to see how the story ends as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 3.
What is this level 1? We are bringing everybody to the party, and if you're going to walk through Tribrush versus... Oh, God. Wow. Oh,
Never
I guess
punished.
Aphelios isn't there. Never mind. All right.
Well, the early level 1 invade pushes Vi off. As most people know, Vi level 1 is pretty dookie and can't do anything to fight against whatever Weibo Gaming want to do. So pushing them away. This is now a full red side clear coming out from JJ on the bottom side of the map. Could they look for an early dive even into Nautilus Aphelios? I don't know.
I don't think you're doing this as Zehen right now. I think what's more important is just getting Zehen to clear out this entire bottom side jungle, move into his blue side, and then clear that out. They could look, but I don't know if they have the damage. Look at how healthy these members are. Even at level 1, I think it's just an unrealistic ask right now. And I think what I'm more impressed right now is Jinja on the top side did his blue buff and then immediately walked into red jungle. And he's just taking all of these camps.
Yeah, he was able to get around that one ward that was defending the red buff as well as the Raptor camp. So it's just good, smart pathing from Jinja to be able to deny information away from Weibo Gaming here. Thought there was a chance for Vampire to walk up and just yoink away some of those Krugs away. Doesn't get a chance to do it, though. And JJ returns to his bot side of the map, where finally, I'm not certain if Junja was spotted by the last ward that was on that Raptor camp, but I mean, just props to him for being able to evade all vision control from the side of Weibo. At the end of the day, both of these junglers are just going to have vertical clears and take each other's red sides at the end of the day.
It's also super important that Jinja did this in the order in which he did. He went for blue buff into Krugs, did red, then Raptors. Mostly now they have all of the timers available, and that same information is here for JJ on the bot side for JDG, but now Jinja gets to do his wolves, and then he has a couple of options. He can go mid. Xiaohu did just TP back in, so it's probably less likely going to be the case, but he can now just flip his pathing, finish on topside scuttle, and then either recall or just bail out one of these lanes. I think trying to kill someone like Jace early on is really, really impactful, especially going into this Cassante matchup where the inevitability of this tank is always going to be there.
It would really damage Weibo's first priority pick on that Jace for sure, because they put a lot of faith in Zika
Did they spot
being
him
able to
on
carry
when
through.
he moved into mid? I don't think he did when he Volt Breakered over.
Yeah, but ward on it. Junja doesn't show on the bush just yet. If he gets the smite
Also
down,
smite it.
Gonna be close. Oh, JJ gets it. He pairs it nicely with the edge of his E, so he gets a max. Oh, the flash hook from Vampire barely misses as JJ is able to dodge it with the flash. Charm connects on the Xiaohu and goes back in, forced to flash away.
This is a really ugly trade, and with JJ still getting the better of that with grabbing himself the Raptors, he just sacrificed a lot of his team. I mean, that was Xiaohu who had already TP back in the lane, and now he's stuck here. Hong has to stay. This is a pretty tricky predicament, I think, if you are Weibo. You're already starting off with a minor deficit in some of these lanes.
It's one of those moments where Xiaohu just turns to his right side and say, JJ, I just tanked 50% of my HP and my flash. I hope that Raptor camp was worth it. For Raptors, bro. Elk might be in trouble, forced to flash. Still gets rooted up by Gala's purple gun, but still makes it out alive.
I'm just looking at inventories. Gala had already found a recall, got his gold, got a longsword, and look at this wave. It's stuck. So Vampire can take another roam if he really wants to. Looks like Kaisa and Bard want to try to open this one up, try to just get the wave underneath the turret, finalize a recall here for Elk. We're in a really fun spot here, Rafa, because when information is so freely kind of spread around the map for both teams, it means that now they are acting with a lot of kind of unplaced vision and, you know, hey, we know that his respawn Raptors are coming up soon. That's something that we could play for. I know that he's going to be in his topside jungle. If I'm JJ, I know Judge is going to be clearing out his wolves and Gromp at about this time, and we can still play for those respawn Raptors the third time around. You can already see Hong's coming over. They want to play for this objective.
Yeah. The biggest thing you kind of bring to light on this point is that Jeje never got to get his own timers on his own camps on the top side until after they ran away from the top invade. So when he puts a ward on his Raptor camp, he's like, when the hell did Junja take this? Like, what? How did he like take this ordering until he finally? Yeah. So he finally finds out that, okay, well, I guess he did Krugs, then Red into Raptors, so I have to wait for that to spawn. And he can't even fight for the respawn Raptors on Jinja's third iteration of the Raptor camp. So JDG effectively defend the bot side of the map for Junja's sake. And despite, obviously, Vi being sometimes a little weaker when invaded upon, I think JDG have done a nice way to cover and protect and set this up. So now, Jeje's advantage that he was looking for doesn't really amount to anything.
Ooh, this is interesting. They're setting up potentially a fight here for either jungler. If they soak up a little bit of experience, I guess less likely now that Junja has ticked over to 6, but he comes into this bot lane, soaks 1 minion of XP. He could have had level 6, and that could have opened up something.
Yeah.
Talking about this game, though, Rafa, when you are JDG, we talked about having winning matchups in some of these lanes and the priority that allows you to kind of move to an objective first. Weibo with specifically Kaisa and Galio are allowed to show up to fights a little bit later. They have the ability to join from much further range than their opponents, and even Bard kind of accentuates some of those strengths. So I think Weibo are going to be okay if they are second to a play. I think they're going to be less okay with it if they are down a significant amount of gold, because their damage profile is fairly limited. Dude.
Yep. I think Junja needed to realize once Vampire backed off there, he needed to start charging up that Vault Breaker to get out alive. And now, Weibo say thank you very much for the free leash. They're going to take the magical journey back over the wall. Yeah, that was not properly protected for JDG.
Well, you got the dragon, but I'm looking at this bot wave that's currently being eaten up by the turret. That's a full wave that Elk just missed out on, and you're still down versus a 50 stack Cole here on Gala. So you got the dragon, but I'm looking at JDG have a 400 goal lead and feeling super secure about their chances here.
You know, this is a very interesting dichotomy where, because I have the jungle perspective, I'm like, hell yeah, we just got the dragon and forced this guy to flash. You're like, I gave up a whole minion wave just for this stupid objective, which
a wave, a plate, like, dude. Like, I mean, sure, and we can't forget we also lost the big raptor in that first trade. So there was a lot being traded here from Weibo's perspective. We're making sure that Jij is feeling good and getting early dragons. This is the first time in this series we've actually seen Weibo get the first dragon of the game, but now JDG get to respond as well. They go to top side immediately, and they get 3 grubs, which is, I think, more important for just taking away from a Jace and a Galio. Galio's usually not going to get very much push, but I think Ahri is really going to appreciate having this buff.
Yeah, for what it's worth, Jinja has been pretty impeccable about securing all of these objectives in the early game. I don't know if that's just a result of Jeje prioritizing other resources, whether it's his own farm or just not having the right setup for things like grubs and whatnot, but the fact that that has been denied all 3 games at least always gives JDG a little bit of extra siege and pushing power when it comes to parts of the game when they are breaking open these turrets. Hong trying to look for a potential flank, though.
Even when you clear out the Fey lights like that, like, you have Bard, so he just throws down a portal and suddenly, oops, I'm bringing over 2 people, and you are now in a very tough spot. So another game, Rafa, 0-0-0. Elk's gone for El Clasico. I noticed my AD carry has a Cole. I will also buy one in response. Unfortunately for Elk, he has the sequel, the Cole 2, and is behind a fair amount. So Gala's already going to be getting more gold in the short term, which honestly might mean that he gets actually a little bit closer to his quest. Like, the amount that he's going to get from his quest might mean that his first item or item and a half is going to come a lot quicker, which in the grand scheme of things may not mean very much, especially when you're playing against Kai'Sa, who has specific breakpoints around her stats.
I mean, maybe. If Gala hits, like, this first item before second dragon spawns, I think that would be a nice way to give JDG some confidence in forcing a fight or power. Obviously, Junja, without Flash, has really disincentivized any confidence in this Vi looking for plays, I guess, on the map until she gets it back, because when you are without a Flash as a Vi and you cease and desist onto a target and then they have Flash and they're under a turret, you feel pretty bad about going forward on that play. So seems like JDG are just waiting until that comes back up.
I am so scared right now if I'm a Weibo fan, because it's not like we have damage, right? Like, yes, Jace can, in those 5-on-5 standoffs, be really big. If Jeje is able to get into the backline, that's really scary. But the ability to make fights happen are very few and far between. And I hate to say it, Rafa, but we are going to be very reliant on Hung. This is an engaged champion for all intents and purposes when you're playing Bard.
Nice of Hung to protect Elk's recall there. Tanks up the dredge line as well. Jeje's in the area trying to see if he can make a blitz play for this crab. However, Junja's sneaking around. They have an idea. Oh, it was a guess. It was a guess. Galio with the hero's entrance, and Jeje sends it with the ultimate. The
That's not his fault. That's not his fault.
Yeah, I know. Junja had the flash timer again, immediately uses it. Dredge line for the re-engage. Charm onto Galio, and the big burst from the Ahri gives burst blood over to JDG. Hong now trying to run for his life, but cannot escape. Hong Q's Ahri. Zika's into the play. In a 1v5, he's not going to get anything done. JDG just wiped the floor from Weibo Gaming.
They get 2,000 gold, and guess what? Now they get the dragon as well. That is a massive loss here for Weibo. Maybe the true killer was the hope I had all along here for this team. JDG, they get to come back here in this game. I mean, we talked about the damage maybe being lacking, especially in the early game. This is a pre-Triforce Zahen. An incredible dodge from Junja, whether it was intentional or not. Just a comedy of misplays back to back to back. Xiaohu is now sitting here. He's activating his W. He's golden the entire time, but there's no damage. Like, this is Kai'Sa pre-first item.
Oh,
and Hong is now dead too.
Where are we going, Hong? Oh my goodness. Hong took a magical journey too deep into the woods of JDG and found out that he was not going to have a good time. Second dragon did go over to JDG in the end because of the teleport play from Xiaoshu answering that of Zika's. And now, the echoes of the concern you voiced earlier, Alk, are starting to become even louder now that they're behind 3,000 gold.
All right. Well, I'm looking in mid. I'm 1,500 gold up as Ari. I already have my Malignance and my upgraded boots. So with that and getting closer to second item, I think Ari and Vi are just going to run over the rift here. They can play on side lanes. See some pings as Elk gets kind of in a small scuffle in mid, but Hong is roaming around and trying to pressure. I think right now the big ask for Weibo is, can we try to get some vision on some camps? Is there any side lane play? You're playing Jace, man. Like, this is free, I think, for JDG if they want it.
Ooh, I don't know if Vampire could actually buffer the Dredge line while in Tempered Fate's stasis.
Nope.
Does not matter in the end, as JJ is able to pick him off alongside the rest of the Way Bros.
I'm kind of confused why we didn't fight that as JDG. I think we had numbers, and you know Galio's on bottom side, especially Hongkyu. I think that's essentially his call. Does he want to fight on this timer, yes or no? And that turns into a kill, so I think it's a small dent in Weibo's first start, but still, you are very much in control of the game right now from Jindong Gaming.
I think one of the criticisms you've had about Hongkyu in the past is when he gets these leads in their losses, it seems like Hongkyu is not doing enough to really leverage his advantage. This is a time where Hongkyu can try and answer some of those criticisms in the past. He has the largest gold lead on his team right now, and like you said, it's up to him whether he wants to full send on an engage alongside Junja or not.
They're just going to pick up waves. I like this start here from JDG. Just get vision down on the top side. Anybody who enters this side of the map is dead. Galio's more than likely just going to TP to this wave, catch this, and then let the rest of the map kind of figure itself out. But they have control, they have priority in 2 of these lanes, and they get to do whatever they want. 3 grubs, right? This turn might actually just straight up go down if they put enough people into it. They'll just take 2 plates and kind of walk themselves off.
Vampire stopped his base. Now that Xiaohu has arrived, thinking about, do we want to look for a 1v3 turret dive potentially? Or if there are more people joining,
we're doing the same on bot.
Once again, stopping the recall again. JJ trying to help Zika burn down this tier 1 turret on the bottom side of the map. I mean, Elk is being brought over to the play as well. They got a Killer Instinct in, try and look for the first brick plate. Yeah, they got first brick. Nicely done, and there's nothing that Xiaoshu can do but just die, as the rest of JDG were able to chase down Xiaohu, but they lost out on the opportunity for first brick.
Don't worry, Elk. I saw you auto-attack the turret and not Cassante. That's okay. That can stay between us. I mean, look, they had to make something happen on the side lane. Maybe if they can catch Gala. Good ghost.
Oh, good movement, too. Dodges the Cosmic Binding. All right, well, you know, last night's series, Gala was making a lot of poor movement decisions. This game, this series so far, a lot better.
They got 2 turrets for that, so as much flack as I think we were maybe giving them for the initial onset of that, they do get mid-turret. They gave up a lot of gold as Weibo. Like, 4 people to try to kill Cassante, sure, it makes sense in a vacuum, but Xiaohu dying here is really expensive. And I'm just looking at Aphelios, who, again, had the Cole first, got 2 plates in mid with these 3 grubs, and now JDG have Herald and the Dragon spawns in 20 seconds. I don't think we care about grabbing this objective. We can just try to say, look, we have Hextech portals that can move us around the map faster. We can go for bot tier 1 if we really want to, or kind of just shove our gold lead in their face and make it impossible for Weibo to really get into the river at all. I mean, just look at the vision coverage on the minimap right now.
Yeah. Very much good signs for JDG to be able to just take this dragon without any real challenge from Weibo Gaming. But they're already focusing their efforts as Weibo towards the top side of the map. Zika, without any armor penetration, takes a while to take down this Cassante. But if Hong and the rest of the crew joins the fray, then, well, Xiaoshu's first going to have to burn a flash just to get out alive.
Galio's
and
dead
now the same
again.
treatment is going to be paid towards Xiaohu on the Galio. Def charge, the lead, the engage, and the dive. Hongkyu drops the turret aggro. It's now on the Gala. Okay. They take a little bit of time to get it done, but eventually the job has been completed. Gala and the rest of JDG take out Xiaohu, but Weibo have already answered on the top side of the map with a tier 1 turret.
Yep, this will be a 1-for-1 trade, and another ultimate here. I'm not liking this, Rafa. These feel like Pyrrhic victories. We're giving up one thing to give up another leg. We're like cutting off the feet just to make sure the whole leg isn't lost. And now it's even more plates on bottom side. And now you get to set up vision. You now get to rotate to the top side of the map if you really need to. All of this gold going into the right places. Honkyu's getting gold. Gala is getting gold. Junja is getting a little bit of this. I need to see Zika pay this back to his team, because you are the Jace that now has the only gold lead in the game.
It's the big trade gambit that Weibo are making. They're weak siding Xiaohu, and they're really leaving him in the dirt, constantly being the target of these overloads from JDG. Zika has yet to find any armor penetration to be able to at least deal with Xiaoshu on the side lane. Obviously, if he gets a lot of lethality and he finds an accelerated shock blast on the squishy targets, sure. Doesn't matter. But I think the only other thing that kind of gives a little bit of hope over to Weibo is that Elk was able to participate in some of the gold. Obviously, he's still behind Gala, but I think if Weibo want to be able to fight JDG confidently, Elk needs to also have some items under his belt, and so far, he's got two.
I feel like these items are just not the same, though. Like, Hex Optics IE is just, I think, doesn't lay a candle, or hold a candle to Kraken Slayer Rageblade. This item pair for Gala is really, really OP, and it just has a ton of upfront damage. It's going to take time for Kaisa to really work her magic, and that is time I don't know if Weibo really have. If they were tankier, if this game was more even, sure, I'd say you have a ton of options. They're going to look to see if they can Bard Portal into mid. No play from JDG. They're on side lanes or coming back from base right now.
Oh, quick pivot. They see Vampire walking into Fog, and it's immediate flash out of the Nautilus to escape danger.
That's Kaisa ult, and I'm looking at the rest of the map right now. Like, Honkyu's now back in mid. That was one timer they had it, and they could not kill the Nautilus fast enough here. They're moving into topside river. They're going to cover for Xiaoshu while he's pushing this wave and just continue to sap away jungle camps from JJ, who has been the best player for this team so far, just in this series alone.
Oh, they're forcing a different play. Tempered Fate is going to stall the dive onto Zika. Cosmic Binding locks down Junja.
No way!
Oh my goodness! The turnaround is just exquisite from Weibo Gaming.
That was a clutch binding from Hung. If he doesn't land that, Junja gets out, and we are continuing to glaze JDG's path here in this game. But that might have been a sign of relief coming through from the Weibros. They're going to have time finally to pick up some of these waves. That's gold still into Zika, who has now finished 3 items on this Jace. Very important that he does not go down there in that play. And now we're a minute and a half, and I mean, none of these teams are really close to even a soul point, so that's just more and more breathing room.
He also finally has some armor penetration with the Seralda's Grudge. Should be a bit easier to move this Cassante in the side lane war. I think he's just trying to fish for some damage right now.
Gotta be careful. He doesn't see very many other people. Teleport coming through.
Oh, okay. Well, I take it all back. I want a refund. Hang on. Hero's entrance. Hong has also arrived to the party. Is it going to be enough? With the Ari from Hong, he puts an end to Zika. Elk has arrived to the fray with the Killer Instinct. Can they turn this fight around? Decent damage from Gala with the Moonlight Vigil, but so far, Weibo Gaming are able to trade 1 for 2.
I'm tentatively happy about that. If I'm Weibo, like, we got 2 for 1, got the teleport out from Honkyu, but similarly had to lose out on some of our own spells here. Most importantly, Zika not having flash. It's 20 seconds before Dragon. I don't think either team can really posture, but it's a minor advantage going over to Weibo. I mean, Xiaoshu is just going to TP back to this play, and right now you can already see Vampire moving it out of base using those Hextech portals. Never mind, he's going to do it the hard way. He's just going to walk.
He's going to get some extra steps in for the day. Respect.
Yeah.
Now, Weibo Gaming are the first ones in the river. Dragon is about to spawn. Big note, no flash on Junja. No flash on Zika either. Everyone else, though, has these tools to work with. Junja's able to vault break his way into the Dragon Pit, and the rest of JDG are forcing Weibo Gaming back.
They're going to play onto one side. That's super important to do when you're playing with a Jace. Play on one side, let him get that poke. JJ will be spotted, and Elk, no ultimate for right now. It's going to be coming off of cooldown. They don't even have heroic entrance.
Oh, Xiaoshu is just forcing him away. Tempered Fate is going to stall some time on the Dragon Pit. Xiaohu flashes and gets the taunt, trying to stall time, but Junja is the only jungler in the pit. JJ was taken out by Xiaoshu's all out. 07, he burns the flash, he gets away from danger, but he does his job and guarantees the third dragon for JDG.
Pings are going out. JDG might want to look to try to force onto Baron here. They're going to take care of this scuttle. All right, it's a fake call. It's a fake call. We're going to go into the replay to watch what happens here. But they just don't have I think, a reliable enough front line from Weibo's position. JDG are sitting around terrain, so it's not very easy for them to walk forward. I love what Xiaoshu has done here in this game so far. Just Cassante out the jungler. He has no easy ways of getting back into the pit. Makes it impossible for them to try to find a fight. And while Zika does get that pick onto Vampire, I think putting yourself on Soul Point as Jindong Gaming is as good as it's going to get for yourself here.
Hongq has yet to find enough gold to complete what I assume will be a Rabadon's death cap. Off that spike, Hongq is going to be massive. He's already had a major advantage in this game, but that should be enough of a lethal breakpoint where any target that Junja picks that is not JJ should just get blown up by him and Ahri.
Dude, you know what? I actually just got a massive flashback of the last time I had to watch Xiaohu play a Galio game. It was Game 5 versus Top Esports, and I wish I had that last game back. This is the same thing. He was playing against Smolder that time. Ahri's a much different champion, I'll give him that, but it's not good. It's not good being 2,500 gold at this point. Not incredible, but like you said, Hongq is coming upon a very important item completion soon, and like, Elk does a lot of damage. That is kind of what I'm saving for. It's Zika, Elk, and what else can we get from Weibo Gaming?
Right. Hongq was forced out of the pit, took way too much damage from the poke, and the Baron aggro leashing onto him. But the death cap has been completed. Hongq, 10 stacks on this Dark Seal, is at an all-time power spike. JDG have to rally through this Ahri Vi combo that they invested into the draft so early on in this game 3. And on paper, they should be able to do it, but Weibo Gaming have been finding pocket after pocket that is, once again, creating this tingling sensation in the back of my mind, Alk.
You might want to get that checked out. Typically, tingling sensations in the back of your head, not a good sign. So, just make sure you have someone around the house. But if it's purely cosmetic or purely just a feeling from this game, then that is the mind killer. Okay, that you saw what happened in game 2 when you had that tingling feeling. Okay, we were in that game for another 10 minutes, but.
I'm gonna keep it reserved for now.
Thank you.
I'm gonna let the game.
My predictions are on the line for this, okay? I predicted we had a 6-game day. I was right. I also did predict that Weibo would win. I'm feeling less confident about that, but I'm sticking true to my prediction, okay? We already I saw the LCK guys were flaming Raz already for flip-flopping. I'm gonna do the same.
Honestly, that's so valid. And what is valid as well is that Elk is getting some extra protection for himself with the Secret's Arm Guard. One-time cast before he's able to fully upgrade it into a Zhonya's should be at least a good tool to buy time if he is the target of a Vi ultimate combo with the Ahri. Weibo Gaming did not go for the Baron during this time, just only making sure that JDG themselves were not starting it up for free. They're the first ones in the mid wave. There's 47 seconds before the Hextech Dragon spawns. This is Soul Point for JDG, and Weibo Gaming need to do everything to stop them from getting it.
Oh, this is expensive. Xiaoshu is just going to TP. I think JDG just want to fight now. They want to move in through mid lane, see if they can find anybody that's out of position. Maybe it's Hung, maybe it's Zika, and then just move in and go towards the bot side. You already see Hongq pushes a wave top. That's 2 waves that Weibo are not answering right now. Yeah, Xiaohu is going to recall. Where is he going? He's TPing the bottom lane wave. All right, this is the all-in. This is the gambit from Weibo.
One turn is all that is needed from JDG to guarantee the Hextech soul.
And that's it. There's no smite. There's no summoner spell or unsealed spell book. There's nothing here for Weibo to be able to do anything about this fight. That is a Hextech soul, and that might just be JDG moving up to 2 and 3.
Weibo Gaming will give it all to try and defend this game and their base. But without their jungler for the next 20 seconds, Baron is the next objective on the table for JDG. Tempered Fate hits 2. Golem might be a target here. Xiaohu goes golden. I don't think they can really follow up. They're forced to bail. Xiaohu gets caught in the magical journey, and the subject is Zika, who has to pay the price for the attempted engage by Weibo down a man. JDG finally respawns just to see 2 of his solo laners hit the floor, and now JDG might be able to at least make it interesting for a 50-50 smite, but another charm from Hongq connects on Elk. He's 50% HP. He's not going to commit, as the ulti had already timed out here. Hong is trying to get vision control for JDG to maybe look for a miracle steal.
This is what love is called. This is called just believing every time, even if you know it's going to hurt. And
Guess flash.
Continuing to believe can do anything. This is such a tough find. JDG still has flash. They don't even want to risk it. They don't want to go for it. They're instead just going to pull off. All right, JDG, what was that? Like, we got an insane find onto JDG before that dragon.
And JDG thankfully have done enough tape and homework to know that JDG put in those scenarios where it's just a pure 50-50 smite, somehow he finds a way to win them. So they take their bases.
Well, you didn't win the one in the last game.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't fit my narrative, so...
There you go. Perfect. Continue on, as you were.
Yeah. Well, JDG with Hextech Soul, this is one of the few dragons in the game where we, as broadcasters, feel, you know, this is truly a win condition, and JDG should be in position now to close out this game after one more commanding fight. As Junja sails on forward with the Vault Breaker, doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet onto Elk. JDG just trying to bully Weibo out of this topside river.
4 items for Golem, 4 items for Elk. Probably why Junja did not decide to send it. Has the Zonias and the Flash, so would have been a one-way trip, I think. But with Hextech Soul, you can do nary wrong a lot of the time right now. So I think Weibo are just recognizing it is so tough to play when you don't really have like a consistent on a front line and you don't really have a consistent amount of engage. You're waiting for a Bard ultimate, which in that case, what we just saw is him Bard ultimate his mid lane or his top laner and get them killed immediately. There was nothing for Weibo to do in that last fight. And it's only going to get more difficult. There's going to be more gold in the game. Champions are going to just get naturally tankier as they get more and more stats with their levels. And there's even a GA now here for Junja, so this is going to have to be a miracle of a fight. Otherwise, JDG can just continue to do what they have done best. Slow and steady objective setups and clean enough team fighting.
JDG effectively pulled the
This guy's
the
dead
TP's
too.
out of Zika, but Xiaohu is the first one to fall. He gets snagged over the wall. Tempered Fate is a big old whiff in the middle of all 5 of them. Cease and desist right on Elk. Good night to the Kaisa, and JDG have no more worries for the rest of their days in this game. JDG will blast every last one of the Way Bros back to the oblivion, and JDG will clean this series 2-1.
And in dominant fashion, there were questions. Was JDG going to continue to fall, or was it a momentary lapse in judgment for them? They'll move up to 2 and 3, and hey, Weibo made him work for it, but as the series went on, it just felt like JDG were leveling up.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish, and JDG finish out in big ol' style, 2-1 series victory.
I'm happy for
Sorry,
you, JDG.
brother.
I'm happy that you won. I'm really glad. I want to see you continue to succeed, as I do with all of our players. There have been 4 series for Weibros. I have voted for Weibros in 3 of them. The one I didn't is the only one I got right, and it was a 2-0 for BLG.
Yeah. Well, I will shoulder some of the heartbreak by taking some of the responsibility for getting my hopes up in second game of the series off the Lee Sin. So if you're upset and you're in despair, you can just say Jungle Diff. And in this case, Rafa, not JJ, because
I don't think it
JJ
was a jungle
trying
diff here tonight.
No, it wasn't. Because the jungle diff didn't fucking matter.
Say goodbye. Everyone, go ahead. Say goodbye to Rafa. We're sending him to the farm.
No. Guys, it's not I apologize for my lack of professionalism.
Bro, you already gave me Mbessa Dami Mommy. You already said no hoes, no bros. Like,
I've been trying to keep it clean.
We lost this like 6 months ago, man. Well, not even longer than that, honestly.
But to
get back in your chair, man. Come on. Let's finish out the show strong.
I've been trying to keep it clean for the second split and be less sus on. And at least this wasn't in the game. This was outside of the game.
And this is fairly tame in comparison. I still don't think we're going to let you slide for saying Mbessa ult in China. That one...
Oh! Okay. The funny thing about that one is that no one else caught it other than you and me. And I just... Oh... How do we reflect on this series, Alk? That's what I want to focus on, because...
Well, I came into tonight wanting to be very neutral for the teams. Obviously, I think I spent a lot of time talking about Weibros and kind of getting them hyped up because they won that game 1 in fairly emphatic fashion in the way that they did it, in a very clean way versus JDG. And when we came in, again, their records had reflected it. They're both 1-3, 3-6, 3-7. These teams, by all accounts, if you only looked at standings, should be even with each other. And their strength of schedule going into today was actually fairly similar. JDG, they played against BLG, AL, Top Esports, and NIP. For Weibro, they played against AL, NIP, BLG, and IG. So only one team that is different from the other one in IG versus Top Esports. So
yeah,
their schedule's actually fairly similar up until this point, and for them to end with the same record before tonight, I thought there needed to be a little bit more respect put on Weibro, and then I remembered it's Weibo. And I should just never trust these guys to win unless it's against Team WE. So I'm going to, moving forward, not predict them to win very many series. It's probably going to save my predictions, save my heart, and I'm going to just expect very little from this team. These drafts are confusing. The play that we are getting in some of these, like... No.
Yeah.
No.
I feel like in this series, when I look back at some of the big difference makers and who was the most consistent on both of these teams, I think I don't know how I feel about Gala potentially getting MVP of the series, because he's already gotten player of the game in game 2. I feel like Xiaoshu deserves it. He absorbed the Jace matchup super well. There is a lot of deliberate play from Weibo trying to accelerate the Jace and put him in a position where he could be a threat that never happened. Xiaoshu also just identified a lot of correct decisions to do in team fights, like keeping JJ out of the pit. But my last grievance I want to just quickly get in is that
Sure.
up until game 3, I thought JJ was playing a far better game than Junja was. But then this game 3 Zahen jungle, there's like nothing being done on the Zahen. I don't know what this pick was supposed to achieve in this game. And I feel
I want to give him some credit that it is really hard to. The draft gave him 0 things to play with. You had
Sure.
no toys. There were no toys in this box. There's only pain, misery, and a job application in the bottom of that barrel. So, it's really tough because it's like, okay, we knew Viari is coming, so we're gonna pick Galio, and then my Galio is down tempo early because he had to take a forced recall, and then we played on mid because we wanted to play for early Raptors. Remember that trade? Had to lose his flash early after just TPing back into the lane. It was already messed up. There was a lot of messed up things that compounded into what was a great JDG meal, but a very famished and impoverished Weibo snack.
Yeah. Final check-in. What are your feelings on Honkyu? Because he had the most gold on Ori this game. It was kind of on him to direct whether he wanted to force plays or not. Obviously, Junja leads it, but he can always call, like, go, 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 I'll follow. Was this satisfactory enough for you to feel like Honkyu has answered on some of the previous games where you feel like he's not doing enough?
Like, the Azir game, like, he kind of didn't do very much. I think the Aurora game, he was fine. Like, held his own in the lane, which is kind of what we expect from Aurora, and then had some team fights where he just kind of piddle-paddled. Like, game 2, MVP was Gala, rightfully so, for what he did on Ezreal. I'm okay. I'm still... I don't think this series really determines anything for me versus Honkyu. It is Xiaohu, so it's not... I don't think it's the toughest matchup in the world, so... I don't know. Generally, though, I would say that I think that JDG, despite being in their home arena, felt a little bit uncomfortable. And I do want to bring up an interesting tidbit that I hadn't really talked about, or I hadn't really thought about until I saw Nymera online kind of bring it up, is that for the teams that have home arenas, very often they're going to play their games like on days back-to-back consecutively or very close to each other. And looking at JDG's schedule, they played both on Friday and Saturday last week, this week, next week, and then they play they have at least a little bit of break in week 5. They have 3 series in week 6, and that's with 1 day in between each of them. So in terms of preparation, this was a very important game and important series, obviously, for them to win, because you're playing all these back-to-back games. Your prep is probably not going to be as intense for both teams, considering you only have essentially 3 days to kind of go over your series and also prep for the next team, and then you have to play the day afterwards. So I don't know. I'm kind of interested to see what else we get from JDG that is actually going to properly develop some of these players that we've had for at least for a fair amount of time. Like we kind of know what Honkyu is going to bring to a team, so I want to see what else we can kind of get from him aside from some of his more wacky picks.
Okay. Well, I think that's a totally fair assessment. I want to be able to give a little bit more praise just because I know Xiaohu is not the highest benchmark to clear, but I definitely felt a lot more emboldened to be respectful or like admiring Honkyu's play. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what word I wanted to freaking say. Especially when Xiaohu starts off the series super hot on the rise. Because at first I was like, oh my god, Xiaohu is on fire right now. And then the play just kind of declined over the series, which, you know, I was like, oh yeah, that's the Xiaohu I know right now. But The rise was so pog. I was like, okay, maybe this mid lane matchup will be like super competitive and whatnot. So we do want the best for Honkyu because he genuinely was the most exciting player of 2025, or the most exciting rookie of 2025. And when he came over with Junja from CFO, I think that was like the biggest sell of this JDG rebuild project for 2026, other than Tabe being on the coaching lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously, I think, spent a little bit of a pretty penny considering CFO is a bank, but that and Gala. Gala was the biggest pickup. Gala basically held up the entire offseason market, but we don't have to talk about that. It's been 5 months since we've had off-season talk, so we can move on from that. We do have updated standings for all of our games from today. Not a ton of movement, right? BLG, they go from 4th to 2nd by taking a win versus IG. IG then kind of subsume that, so they swap positions. JDG is going to move up to 2 and 3, but due to game record and with AL not having played their 5th series either, they're going to be sitting in 5th place right now. Rafa, if we froze the playoff standings right here, our top 4 would be automatically seeded into playoffs, and then we would have a play-in series between top 4 of Nirvana and bottom 4 of Group Ascent. This, I'm not going to lie, this kind of looks right from where I'm standing, but maybe not in the order that I'm looking at.
I mean, this would be a funny jump scare moment for anyone who is following LPL explicitly through playoffs of last split. And they haven't watched any of regular season 2, right? Because they already look at the bottom 4 and they're like, why the hell are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th placing teams in playoffs in this part of the group, right? Whereas you have not only top esports, which could be a little understandable if you just know that, oh, okay, Jackie Love and Tien back on the roster. All right, reasonable upgrades. But not only IG are in the top 4, you have Ninjas in Pajamas at 3rd right now. I'm genuinely excited about this team right now.
Do you know how messed up it is? I said this on the podcast. This is a cruel world where you have to make me get excited about watching Hoya play. So, who knows? Anything's possible now. This is magic. This is the magic of Group Ascend. Player of the game. All right.
He was the only deathless member on the team.
And a great scoreline. In between 2 of the funny numbers. But player of the series, probably Xiaoshu. Just
Xiaoshu.
Across all 3 games was like really, really nuts what he was able to accomplish. Game 1 wasn't fantastic, but I think you could say that of everybody on this team.
Xiaoshu was the victim of multiple gangbangs, man. I mean, like, what are you supposed
Not
to
again! Not again! This is way worse than the one you had like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I meant to say just ganks. My bad. It's 9 a.m. I've been up for a while. They gave it to Honkyu.
Just do the coffee read, man. Just do the coffee read. Get me out of here.
As you wish, my lord. Before we close out tonight's show, we want to give a huge thank you to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. On behalf of the entire English, or the LPL English product, myself, Rafa, and Alk, producer Ice, and the rest of the socials and Mon team on for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. And make sure you tune in same time tomorrow for more LPL action.